Chapter 28 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28, A Region of Natural Curiosities, A Plain of White Clay, Hot Springs, the Beer Spring, Departure to Seek the Free Trappers, Plain of Port Neuf, Lava, Chasms and Gullies, Bannock Indians, Their Hunt of the Buffalo, Hunter's Feast, Trencher Heroes, Bullying of an Absent Foe, The Damp Comrade, The Indian Spy, Meeting with Hotchkiss, His Adventures, Poor Devil Indians, Triumph of the Bannocks, Blackfeet Policy in War. Crossing an elevated ridge, Captain Bonneville now came upon Bear River, which, from its source to its entrance into the Great Salt Lake, describes the figure of a horseshoe. One of the principal headwaters of this river, although supposed to abound with beaver, has never been visited by the trapper. Rising among rugged mountains and being barricadoed by fallen pine trees and tremendous precipices. Proceeding down this river, the party encamped on the 6th of November at the outlet of a lake about 30 miles long and from 2 to 3 miles in width, completely embedded in low ranges of mountains and connected with Bear River by an impassable swamp. It is called the Little Lake to distinguish it from the Great one of salt water. On the 10th of November, Captain Bonneville visited a place in the neighborhood which is quite a region of natural curiosities. An area of about half a mile square presents a level surface of white clay or fuller's earth, perfectly spotless, resembling a great slab of Parian marble or a sheet of dazzling snow. The effect is strikingly beautiful at all times. In summer, when it is surrounded with verdure, or in autumn, when it contrasts its bright, immaculate surface with the withered herbage. Seen from a distant eminence, it then shines like a mirror set in the brown landscape. Around this plain are clustered numerous springs of various sizes and temperatures. One of them, of scalding heat, boils furiously and incessantly, rising to the height of 2 or 3 feet. In another place there is an aperture in the earth, from which rushes the column of steam that forms a perpetual cloud. The ground for some distance around sounds hollow, and startles the solitary trapper as he hears the tramp of his horse giving the sound of a muffled drum. He pictures to himself a mysterious gulf below, a place of hidden fires, and gazes round him with awe and uneasiness. The most noted curiosity, however, of this singular region is the Bear Spring, of which trappers give wonderful accounts. They are said to turn aside from their route through the country to drink of its waters, with as much eagerness as the Arab seeks some famous well of the desert. Captain Bonneville describes it as having the taste of beer. His men drank it with avidity and in copious draughts. It did not appear to him to possess any medicinal properties or to produce any peculiar effects. The Indians, however, refused to taste it, and endeavored to persuade the white men from doing so. We have heard this also called the soda spring, and described as containing iron and sulfur. It probably possesses some of the properties of the Ballston water. The time had now arrived for Captain Bonneville to go in quest of the party of free trappers, detached in the beginning of July under the command of Mr. Hotchkiss, to trap upon the headwaters of Salmon River. His intention was to unite them with the party with which he was at present traveling, that all might go into quarters together for the winter. Accordingly, on the 11th of November, he took temporary leave of his band, appointing a rendezvous on Snake River, and, accompanied by 3 men, set out upon his journey. His route lay across the plain of the Port Neuf, a tributary stream of Snake River, called after an unfortunate Canadian trapper murdered by the Indians. The whole country through which he passed bore evidence of volcanic convulsions and conflagrations in the olden time. Great masses of lava lay scattered about in every direction. The crags and cliffs had apparently been under the action of fire. The rocks in some places seemed to have been in a state of fusion. The plain was rent and split with deep chasms and gullies, some of which were partially filled with lava. They had not proceeded far, however, before they saw a party of horsemen galloping full tilt toward them. They instantly turned and made full speed for the covert of a woody stream, to fortify themselves among the trees. The Indians came to a halt, and one of them came forward alone. He reached Captain Bonneville and his men just as they were dismounting and about to post themselves. A few words dispelled all uneasiness. It was a party of 25 Bannock Indians, friendly to the whites, and they proposed, through their envoy, that both parties should encamp together and hunt the buffalo, of which they had discovered several large herds hard by. Captain Bonneville cheerfully assented to their proposition, being curious to see their manner of hunting. Both parties accordingly encamped together in a convenient spot and prepared for the hunt. The Indians first posted a boy on a small hill near the camp to keep a lookout for enemies. The runners, then, as they are called, mounted on fleet horses and armed with bows and arrows, moved slowly and cautiously toward the buffalo, keeping as much as possible out of sight in hollows and ravines. When within a proper distance, with a full chorus of yells, dashing into the midst of the herds and launching their arrows to the right and left. The plain seemed absolutely to shake under the tramp of the buffalo as they scoured off. The cows in headlong panic, the bulls furious with rage, uttering deep roars and occasionally turning with a desperate rush upon their pursuers. Nothing could surpass the spirit, grace, and dexterity with which the Indians managed their horses, wheeling and coursing among the affrighted herd, and launching their arrows with unerring aim. In the midst of the apparent confusion, they selected their victims with perfect judgment, generally aiming at the fattest of the cows, the flesh of the bull being nearly worthless at this season of the year. In a few minutes, each of the hunters had crippled 3 or 4 cows. A single shot was sufficient for the purpose, and the animal, once maimed, was left to be completely dispatched at the end of the chase. Frequently, a cow was killed on the spot by a single arrow. In one instance, Captain Bonneville saw an Indian shoot his arrow completely through the body of a cow, so that it struck in the ground beyond. The bulls, however, are not so easily killed as the cows, and always cost the hunter several arrows, sometimes making battle upon the horses and chasing them furiously, though severely wounded, with the dart still sticking in their flesh. The grand scamper of the hunt being over, the Indians proceeded to dispatch the animals that had been disabled. Then, cutting up the carcasses, they returned with loads of meat to the camp, where the choicest pieces were soon roasting before large fires, and a hunter's feast succeeded, at which Captain Bonneville and his men were qualified, by previous fasting, to perform their parts with great vigor. Some men are said to wax valorous upon a full stomach, and such seemed to be the case with the Bannock braves, who, in proportion as they crammed themselves with buffalo meat, grew stout of heart, until, the supper at an end, they began to chant war songs, setting forth their mighty deeds and the victories they had gained over the Blackfeet. Warming with the theme and inflating themselves with their own eulogies, these magnanimous heroes of the trencher would start up, advance a short distance beyond the light of the fire, and apostrophize most vehemently their Blackfeet enemies, as though they had been within their hearing. Ruffling and swelling and snorting and slapping their breasts and brandishing their arms, they would vociferate all their exploits, reminding the Blackfeet how they had drenched their towns in tears and blood, enumerate the blows they had inflicted, the warriors they had slain, the scalps they had brought off in triumph. Then, having said everything that could stir a man's spleen or pique his valor, they would dare their imaginary hearers, now that the Bannocks were few in number, to come and take their revenge. Receiving no reply to this valorous bravado, they would conclude by all kinds of sneers and insults, deriding the Blackfeet for dastards and poltroons that dared not accept their challenge. Such is the kind of swaggering and rhodomontade in which the red men are prone to indulge in their vainglorious moments. For, with all their vaunted taciturnity, they are vehemently prone, at times, to become eloquent about their exploits and to sound their own trumpet. Having vented their valor in this fierce effervescence, the Bannock braves gradually calmed down, lowered their crests, smoothed their ruffled feathers, and betook themselves to sleep, without placing a single guard over their camp, so that, had the Blackfeet taken them at their word, but few of these braggart heroes might have survived for any further boasting. On the following morning, Captain Bonneville purchased a supply of buffalo meat from his braggadocio friends, who, with all their vaporing, were in fact a very forlorn horde, destitute of firearms, and of almost everything that constitutes riches in savage life. The bargain concluded, the Bannocks set off for their village, which was situated, they said, at the mouth of the Port Neuf, and Captain Bonneville and his companions shaped their course toward Snake River. Arrived on the banks of that river, he found it rapid and boisterous, but not too deep to be forded. In traversing it, however, one of the horses was swept suddenly from his footing, and his rider was flung from the saddle into the midst of the stream. Both horse and horseman were extricated without any damage, excepting that the latter was completely drenched, so that it was necessary to kindle a fire to dry him. While they were thus occupied, one of the party, looking up, perceived an Indian scout cautiously reconnoitering them from the summit of a neighboring hill. The moment he found himself discovered, he disappeared behind the hill. From his furtive movements, Captain Bonneville suspected him to be a scout from the Blackfeet camp, and that he had gone to report what he had seen to his companions. It would not do to loiter in such a neighborhood, so the kindling of the fire was abandoned, the drenched horseman mounted in dripping condition, and the little band pushed forward directly into the plain, going at a smart pace, until they had gained a considerable distance from the place of supposed danger. Here, encamping for the night, in the midst of abundance of sage or wormwood, which afforded fodder for their horses, they kindled a huge fire for the benefit of their damp comrade, and then proceeded to prepare a sumptuous supper of buffalo humps and ribs, and other choice bits, which they had brought with them. After a hearty repast, relished with an appetite unknown to city epicures, they stretched themselves upon their couches of skins, and under the starry canopy of heaven enjoyed the sound and sweet sleep of hardy and well-fed mountaineers. They continued on their journey for several days without any incident worthy of notice, and on the 19th of November came upon traces of the party of which they were in search, such as burned patches of prairie and deserted camping grounds. All these were carefully examined to discover by their freshness or antiquity the probable time that the trappers had left them. At length, after much wandering and investigating, they came upon the regular trail of the hunting party, which led into the mountains, and following it up briskly, came about 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the 20th upon the encampment of Hotchkiss and his band of free trappers in the bosom of a mountain valley. It will be recollected that these free trappers, who were masters of themselves and their movements, had refused to accompany Captain Bonneville back to Green River in the preceding month of July, preferring to trap about the upper waters of the Salmon River, where they expected to find plenty of beaver and a less dangerous neighborhood. Their hunt had not been very successful. They had penetrated the great range of mountains, among which some of the upper branches of Salmon River take their rise, but had become so entangled among immense and almost impassable barricades of fallen pines, and so impeded by tremendous precipices, that a great part of their season had been wasted among these mountains. At one time they had made their way through them and reached the Boise River, but meeting with a band of Bannock Indians, from whom they apprehended hostilities, they had again taken shelter among the mountains, where they were found by Captain Bonneville. In the neighborhood of their encampment, the captain had the good fortune to meet with a family of those wanderers of the mountains, emphatically called Les Dignes de Pitié, or Poor Devil Indians. These, however, appear to have forfeited the title, for they had with them a fine lot of skins of beaver, elk, deer, and mountain sheep, These Captain Bonneville purchased for them at a fair valuation, and sent them off astonished at their own wealth, and no doubt objects of envy to all their pitiful tribe. Being now reinforced by Hotchkiss and his band of free trappers, Captain Bonneville put himself at the head of the united parties and set out to rejoin those he had recently left at the Beer Spring, that they might all go into winter quarters on Snake River. On his route he encountered many heavy falls of snow, which melted almost immediately, so as not to impede his march, and on the 4th of December he found his other party encamped at the very place where he had partaken in the buffalo hunt with the Bannocks. That braggart horde was encamped but about 3 miles off, and were just then in high glee and festivity, and more swaggering than ever, celebrating a prodigious victory. It appeared that a party of their braves, being out on a hunting excursion, discovered a band of Blackfeet, moving, as they thought, to surprise their hunting camp. The Bannocks immediately posted themselves on each side of a dark ravine through which the enemy must pass, and just as they were entangled in the midst of it, attacked them with great fury. The Blackfeet, struck with sudden panic, threw off their buffalo robes and fled, leaving one of their warriors dead on the spot. The victors eagerly gathered up the spoils, but their greatest prize was the scalp of the Blackfoot brave. This they bore off in triumph to their village, where it had ever since been an object of the greatest exultation and rejoicing. It had been elevated upon a pole in the center of the village, where the warriors had celebrated the scalp dance around it, with war feasts, war songs, and warlike harangues. It had then been given up to the women and boys, who had paraded it up and down the village with shouts and chants and antic dances, occasionally saluting it with all kinds of taunts, invectives, and revilings. The Blackfeet in this affair do not appear to have acted up to the character which has rendered them objects of such terror. Indeed, their conduct in war, to the inexperienced observer, is full of inconsistencies. At one time they are headlong in courage and heedless of danger. At another time, cautious almost to cowardice. To understand these apparent incongruities, one must know their principles of warfare. A war party, however triumphant, if they lose a warrior in the fight, bring back a cause of mourning to their people, which casts a shade over the glory of their achievement. Hence the Indian is often less fierce and reckless in general battle than he is in a private brawl, and the chiefs are checked in their boldest undertakings by the fear of sacrificing their warriors. This peculiarity is not confined to the Blackfeet. Among the Osages, says Captain Bonneville, when a warrior falls in battle, his comrades, though they may have fought with consummate valor and won a glorious victory, will leave their arms upon the field of battle, and returning home with dejected countenances, will halt without the encampment and wait until the relatives of the slain come forth and invite them to mingle again with their people. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. Winter Camp at the Port Neuf. Fine Springs. The Bannock Indians. Their Honesty. Captain Bonneville prepares for an expedition. Christmas. The American Falls. Wild Scenery. Fishing Falls. Snake Indians. Scenery on the Bruneau. View of volcanic country from a mountain. Powder River. Shoshokoes, or root diggers. Their characters, habits, habitations, dogs. Vanity at its last shift. In establishing his winter camp near Port Neuf, Captain Bonneville had drawn off to some little distance from his Bannock friends to avoid all annoyance from their intimacy or intrusions. In so doing, however, he had been obliged to take up his quarters on the extreme edge of the flat land, where he was encompassed with ice and snow, and had nothing better for his horses to subsist on than wormwood. The The Bannocks, on the contrary, were encamped among fine springs of water, where there was grass in abundance. Some of these springs gush out of the earth in sufficient quantity to turn a mill, and furnish beautiful streams, clear as crystal, and full of trout of a large size, which may be seen darting about the transparent water. Winter now set in regularly. The snow had fallen frequently and in large quantities, and covered the ground to a depth of a foot, and the continued coldness of the weather prevented any thaw. By degrees, a distrust, which had at first subsisted between the Indians and the trappers, subsided and gave way to mutual confidence and good will. A few presents convinced the chiefs that the white men were their friends, nor were the white men wanting in proofs of the honesty and good faith of their savage neighbors. Occasionally, the deep snow and the want of fodder obliged them to turn their weakest horses out to roam in quest of sustenance. If they at any time strayed to the camp of the Bannocks, they were immediately brought back. It must be confessed, however, that if the stray horse happened by any chance to be in vigorous plight and good condition, though he was equally sure to be returned by the honest Bannocks, yet it was always after the lapse of several days, and in a very gaunt and jaded state, and always with the remark that they had found him a long way off. The uncharitable were apt to surmise that he, in the interim, had been well used up in a buffalo hunt, but those accustomed to Indian morality in the matter of horseflesh considered it a singular evidence of honesty that he should be brought back at all. Being convinced, therefore, from these and other circumstances, that his people were encamped in the neighborhood of a tribe as honest as they were valiant, and satisfied that they would pass their winter unmolested, Captain Bonneville prepared for a reconnoitering expedition of great extent and peril. This was to penetrate to the Hudson's Bay establishments on the banks of the Columbia, and to make himself acquainted with the country and the Indian tribes, it being one part of his scheme to establish a trading post somewhere on the lower part of the river, so as to participate in the trade lost to the United States by the capture of Astoria. This expedition would, of course, take him through the Snake River country and across the Blue Mountains, the scenes of so much hardship and disaster to Hunt and Crooks and their Astorian bands, who first explored it, and he would have to pass through it in the same frightful season, the depth of winter. The idea of risk and hardship, however, only served to stimulate the adventurous spirit of the captain. He chose 3 companions for his journey, put up a small stock of necessaries in the most portable form, and selected 5 horses and mules for themselves and their baggage. He proposed to rejoin his band in the early part of March at the winter encampment near the Port Neuf. All these arrangements being completed, he mounted his horse on Christmas morning and set off with his 3 comrades. They halted a little beyond the Bannock camp and made their Christmas dinner, which, if not a very merry, was a very hearty one, after which they resumed their journey. They were obliged to travel slowly to spare their horses, for the snow had increased in depth to 18 inches, and though somewhat packed and frozen, was not sufficiently so to yield firm footing. Their route lay to the west, down along the left side of Snake River, and they were several days in reaching the first, or American Falls. The banks of the river, for a considerable distance, both above and below the falls, have a volcanic character. Masses of basaltic rock are piled one upon another. The water makes its way through their broken chasms, boiling through narrow channels, or pitching in beautiful cascades over ridges of basaltic columns. Beyond these falls they came to a picturesque but inconsiderable stream called the Cassie. It runs through a level valley about 4 miles wide, where the soil is good, but the prevalent coldness and dryness of the climate is unfavorable to vegetation. Near to this stream there is a small mountain of mica slate, including garnets. Granite, in small blocks, is likewise seen in this neighborhood, and white sandstone. From this river the travelers had a prospect of the snowy heights of the Salmon River Mountains to the north, the nearest at least 50 miles distant. In pursuing his course westward, Captain Bonneville generally kept several miles from Snake River, crossing the heads of its tributary streams, though he often found the open country so encumbered by volcanic rocks as to render traveling extremely difficult. Whenever he approached Snake River, he found it running through a broad chasm with steep, perpendicular sides of basaltic rock. After several days' travel across a level plain, he came to a part of the river which filled him with astonishment and admiration. As far as the eye could reach, the river was walled in by perpendicular cliffs, 250 feet high, beetling like dark and gloomy battlements, while blocks and fragments lay in masses at their feet, in the midst of the boiling and whirling current. Just above, the whole stream pitched in one cascade above 40 feet in height, with a thundering sound, casting up a volume of spray that hung in the air like a silver mist. These are called by some the fishing falls, as the salmon are taken here in immense quantities. They cannot get by these falls. After encamping at this place all night, Captain Bonneville, at sunrise, descended with his party through a narrow ravine, or rather crevice, in the vast wall of basaltic rock which bordered the river, this being the only mode for many miles of getting to the margin of the stream. The snow lay in a thin crust along the banks of the river, so that their traveling was much more easy than it had been hitherto. There were foot tracks, also, made by the natives, which greatly facilitated their progress. Occasionally they met the inhabitants of this wild region, a timid race, and but scantily provided with the necessaries of life. Their dress consisted of a mantle about 4 feet square, formed of strips of rabbit skins sewed together. This they hung over their shoulders, in the ordinary Indian mode of wearing the blanket. Their weapons were bows and arrows, the latter tipped with obsidian, which abounds in the neighborhood. Their huts were shaped like haystacks, and constructed of branches of willow covered with long grass, so as to be warm and comfortable. Occasionally they were surrounded by small enclosures of wormwood about 3 feet high, which gave them a cottage-like appearance. 3 or 4 of these tenements were occasionally grouped together in some wild and striking situation, and had a picturesque effect. Sometimes they were in sufficient number to form a small hamlet. From these people Captain Bonneville's party frequently purchased salmon, dried in an admirable manner, as were likewise the roes. This seemed to be their prime article of food, but they were extremely anxious to get buffalo meat in exchange. The high walls and rocks within which the travelers had been so long enclosed now occasionally presented openings, through which they were enabled to ascend to the plain and to cut off considerable bends of the river. Throughout the whole extent of this vast and singular chasm, the scenery of the river is said to be of the most wild and romantic character. The rocks present every variety of masses and grouping. Numerous small streams come rushing and boiling through narrow clefts and ravines. One of a considerable size issued from the face of a precipice within 25 feet of its summit, and after running in nearly a horizontal line for about 100 feet, fell by numerous small cascades to the rocky bank of the river. In its career through this vast and singular defile, Snake River is upward of 300 yards wide, and as clear as spring water. Sometimes it steals along with a tranquil and noiseless course. At other times, for miles and miles, it dashes on in 1,000 rapids, wild and beautiful to the eye, and lulling the ear with the soft tumult of plashing waters. Many of the tributary streams of Snake River rival it in the wildness and picturesqueness of their scenery. That called the Bruneau is particularly cited. It runs through a tremendous chasm, rather than a valley, extending upwards of 150 miles. You come upon it on a sudden, in traversing a level plain. It seems as if you could throw a stone across from cliff to cliff, yet the valley is near 2,000 feet deep, so that the river looks like an inconsiderable stream. Basaltic rocks rise perpendicularly, so that it is impossible to get from the plain to the water, or from the river margin to the plain. The current is bright and limpid. Hot springs are found on the borders of this river. One bursts out of the cliffs 40 feet above the river. in a stream sufficient to turn a mill, and sends up a cloud of vapor. We find a characteristic picture of this volcanic region of mountains and streams, furnished by the journal of Mr. Wyeth, which lies before us, who ascended a peak in the neighborhood we are describing. From this summit, the country, he says, appears an indescribable chaos. The tops of the hills exhibit the same strata as far as the eye can reach, and appear to have once formed the level of the country, and the valleys to be formed by the sinking of the earth, rather than the rising of the hills. Through the deep cracks and chasms thus formed, the rivers and brooks make their way, which renders it difficult to follow them. All these basaltic channels are called cut rocks by the trappers. Many of the mountain streams disappear in the plains, either absorbed by their thirsty soil and by the porous surface of the lava, or swallowed up in gulfs and chasms. On the 12th of January, 1834, Captain Bonneville reached Powder River, much the largest stream that he had seen since leaving the Port Neuf. He struck it about 3 miles above its entrance into Snake River. Here he found himself above the lower narrows and defiles of the latter river, and in an open and level country. The natives now made their appearance in considerable numbers, and evinced the most insatiable curiosity respecting the white men. Sitting in groups for hours together, exposed to the bleakest winds, merely for the pleasure of gazing upon the strangers and watching every movement. These are of that branch of the great snake tribe called Shoshokoes, or root diggers, from their subsisting in a great measure on the roots of the earth, though they likewise take fish in great quantities, and hunt in a small way. They are in general very poor, destitute of most of the comforts of life, and extremely indolent, but a mild, inoffensive race. They differ in many respects from the other branch of the snake tribe, the Shoshones, who possess horses, are more roving and adventurous, and hunt the buffalo. On the following day, as Captain Bonneville approached the mouth of Powder River, he discovered at least 100 families of these diggers, as they are familiarly called, assembled in one place. The women and children kept at a distance, perched among the rocks and cliffs, their eager curiosity being somewhat dashed with fear. From their elevated posts they scrutinized the strangers with the most intense earnestness, regarding them with almost as much awe as if they had been beings of a supernatural order. The men, however, were by no means so shy and reserved, but importuned Captain Bonneville and his companions excessively by their curiosity. Nothing escaped their notice, and anything they could lay their hands on underwent the most minute examination. To get rid of such inquisitive neighbors, the travelers kept on for a considerable distance before they encamped for the night. The country hereabout was generally level and sandy, producing very little grass, but a considerable quantity of sage or wormwood. The plains were diversified by isolated hills, all cut off, as it were, about the same height, so as to have tabular summits. In this way they resembled the isolated hills of the great prairies east of the Rocky Mountains, especially those found on the plains of the Arkansas. The high precipices which had hitherto walled in the channel of Snake River had now disappeared, and the banks were of the ordinary height. It should be observed that the great valleys or plains through which the Snake River wound its course were generally of great breadth, extending on each side from 30 to 40 miles, where the view was bounded by unbroken ridges of mountains. The travelers found but little snow in the neighborhood of Powder River, though the weather continued intensely cold. They learned a lesson, however, from their forlorn friends, the root diggers, which they subsequently found of great service in their wintry wanderings. They frequently observed them to be furnished with long ropes twisted from the bark of the wormwood. This they used as a slow match, carrying it always lighted. Whenever they wished to warm themselves, they would gather together a little dry wormwood, apply the match, and in an instant produce a cheering blaze. Captain Bonneville gives a cheerless account of a village of these diggers, which he saw in crossing the plain below Powder River. "They live," says he, "without any further protection from the inclemency of the season than a sort of breakweather, about 3 feet high, composed of sage or wormwood, and erected around them in the shape of a half-moon. Whenever he met with them, however, they had always a large suite of half-starved dogs, for these animals, in savage as well as in civilized life, seemed to be the concomitants of beggary. These dogs, it must be allowed, were of more use than the beggarly curs of cities. The Indian children used them in hunting the small game of the neighborhood, such as rabbits and prairie dogs, in which mongrel kind of chase they acquitted themselves with some credit. Sometimes the diggers aspire to nobler game, and succeed in entrapping the antelope, the fleetest animal of the prairies. The process by which this is effected is somewhat singular. When the snow has disappeared, says Captain Bonneville, and the ground becomes soft, the women go into the thickest fields of wormwood, and pulling it up in great quantities, construct with it a hedge about 3 feet high, enclosing about 100 acres. A single opening is left for the admission of the game. This done, the women conceal themselves behind the wormwood and wait patiently for the coming of the antelopes, which sometimes enter this spacious trap in considerable numbers. As soon as they are in, the women give the signal, and the men hasten to play their part. But one of them enters the pen at a time, and after chasing the terrified animals round the enclosure, is relieved by one of his companions. In this way the hunters take their turns, relieving each other, and keeping up a continued pursuit by relays without fatigue to themselves. The poor antelopes in the end are so wearied down that the whole party of men enter and dispatch them with clubs, not one escaping that has entered the enclosure. The most curious circumstance of this chase is, that an animal so fleet and agile as the antelope, and straining for its life, should range round and round this fated enclosure without attempting to overleap the low barrier which surrounds it. Such, however, is said to be the fact, and such their only mode of hunting the antelope. Notwithstanding the absence of all comfort and convenience in their habitations, and the general squalidness of their appearance, the Shoshokoes do not appear to be destitute of ingenuity. They manufacture good ropes, and even a tolerably fine thread, from a sort of weed found in their neighborhood, and construct bowls and jugs out of a kind of basket-work formed from small strips of wood plaited. These, by the aid of a little wax, they render perfectly watertight. Beside the roots on which they mainly depend for subsistence, they collect great quantities of seed of various kinds, beaten with one hand out of the tops of the plants into wooden bowls held for that purpose. The seed thus collected is winnowed and parched, and ground between 2 stones into a kind of meal or flour, which, when mixed with water, forms a very palatable paste or gruel. Some of these people, more provident and industrious than the rest, lay up a stock of dried salmon and other fish for winter. With these they were ready to traffic with the travelers for any objects of utility in Indian life, giving a large quantity in exchange for an awl, a knife, or a fish hook. Others were in the most abject state of want and starvation, and would even gather up the fish bones which the travelers threw away after a repast, warm them over again at the fire, and pick them with the greatest avidity. The farther Captain Bonneville advanced into the country of these root diggers, the more evidence he perceived of their rude and forlorn condition. They were destitute, says he, of the necessary covering to protect them from the weather, and seemed to be in the most unsophisticated ignorance of any other propriety or advantage in the use of clothing. One old dame had absolutely nothing on her person but a thread round her neck, from which was pendant a solitary bead. What stage of human destitution, however, is too destitute for vanity? Though these naked and forlorn-looking beings had neither toilet to arrange nor beauty to contemplate, their greatest passion was for a mirror. It was a great medicine in their eyes. The sight of one was sufficient at any time to throw them into a paroxysm of eagerness and delight, and they were ready to give anything they had for the smallest fragment in which they might behold their squalid features. With this simple instance of vanity in its primitive but vigorous state, we shall close our remarks on the root diggers. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30, Temperature of the Climate, Root Diggers on Horseback, An Indian Guide, Mountain Prospects, The Grand Ronde, Difficulties on Snake River, A Scramble over the Blue Mountains, Sufferings from Hunger, Prospect of the Imaha Valley, The Exhausted Traveler. The temperature of the regions west of the Rocky Mountains is much milder than in the same latitudes on the Atlantic side. The upper plains, however, which lie at a distance from the sea-coast, are subject to winter to considerable vicissitude, being traversed by lofty sierras crowned with perpetual snow, which often produce flaws and streaks of intense cold. This was experienced by Captain Bonneville and his companions in their progress westward. At the time when they left the Bannocks, Snake River was frozen hard. As they proceeded, the ice became broken and floating. It gradually disappeared, and the weather became warm and pleasant as they approached a tributary stream called the Little Wire. And the soil, which was generally of a watery clay, with occasional intervals of sand, was soft to the tread of the horses. After a time, however, the mountains approached and flanked the river. The snow lay deep in the valleys, and the current was once more ice-bound. Here they were visited by a party of root diggers, who were apparently rising in the world, for they had horse to ride and weapon to wear, and were altogether better clad and equipped than any of the tribe that Captain Bonneville had met with. They were just from the plain of Boise River, where they had left a number of their tribe, all as well provided as themselves, having guns, horses, and comfortable clothing. All these they obtained from the lower Nez Perces, with whom they were in habits of frequent traffic. They appeared to have imbibed from that tribe their non-combative principles, being mild and inoffensive in their manners. Like them also, they had something of religious feelings, for Captain Bonneville observed that before eating they washed their hands and made a short prayer, which he understood was their invariable custom. From these Indians he obtained a considerable supply of fish and an excellent and well-conditioned horse, to replace one which had become too weak for the journey. The travelers now moved forward with renovated spirits. The snow, it is true, lay deeper and deeper as they advanced, but they trudged on merrily, considering themselves well provided for the journey, which could not be of much longer duration. They had intended to proceed up the banks of Gun Creek, a stream which flows into Snake River from the west, but were assured by the natives that the route in that direction was impracticable. The latter advised them to keep along Snake River, where they would not be impeded by the snow. Taking one of the diggers for a guide, they set off along the river, and to their joy soon found the country free from snow, as had been predicted, so that their horses once more had the benefit of tolerable pasturage. Their digger proved an excellent guide, trudging cheerily in the advance. He made an unsuccessful shot or two at a deer and a beaver, but at night found a rabbit-hole, whence he extracted the occupant, upon which, with the addition of a fish given him by the travelers, he made a hearty supper and retired to rest, filled with good cheer and good humor. The next day the travelers came to where the hills closed upon the river, leaving here and there intervals of undulating meadowland. The river was sheeted with ice, broken into hills at long intervals. The digger kept on ahead of the party, crossing and recrossing the river in pursuit of game, until, unluckily encountering a brother digger, he stole off with him, without the ceremony of leave-taking. Being now left to themselves, they proceeded until they came to some Indian huts, the inhabitants of which spoke a language totally different from any they had yet heard. One, however, understood the Nez Perce language, and through him they made inquiries as to their route. These Indians were extremely kind and honest, and furnished them with a small quantity of meat, but none of them could be induced to act as guides. Immediately in the route of the travelers lay a high mountain, which they ascended with some difficulty. The prospect from the summit was grand, but disheartening. Directly before them towered the loftiest peaks of Imaha, rising far higher than the elevated ground on which they stood. On the other hand, they were enabled to scan the course of the river, dashing along through deep chasms between rocks and precipices until lost in a distant wilderness of mountains which closed the savage landscape. They remained for a long time contemplating, with perplexed and anxious eye, this wild congregation of mountain barriers, and seeking to discover some practicable passage. The approach of evening obliged them to give up the task and to seek some camping ground for the night. Moving briskly forward and plunging and tossing through a succession of deep snowdrifts, they at length reached a valley known among trappers as the Grande Ronde, which they found entirely free from snow. This is a beautiful and very fertile valley, about 20 miles long and 5 or 6 broad. A bright, cold stream called the Fourche de Glace, or Ice River, runs through it. Its sheltered situation, embosomed in mountains, renders it good pasturaging ground in the winter time, when the elk come down to it in great numbers, driven out of the mountains by the snow. The Indians then resort to it to hunt. They likewise come to it in the summertime to dig the camas root, of which it produces immense quantities. When this plant is in blossom, the whole valley is tinted by its blue flowers, and looks like the ocean when overcast by a cloud. After passing a night in this valley, the travelers in the morning scaled the neighboring hills to look out for a more eligible route than that upon which they had unluckily fallen, and after much reconnoitering, determined to make their way once more to the river, and to travel upon the ice when the banks should prove impassable. On the second day after this determination, they were again upon Snake River, but contrary to their expectations, it was nearly free from ice. A narrow ribbon ran along the shore, and sometimes there was a kind of bridge across the stream, formed of old ice and snow. For a short time they jogged along the bank with tolerable facility, but at length came to where the river forced its way into the heart of the mountains, winding between tremendous walls of basaltic rock that rose perpendicularly from the water's edge, frowning in bleak and gloomy grandeur. Here difficulties of all kinds beset their path. The snow was from 2 to 3 feet deep, but soft and yielding, so that the horses had no foothold, but kept plunging forward, straining themselves by perpetual efforts. Sometimes the crags and promontories forced them upon the narrow ribbon of ice that bordered the shore. Sometimes they had to scramble over vast masses of rock which had tumbled from the impending precipices. Sometimes they had to cross the stream upon the hazardous bridges of ice and snow, sinking to the knee at every step. Sometimes they had to scale slippery acclivities and to pass along narrow cornices, glazed with ice and sleet, a shouldering wall of rock on one side, a yawning precipice on the other, where a single false step would have been fatal. In a lower and less dangerous pass, 2 of their horses actually fell into the river. One was saved with much difficulty, but the boldness of the shore prevented their rescuing the other, and he was swept away by the rapid current. In this way they struggled forward, manfully braving difficulties and dangers, until they came to where the bed of the river was narrowed to a mere chasm, with perpendicular walls of rock that defied all further progress. Turning their faces now to the mountain, they endeavored to cross directly over it, but after clambering nearly to the summit, found their path closed by insurmountable barriers. Nothing now remained but to retrace their steps. To descend a cragged mountain, however, was more difficult and dangerous than to ascend it. They had to lower themselves cautiously and slowly, from steep to steep, and while they managed with difficulty to maintain their own footing, to aid their horses by holding on firmly to the rope halters, as the poor animals stumbled among slippery rocks or slid down icy declivities. Thus, after a day of intense cold and severe and incessant toil, amidst the wildest of scenery, they managed about nightfall to reach a camping ground from which they had started in the morning, and for the first time in the course of their rugged and perilous expedition felt their hearts quailing under their multiplied hardships. A hearty supper, a tranquilizing pipe, and a sound night's sleep put them all in better mood, and in the morning they held a consultation as to their future movements. About 4 miles behind, they had remarked a small ridge of mountains approaching closely to the river. It was determined to scale this ridge and seek a passage into the valley which must lie beyond. Should they fail in this, but one alternative remained: to kill their horses, dry the flesh for provisions, make boats of their hides, and in these commit themselves to the stream, a measure hazardous in the extreme. A short march brought them to the foot of the mountain, but its steep and cragged sides almost discouraged hope. The only chance of scaling it was by broken masses of rock piled one upon another, which formed a succession of crags, reaching nearly to the summit. Up these they wrought their way with indescribable difficulty and peril, in a zigzag course, climbing from rock to rock, and helping their horses up after them, which scrambled among the crags like mountain goats, now and then dislodging some huge stone, which the moment they had left it would roll down the mountain, crashing and rebounding with terrific din. It was some time after dark before they reached a kind of platform on the summit of the mountain where they could venture to encamp. The winds which swept this naked height had whirled all the snow into the valley beneath, so that the horses found tolerable winter pasturage on the dry grass which remained exposed. The travelers, though hungry in the extreme, were fain to make a very frugal supper, for they saw their journey was likely to be prolonged much beyond the anticipated term. In fact, on the following day they discerned that, although already at a great elevation, they were only as yet upon the shoulder of the mountain. It proved to be a great sierra, or ridge of immense height, running parallel to the course of the river, swelling by degrees to lofty peaks, but the outline gashed by deep and precipitous ravines. This, in fact, was a part of the chain of blue mountains in which the first adventurers to Astoria experienced such hardships. We will not pretend to accompany the travelers step by step in this tremendous mountain scramble, into which they had unconsciously betrayed themselves. Day after day did their toil continue. Peak after peak had they to traverse, struggling with difficulties and hardships known only to the mountain trapper. As their course lay north, they had to ascend the southern faces of the heights, where the sun had melted the snow, so as to render the ascent wet and slippery, and to keep both men and horses continually on the strain, while on the northern sides the snow lay in such heavy masses that it was necessary to beat a track down which the horses might be led. Every now and then, also, their way was impeded by tall and numerous pines, some of which had fallen and lay in every direction. In the midst of these toils and hardships, their provisions gave out. For 3 days they were without food, and so reduced that they could scarcely drag themselves along. At length, one of the mules, being about to give out from fatigue and famine, they hastened to dispatch him. Husbanding this miserable supply, they dried the flesh, and for 3 days subsisted upon the nutriment extracted from the bones. As to the meat, it was packed and preserved as long as they could do without it, not knowing how long they might remain bewildered in these desolate regions. One of the men was now dispatched ahead to reconnoiter the country and to discover, if possible, some more practicable route. In the meantime, the rest of the party moved on slowly. After a lapse of 3 days, the scout rejoined them. He informed them that Snake River ran immediately below the sierra or mountainous ridge upon which they were traveling, that it was free from precipices, and was at no great distance from them in a direct line, but that it would be impossible for them to reach it without making a weary circuit. Their only course would be to cross the mountain ridge to the left. Up this mountain, therefore, the weary travelers directed their steps, and the ascent, in their present weak and exhausted state, was one of the severest parts of this most painful journey. For 2 days were they toiling slowly from cliff to cliff, beating at every step a path through the snow for their faltering horses. At length they reached the summit, where the snow was blown off, but in descending on the opposite side they were often plunging through deep drifts, piled in the hollows and ravines. Their provisions were now exhausted, and they and their horses almost ready to give out with fatigue and hunger. When one afternoon, just as the sun was sinking behind a blue line of distant mountain, they came to the brow of a height from which they beheld the smooth valley of the Omaha stretched out in smiling verdure below them. The sight inspired almost a frenzy of delight. Roused to new ardor, they forgot for a time their fatigues and hurried down the mountain, dragging their jaded horses after them, and sometimes compelling them to slide a distance of 30 or 40 feet at a time. At length they reached the banks of the Omaha. The young grass was just beginning to sprout, and the whole valley wore an aspect of softness, verdure, and repose, heightened by the contrast of the frightful region from which they had just descended. To add to their joy, they observed Indian trails along the margin of the stream, and other signs, which gave them reason to believe that there was an encampment of the lower Nez Perces in the neighborhood, as it was within the accustomed range of that pacific and hospitable tribe. The prospect of a supply of food stimulated them to new exertion, and they continued on as fast as the enfeebled state of themselves and their steeds would permit. At length one of the men, more exhausted than the rest, threw himself upon the grass and declared he could go no further. It was in vain to attempt to rouse him. His spirit had given out, and his replies only showed the dogged apathy of despair. His companions, therefore, encamped on the spot, kindled a blazing fire, and searched about for roots with which to strengthen and revive him. They all then made a starveling repast, but gathering round the fire, talked over past dangers and troubles, soothed themselves with the persuasion that all were now at an end, and went to sleep with the comforting hope that the morrow would bring them into plentiful quarters. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31, Progress in the Valley. An Indian Cavalier. The captain falls into a lethargy. A Nez Perce patriarch. Hospitable treatment. The bald head. Bargaining. Value of an old plaid cloak. The family horse. The cost of an Indian present. A tranquil night's rest had sufficiently restored the broken-down traveler to enable him to resume his wayfaring, and all hands set forward on the Indian trail. With all their eagerness to arrive within reach of succor, such was their feeble and emaciated condition that they advanced but slowly. Nor is it a matter of surprise that they should almost have lost heart as well as strength. It was now the 16th of February, 53 days that they had been traveling in the midst of winter, exposed to all kinds of privations and hardships, and for the last 20 days they had been entangled in the wild and desolate labyrinths of the snowy mountains, climbing and descending icy precipices, and nearly starved, with cold and hunger. All the morning they continued following the Indian trail, without seeing a human being, and were beginning to be discouraged, when about noon they discovered a horseman at a distance. He was coming directly toward them, but on discovering them suddenly reined up his steed, came to a halt, and after reconnoitering them for a time with great earnestness, seemed about to make a cautious retreat. They eagerly made signs of peace, and endeavored with the utmost anxiety to induce him to approach. He remained for some time in doubt, but at length, having satisfied himself that they were not enemies, came galloping up to them. He was a fine, haughty-looking savage, fancifully decorated and mounted on a high-mettled steed, with gaudy trappings and equipments. It was evident that he was a warrior of some consequence among his tribe. His whole deportment had something in it of barbaric dignity. He felt perhaps his temporary superiority in personal array, and in the spirit of his steed, to the poor, ragged, travel-worn trappers and their half-starved horses. Approaching them with an air of protection, he gave them his hand, and in the Nez Perce language invited them to his camp, which was only a few miles distant, where he had plenty to eat and plenty of horses, and would cheerfully share his good things with them. His hospitable invitation was joyfully accepted. He lingered but a moment to give directions by which they might find his camp, and then wheeling round and giving the reins to his mettlesome steed, was soon out of sight. The travelers followed with gladdened hearts, but at a snail's pace, for their poor horses could scarcely drag one leg after the other. Captain Bonneville, however, experienced a sudden and singular change of feeling. Hitherto, the necessity of conducting his party and of providing almost every emergency had kept his mind upon the stretch, and his whole system braced and excited. In no one instant had he flagged in spirit or felt disposed to succumb. Now, however, that all danger was over, and the march of a few miles would bring them to repose and abundance, his energies suddenly deserted him, and every faculty, mental and physical, was totally relaxed. He had not proceeded 2 miles from the point where he had had the interview with the Nez Perce chief, when he threw himself upon the earth without the power or will to move a muscle or exert a thought, and sank almost instantly into a profound and dreamless sleep. His companions again came to a halt and encamped beside him, and there they passed the night. The next morning Captain Bonneville awakened from his long and heavy sleep, much refreshed, and they all resumed their creeping progress. They had not long been on the march when 8 or 10 of the Nez Perce tribe came galloping to meet them, leading fresh horses to bear them to their camp. Thus gallantly mounted, they felt new life infused into their languid frames, and dashing forward were soon at the lodges of the Nez Perces. Here they found about 12 families living together, under the patriarchal sway of an ancient and venerable chief. He received them with the hospitality of the Golden Age, and with something of the same kind of fare. For while he opened his arms to make them welcome, the only repast he set before them consisted of roots. They could have wished for something more hearty and substantial, but for want of better, made a voracious meal on these humble viands. The repast being over, the best pipe was lighted and sent round, and this was a most welcome luxury, having lost their smoking apparatus 12 days before among the mountains. While they were thus enjoying themselves, their poor horses were led to the best pastures in the neighborhood, where they were turned loose to revel on the fresh sprouting grass, so that they had better fare than their masters. Captain Bonneville soon felt himself quite at home among these quiet, inoffensive people. His long residence among their cousins, the upper Nez Perces, had made him conversant with their language, modes of expression, and all their habitudes. He soon found, too, that he was well known among them by report, at least, from the constant interchange of visits and messages between the 2 branches of the tribe. They at first addressed him by his name, giving him his title of captain, with a French accent, but they soon gave him a title of their own, which, as usual with Indian titles, had a peculiar signification. In the case of the captain, it had somewhat of a whimsical origin. As he sat chatting and smoking in the midst of them, he would occasionally take off his cap. Whenever he did so, there was a sensation in the surrounding circle. The Indians would half rise from their recumbent posture and gaze upon his uncovered head, with their usual exclamation of astonishment. The worthy captain was completely bald, a phenomenon very surprising in their eyes. They were at a loss to know whether he had been scalped in battle or enjoyed a natural immunity from that belligerent infliction. In a little while he became known among them by an Indian name signifying the bald chief, a sobriquet observes the captain, for which I can find no parallel in history since the days of Charles the Bald. Although the travelers had banqueted on roots and been regaled with tobacco smoke, yet their stomachs craved more generous fare. In approaching the lodges of the Nez Perces, they had indulged in fond anticipations of venison and dried salmon, and dreams of the kind still haunted their imaginations and could not be conjured down. The keen appetites of mountain trappers, quickened by a fortnight's fasting, at length got the better of all scruples of pride, and they fairly begged some fish or flesh from the hospitable savages. The latter, however, were slow to break in upon their winter store, which was very limited, but were ready to furnish roots in abundance, which they pronounced excellent food. At length Captain Bonneville thought of a means of attaining the much-coveted gratification. He had about him, he says, a trusty plaid, an old and valued travelling companion and comforter, upon which the rains had descended and the snows and winds beaten, without further effect than somewhat to tarnish its primitive luster. This coat of many colors had excited the admiration and inflamed the covetousness of both warriors and squaws to an extravagant degree. An idea now occurred to Captain Bonneville to convert this rainbow garment into the savory viands so much desired. There was a momentary struggle in his mind between old associations and projected indulgence, and his decision in favor of the latter was made, he says, with a greater promptness, perhaps, than true taste and sentiment might have required. In a few moments his plaid cloak was cut into numerous strips. Of these, continues he, with the newly developed talent of a man milliner, I speedily constructed turbans a la Turque, and fanciful headgears of diverse conformations. These judiciously distributed among such of the womenkind as seemed of most consequence and interest in the eyes of the patres conscripti, brought us in a little while abundance of dried salmon and deer's hearts, on which we made a sumptuous supper. Another and a more satisfactory smoke succeeded this repast, and sweet slumbers, answering the peaceful invocation of our pipes, wrapped us in that delicious rest which is only won by toil and travail. As to Captain Bonneville, he slept in the lodge of the venerable patriarch, who had evidently conceived a most disinterested affection for him, as was shown on the following morning. The travelers, invigorated by a good supper and fresh from the bath of repose, were about to resume their journey, when this affectionate old chief took the captain aside to let him know how much he loved him. As a proof of his regard, he had determined to give him a fine horse, which would go further than words, and put his goodwill beyond all question. So saying, he made a signal, and forthwith a beautiful young horse of a brown color was led, prancing and snorting, to the place. Captain Bonneville was suitably affected by this mark of friendship, but his experience in what is proverbially called Indian giving made him aware that a parting pledge was necessary on his own part to prove that his friendship was reciprocated. He accordingly placed a handsome rifle in the hands of the venerable chief, whose benevolent heart was evidently touched and gratified by this outward and visible sign of amity. Having now, as he thought, balanced this little account of friendship, the captain was about to shift his saddle to this noble gift horse, when the affectionate patriarch plucked him by the sleeve and introduced to him a whimpering, whining, leather-skinned old squaw that might have passed for an Egyptian mummy without drying. "This," said he, "is my wife. She is a good wife. I love her very much. She loves the horse. She loves him a great deal. She will cry very much at losing him. I do not know how I shall comfort her, and that makes my heart very sore." What could the worthy captain do to console the tender-hearted old squaw, and peradventure to save the venerable patriarch from a curtain lecture? He bethought himself of a pair of earbobs, It was true, the patriarch's better half was of an age and appearance that seemed to put personal vanity out of the question. But when is personal vanity extinct? The moment he produced the glittering earbobs, the whimpering and whining of the sempiternal beldame was at an end. She eagerly placed the precious baubles in her ears, and though as ugly as the Witch of Endor, went off with a sidelong gait and coquettish air, as though she had been a perfect Semiramis. The captain had now saddled his newly acquired steed, and his foot was in the stirrup, when the affectionate patriarch again stepped forward and presented to him a young pierced nose, who had a peculiarly sulky look. "This," said the venerable chief, "is my son. He is very good, a great horseman. He always took care of this very fine horse. He brought him up from a colt and made him what he is. He is very fond of this fine horse. He loves him like a brother. His heart will be very heavy when this fine horse leaves the camp." What could the captain do to reward the youthful hope of this venerable pair, and comfort them for the loss of his foster brother, the horse? He bethought him of a hatchet which might be spared from his slender stores. No sooner did he place the implement into the hands of the young hopeful than his countenance brightened up, and he went off rejoicing in his hatchet, to the full as much as did his respectable mother in her earbobs. The captain was now in the saddle and about to start, when the affectionate old patriarch stepped forward for the third time, and while he laid one hand gently on the mane of the horse, he held up the rifle in the other. "This rifle," said he, "shall be my great medicine. I will hug it to my heart. I will always love it, for the sake of my good friend, the bald-headed chief. But a rifle by itself is dumb. I cannot make it speak. If I had a little powder and ball, I would take it out with me, and would now and then shoot a deer. And when I brought the meat home to my hungry family, I would say, 'This was killed by the rifle of my friend, the bald-headed chief, to whom I gave that very fine horse.'" There was no resisting this appeal. The captain forthwith furnished a coveted supply of powder and ball, but at the same time put spurs to his very fine gift horse, and the first trial of his speed was to get out of all further manifestation of friendship on the part of the affectionate old patriarch and his insinuating family. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32, Nez Perce Camp, a chief with a hard name, the big hearts of the East, hospitable treatment, the Indian guides, mysterious counsels, the loquacious chief, Indian tomb, grand Indian reception, an Indian feast, town criers, honesty of the Nez Perces, the captain's attempt at healing. Following the course of the Omaha, Captain Bonneville and his 3 companions soon reached the vicinity of Snake River. Their route now lay over a succession of steep and isolated hills, with profound valleys. On the second day, after taking leave of the affectionate old patriarch, as they were descending into one of those deep and abrupt intervals, they descried a smoke, and shortly afterward came in sight of a small encampment of Nez Perces. The Indians, when they ascertained that it was a party of white men approaching, greeted them with a salute of firearms and invited them to encamp. This band was likewise under the sway of a venerable chief named Yomusroy-Aicut, a name which we shall be careful not to inflict oftener than is necessary upon the reader. This ancient and hard-named chieftain welcomed Captain Bonneville to his camp with the same hospitality and loving kindness that he had experienced from his predecessor. He told the captain he had often heard of the Americans and their generous deeds, and that his buffalo brethren, the upper Nez Perces, had always spoken of them as the big-hearted whites of the East, and very good friends of the Nez Perces. Captain Bonneville felt somewhat uneasy under the responsibility of this magnanimous but costly appellation, and began to fear he might be involved in a second interchange of pledges of friendship. He hastened, therefore, to let the old chief know his poverty-stricken state, and how little there was to be expected from him. He informed him that he and his comrades had long resided among the upper Nez Perces, and loved them so much that they had thrown their arms around them, and now held them close to their hearts; that he had received such good accounts from the upper Nez Perces of their cousins the lower Nez Perces, that he had become desirous of knowing them as friends and brothers; that he and his companions had accordingly loaded a mule with presents, and set off for the country of the lower Nez Perces, but unfortunately had been entrapped for many days among the snowy mountains, and that the mule with all the presents had fallen into Snake River and been swept away by the rapid current; that instead, therefore, of arriving among their friends the Nez Perces with light hearts and full hands, they came naked, hungry, and broken down, and instead of making them presents, must depend upon them even for food. "But," concluded he, "we are going to the white men's fort on the Walla Walla, and will soon return, and then we will meet our Nez Perce friends like the true big hearts of the East." Whether the hint thrown out in the latter part of the speech had any effect, or whether the old chief acted from the hospitable feelings which, according to the captain, are really inherent in the Nez Perce tribe, he certainly showed no disposition to relax his friendship on learning the destitute circumstances of his guests. On the contrary, he urged the captain to remain with them until the following day, when he would accompany him on his journey and make him acquainted with all his people. In the meantime, he would have a colt killed and cut up for traveling provisions. This, he carefully explained, was intended not as an article of traffic, but as a gift, for he saw that his guests were hungry and in need of food. Captain Bonneville gladly assented to this hospitable arrangement. The carcass of the colt was forthcoming in due season, but the captain insisted that one half of it should be set apart for the use of the chieftain's family. At an early hour of the following morning the little party resumed their journey, accompanied by the old chief and an Indian guide. Their route was over a rugged and broken country, where the hills were slippery with ice and snow. Their horses, too, were so weak and jaded that they could scarcely climb the steep ascents or maintain their foothold on the frozen declivities. Throughout the whole of the journey the old chief and the guide were unremitting in their good offices, and continually on the alert to select the best roads and assist them through all difficulties. Indeed, the captain and his comrades had to be dependent on their Indian friends for almost everything, for they had lost their tobacco and pipes, those great comforts of the trapper, and had but a few charges of powder left, which was necessary to husband for the purpose of lighting their fires. In the course of the day the old chief had several private consultations with the guide, and showed evident signs of being occupied with some mysterious matter of mighty import. What it was, Captain Bonneville could not fathom, nor did he make much effort to do so. From some casual sentences that he overheard, he perceived that it was something from which the old man promised himself much satisfaction, and to which he attached a little vainglory, but which he wished to keep a secret. So he suffered him to spin out his petty plans unmolested. In the evening, when they encamped, the old chief and his privy councillor, the guide, had another mysterious colloquy, after which the guide mounted his horse and departed on some secret mission, while the chief resumed his seat at the fire and sat humming to himself in a pleasing but mystic reverie. The next morning the travelers descended into the valley of the Wayliway, a considerable tributary of Snake River. Here they met the guide returning from his secret errand. Another private conference was held between him and the old managing chief, who now seemed more inflated than ever with mystery and self-importance. Numerous fresh trails and various other signs persuaded Captain Bonneville that there must be a considerable village of Nez Perces in the neighborhood, but as his worthy companion, the old chief, said nothing on the subject, and as it appeared to be in some way connected with his secret operations, he asked no questions, but patiently awaited the development of his mystery. As they journeyed on, they came to where 2 or 3 Indians were bathing in a small stream. The good old chief immediately came to a halt and had a long conversation with them, in the course of which he repeated to them the whole history which Captain Bonneville had related to him. In fact, he seems to have been a very sociable, communicative old man, by no means afflicted with that taciturnity generally charged upon the Indians. On the contrary, he was fond of long talks and long smokings, and evidently was proud of his new friend, the bald-headed chief, and took a pleasure in sounding his praises, and setting forth the power and glory of the big hearts of the East. Having disburdened himself of everything he had to relate to his bathing friends, he left them to their aquatic disports, and proceeded onward with the captain and his companions. As they approached the Whaley Way, however, the communicative old chief met with another and a very different occasion to exert his colloquial powers. On the banks of the river stood an isolated mound covered with grass. He pointed to it with some emotion. "The big heart and the strong arm," said he, "lie buried beneath that sod." It was, in fact, the grave of one of his friends, a chosen warrior of the tribe, who had been slain on this spot when in pursuit of a war party of Shoshokoes who had stolen the horses of the village. The enemy bore off his scalp as a trophy, but his friends found his body in this lonely place and committed it to the earth with ceremonials characteristic of their pious and reverential feelings. They gathered round the grave and mourned. The warriors were silent in their grief, but the women and children bewailed their loss with loud lamentations. "For 3 days," said the old man, "we performed the solemn dances for the dead, and prayed the Great Spirit that our brother might be happy in the land of brave warriors and hunters. Then we killed at his grave 15 of our best and strongest horses, to serve him when he should arrive at the happy hunting grounds. And having done all this, we returned sorrowfully to our homes." While the chief was still talking, an Indian scout came galloping up, and presenting him with a powder horn, wheeled round and was speedily out of sight. The eyes of the old chief now brightened, and all his self-importance returned. His petty mystery was about to explode. Turning to Captain Bonneville, he pointed to a hill hard by, and informed him that behind it was a village governed by a little chief, whom he had notified of the approach of the bald-headed chief and a party of the big hearts of the East, and that he was prepared to receive them in becoming style, as, among other ceremonials, he intended to salute them with a discharge of firearms. He had sent the horn of gunpowder, that they might return the salute in a manner correspondent to his dignity. They now proceeded on until they doubled the point of the hill, when the whole population of the village broke upon their view, drawn out in the most imposing style and arrayed in all their finery. The effect of the whole was wild and fantastic, yet singularly striking. In the front rank were the chiefs and principal warriors, glaringly painted and decorated. Behind them were arranged the rest of the people, men, women, and children. Captain Bonneville and his party advanced slowly, exchanging salutes of firearms. When arrived within a respectful distance, they dismounted. The chiefs then came forward successively, according to their respective characters and consequence, to offer the hand of good fellowship, each filing off when he had shaken hands, to make way for his successor. Those in the next rank followed in the same order, and so on, until all had given the pledge of friendship. During all this time, the chief, according to custom, took his stand beside the guests. If any of his people advanced whom he judged unworthy of the friendship or confidence of the white men, he motioned them off by a wave of the hand, and they would submissively walk away. When Captain Bonneville turned upon him an inquiring look, he would observe, "He was a bad man," or something quite as concise, and there was an end of the matter. Mats, poles, and other materials were now brought, and a comfortable lodge was soon erected for the strangers, where they were kept constantly supplied with wood and water and other necessaries, and all their effects were placed in safe keeping. Their horses, too, were unsaddled and turned loose to graze, and a guard set to keep watch upon them. All this being adjusted, they were conducted to the main building or council house of the village, where an ample repast, or rather banquet, was spread, which seemed to realize all the gastronomical dreams that had tantalized them during their long starvation. For here they beheld not merely fish and roots in abundance, but the flesh of deer and elk, and the choicest pieces of buffalo meat. It is needless to say how vigorously they acquitted themselves on this occasion, and how unnecessary it was for their host to practice the usual cramming principle of Indian hospitality. When the repast was over, a long talk ensued. The chief showed the same curiosity evinced by his tribe generally, to obtain information concerning the United States, of which they knew little but what they derived through their cousins the upper Nez Perces. As their traffic is almost exclusively with the British traders of the Hudson's Bay Company, Captain Bonneville did his best to set forth the merits of his nation and the importance of their friendship to the white men, in which he was ably seconded by his worthy friend, the old chief with the hard name, who did all that he could to glorify the big hearts of the East. The chief and all present listened with profound attention, and evidently with great interest. Nor were the important facts thus set forth confined to the audience in the lodge, for sentence after sentence was loudly repeated by a crier for the benefit of the whole village. This custom of promulgating everything by criers is not confined to the Nez Perces, but prevails among many other tribes. It has its advantage where there are no gazettes to publish the news of the day, or to report the proceedings of important meetings. And in fact, reports of this kind, viva voce, made in the hearing of all parties, and liable to be contradicted or corrected on the spot, are more likely to convey accurate information to the public mind than those circulated through the press. The office of crier is generally filled by some old man, who is good for little else. A village has generally several of these walking newspapers, as they are termed by the whites, who go about proclaiming the news of the day, giving notice of public councils, expeditions, dances, feasts, and other ceremonials, and advertising anything lost. While Captain Bonneville remained among the Nez Perces, if a glove, handkerchief, or anything of similar value was lost or mislaid, it was carried by the finder to the lodge of the chief, and proclamation was made by one of their criers for the owner to come and claim his property. How difficult it is to get at the true character of these wandering tribes of the wilderness! In a recent work, we have had to speak of this tribe of Indians from the experience of other traders who had casually been among them, and who represented them as selfish, inhospitable, exorbitant in their dealings, and much addicted to thieving. Captain Bonneville, on the contrary, who resided much among them, and had repeated opportunities of ascertaining their real character, invariably speaks of them as kind and hospitable, scrupulously honest, and remarkable, above all other Indians that he had met with, for a strong feeling of religion. In fact, so enthusiastic is he in their praise that he pronounces them, all ignorant and barbarous as they are by their condition, one of the purest-hearted people on the face of the earth. Some cures which Captain Bonneville had effected in simple cases among the upper Nez Perces had reached the ears of their cousins here, and gained for him the reputation of a great medicine-man. He had not been long in the village, therefore, before his lodge began to be the resort of the sick and the infirm. The captain felt the value of the reputation thus accidentally and cheaply acquired, and endeavored to sustain it. As he had arrived at that age when every man is, experimentally, something of a physician, he was enabled to turn to advantage the little knowledge in the healing art which he had casually picked up, and was sufficiently successful in 2 or 3 cases to convince the simple Indians that report had not exaggerated his medical talents. The only patient that effectually baffled his skill, or rather discouraged any attempt at relief, was an antiquated squaw with a churchyard cough, and one leg in the grave, it being shrunk and rendered useless by a rheumatic affection. This was a case beyond his mark. However, he comforted the old woman with a promise that he would endeavor to procure something to relieve her at the fort on the Walla Walla, and would bring it on his return, with which assurance her husband was so well satisfied that he presented the captain with a colt to be killed as provisions for the journey, a medical fee which was thankfully accepted. While among these Indians, Captain Bonneville unexpectedly found an owner for the horse which he had purchased from a root digger at the Big Wire. The Indians satisfactorily proved that the horse had been stolen from him some time previous by some unknown thief. "However," said the considerate savage, "you got him in fair trade. You are more in want of horses than I am. Keep him. He is yours. He is a good horse. Use him well." Thus, in the continued experience of acts of kindness and generosity, which his destitute condition did not allow him to reciprocate, Captain Bonneville passed some short time among these good people, more and more impressed with the general excellence of their character. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33, Scenery of the Wayleeway, a substitute for tobacco, sublime scenery of Snake River, the garrulous old chief and his cousin, a Nez Perce meeting, a stolen skin, the scapegoat dog, mysterious conferences, the little chief, his hospitality, the captain's account of the United States, his healing skill. In resuming his journey, Captain Bonneville was conducted by the same Nez Perce guide, whose knowledge of the country was important in choosing the routes and resting places. He also continued to be accompanied by the worthy old chief with the hard name, who seemed bent upon doing the honors of the country and introducing him to every branch of his tribe. The Wayleeway, down the banks of which Captain Bonneville and his companions were now traveling, is a considerable stream winding through a succession of bold and beautiful scenes. Sometimes the landscape towered into bold and mountainous heights that partook of sublimity. At other times it stretched along the water side in fresh smiling meadows and graceful undulating valleys. Frequently in their route they encountered small parties of the Nez Perces, with whom they invariably stopped to shake hands, and who generally evinced great curiosity concerning them and their adventures, a curiosity which never failed to be thoroughly satisfied by the replies of the worthy Yomusro Waiikat, who kindly took upon himself to be spokesman of the party. The incessant smoking of pipes, incident to the long talks of this excellent but somewhat garrulous old chief, at length exhausted all his stock of tobacco, so that he had no longer a whiff with which to regale his white companions. In this emergency he cut up the stem of his pipe into fine shavings, which he mixed with certain herbs, and thus manufactured a temporary succedaneum to enable him to accompany his long colloquies and harangues with the customary fragrant cloud. If the scenery of the Wayleeway had charmed the travelers with its mingled amenity and grandeur, that which broke upon them, on once more reaching Snake River, filled them with admiration and astonishment. At times the river was overhung by dark and stupendous rocks, rising like gigantic walls and battlements. These would be rent by wide and yawning chasms that seemed to speak of past convulsions of nature. Sometimes the river was of a glassy smoothness and placidity. At other times it roared along in impetuous rapids and foaming cascades. Here the rocks were piled in the most fantastic crags and precipices, and in another place they were succeeded by delightful valleys carpeted with greensward. The whole of this wild and varied scenery was dominated by immense mountains rearing their distant peaks into the clouds. The grandeur and originality of the views presented on every side, says Captain Bonneville, beggar both the pencil and the pen. Nothing we had ever gazed upon in any other region could for a moment compare in wild majesty and impressive sternness with the series of scenes which here at every turn astonished our senses and filled us with awe and delight. Indeed, from all that we can gather from the journal before us, and the accounts of other travelers who passed through these regions in the memorable enterprise of Astoria, we are inclined to think that Snake River must be one of the most remarkable for varied and striking scenery of all the rivers of this continent. From its headwaters in the Rocky Mountains to its junction with the Columbia, its windings are upward of 600 miles through every variety of landscape, rising in a volcanic region, amid extinguished craters and mountains awful with traces of ancient fires. It makes its way through great plains of lava and sandy deserts, penetrates vast sierras or mountainous chains, broken into romantic and often frightful precipices, and crowned with eternal snows. At other times, careers through green and smiling meadows and wide landscapes of Italian grace and beauty. Wildness and sublimity, however, appear to be its prevailing characteristics. Captain Bonneville and his companions had pursued their journey a considerable distance down the course of Snake River, when the old chief halted on the bank, and dismounting, recommended that they should turn their horses loose to graze, while he summoned a cousin of his from a group of lodges on the opposite side of the stream. His summons was quickly answered. An Indian of an active, elastic form leaped into a light canoe of cottonwood, and vigorously plying the paddle, soon shot across the river. Bounding on shore, he advanced with a buoyant air and frank demeanor, and gave his right hand to each of the party in turn. The old chief, whose hard name we forbear to repeat, now presented Captain Bonneville in form to his cousin, whose name we regret to say was no less hard, being nothing less than Cow. The latter evinced the usual curiosity to know all about the strangers, whence they came, whither they were going, the object of their journey, and the adventures they had experienced. All these, of course, were amply and eloquently set forth by the communicative old chief. To all his grandiloquent account of the bald-headed chief and his countrymen, the big hearts of the East, his cousin listened with great attention, and replied in the customary style of Indian welcome. He then desired the party to await his return, and springing into his canoe, darted across the river. In a little while he returned, bringing a most welcome supply of tobacco and a small stock of provisions for the road, declaring his intention of accompanying the party. Having no horse, he mounted behind one of the men, observing that he should procure a steed for himself on the following day. They all now jogged on very sociably and cheerily together. Not many miles beyond, they met others of the tribe, among whom was one whom Captain Bonneville and his comrades had known during their residence among the upper Nez Perces, and who welcomed them with open arms. In this neighborhood was the home of their guide, who took leave of them with a profusion of good wishes for their safety and happiness. That night they put up in the hut of a Nez Perce, where they were visited by several warriors from the other side of the river, friends of the old chief and his cousin, who came to have a talk and a smoke with the white men. The heart of the good old chief was overflowing with good will at thus being surrounded by his new and old friends, and he talked with more spirit and vivacity than ever. The evening passed away in perfect harmony and good humor, and it was not until a late hour that the visitors took their leave and recrossed the river. After this constant picture of worth and virtue on the part of the Nez Perce tribe, we grieve to have to record a circumstance calculated to throw a temporary shade upon the name. In the course of the social and harmonious evening just mentioned, one of the captain's men, who happened to be something of a virtuoso in his way and fond of collecting curiosities, produced a small skin, a great rarity in the eyes of men conversant in peltries. It attracted much attention among the visitors from beyond the river, who passed it from one to the other, examined it with looks of lively admiration, and pronounced it a great medicine. In the morning, when the captain and his party were about to set off, the precious skin was missing. Search was made for it in the hut, but it was nowhere to be found, and it was strongly suspected that it had been purloined by some of the connoisseurs from the other side of the river. The old chief and his cousin were indignant at the supposed delinquency of their friends across the water, and called out for them to come over and answer for their shameful conduct. The others answered to the call with all the promptitude of perfect innocence, and spurned at the idea of their being capable of such outrage upon any of the big-hearted nation. All were at a loss on whom to fix the crime of abstracting the invaluable skin, when by chance the eyes of the worthies from beyond the water fell upon an unhappy cur belonging to the owner of the hut. He was a gallows-looking dog, but not more so than most Indian dogs, who, take them in the mass, are little better than a generation of vipers. Be that as it may, he was instantly accused of having devoured the skin in question. A dog accused is generally a dog condemned, and a dog condemned is generally a dog executed. So it was in the present instance. The unfortunate cur was arraigned, his thievish looks substantiated his guilt, and he was condemned by his judges from across the river to be hanged. In vain the Indians of the hut, with whom he was a great favorite, interceded in his behalf. In vain Captain Bonneville and his comrades petitioned that his life might be spared. His judges were inexorable. He was doubly guilty, first in having robbed their good friends, the Big Hearts of the East; secondly, in having brought a doubt on the honor of the Nez Perce tribe. He was accordingly swung aloft and pelted with stones to make his death more certain. The sentence of the judges being thoroughly executed, a post-mortem examination of the body of the dog was held to establish his delinquency beyond all doubt, and to leave the Nez Perces without a shadow of suspicion. Great interest, of course, was manifested by all present during this operation. The body of the dog was opened, the intestines rigorously scrutinized, but to the horror of all concerned, not a particle of the skin was to be found. The dog had been unjustly executed. A great clamor now ensued, but the most clamorous was the party from across the river, whose jealousy of their good name now prompted them to the most vociferous vindications of their innocence. It was with the utmost difficulty that the captain and his comrades could calm their lively sensibilities by accounting for the disappearance of the skin in a dozen different ways, until all idea of its having been stolen was entirely out of the question. The meeting now broke up. The warriors returned across the river. The captain and his comrades proceeded on their journey, but the spirits of the communicative old chief, Yo Musroy Aikat, were for a time completely dampened, and he evinced great mortification at what had just occurred. He rode on in silence, except that now and then he would give way to a burst of indignation and exclaim, with a shake of the head and a toss of the hand toward the opposite shore, "Bad men, very bad men across the river," to each of which brief exclamations his worthy cousin, Hey-She and Cow-Cow, would respond by a guttural sound of acquiescence, equivalent to an Amen. After some time the countenance of the old chief again cleared up, and he fell into repeated conferences in an undertone with his cousin, which ended in the departure of the latter, who, applying the lash to his horse, dashed forward and was soon out of sight. In fact, they were drawing near to the village of another chief, likewise distinguished by an appellation of some longitude, Opushiikat, but commonly known as the Great Chief. The cousin had been sent ahead to give notice of their approach. A herald appeared, as before, bearing a powder horn, to enable them to respond to the intended salute. A scene ensued on their approach to the village, similar to that which had occurred at the village of the little chief. The whole population appeared in the field, drawn up in lines, arrayed with the customary regard to rank and dignity. Then came on the firing of salutes and the shaking of hands, in which last ceremonial every individual, man, woman, and child, participated, for the Indians have an idea that it is as indispensable an overture of friendship among the whites as smoking of the pipe is among the red men. The travelers were next ushered to the banquet, where all the choicest viands that the village could furnish were served up in rich profusion. They were afterwards entertained by feats of agility and horse races. Indeed, their visit to the village seemed the signal for complete festivity. In the meantime, a skin lodge had been spread for their accommodation, their horses and baggage were taken care of, and wood and water supplied in abundance. At night, therefore, they retired to their quarters to enjoy, as they supposed, the repose of which they stood in need. No such thing, however, was in store for them. A crowd of visitors awaited their appearance, all eager for a smoke and a talk. The pipe was immediately lighted and constantly replenished and kept alive until the night was far advanced. As usual, the utmost eagerness was evinced by the guests to learn everything within the scope of their comprehension respecting the Americans, for whom they professed the most fraternal regard. The captain, in his replies, made use of familiar illustrations, calculated to strike their minds and impress them with such an idea of the might of his nation as would induce them to treat with kindness and respect all stragglers that might fall in their path. To their inquiries as to the numbers of the people of the United States, he assured them that they were as countless as the blades of grass on the prairies, and that, great as Snake River was, if they were all encamped upon its banks, they would drink it dry in a single day. To these and similar statistics they listened with profound attention and apparently implicit belief. It was indeed a striking scene, the captain, with his hunter's dress and bald head in the midst, holding forth, and his wild auditors seated around like so many statues, the fire lighting up their painted faces and muscular figures, all fixed and motionless, excepting when the pipe was passed, a question propounded, or a startling fact in statistics received with a movement of surprise and a half-suppressed ejaculation of wonder and delight. The fame of the captain as a healer of diseases had accompanied him to this village, and the great chief, Opushaikat, now entreated him to exert his skill on his daughter, who had been for 3 days racked with pains, for which the pierced-nose doctors could devise no alleviation. The captain found her extended on a pallet of mats in excruciating pain. Her father manifested the strongest paternal affection for her, and assured the captain that if he would but cure her, he would place the Americans near his heart. The worthy captain needed no such inducement. His kind heart was already touched by the sufferings of the poor girl, and his sympathies quickened by her appearance, for she was but about 16 years of age, and uncommonly beautiful in form and feature. The only difficulty with the captain was that he knew nothing of her malady, and that his medical science was of a most haphazard kind. After considering and cogitating for some time, as a man is apt to do when in a maze of vague ideas, he made a desperate dash at a remedy. By his directions, the girl was placed in a sort of rude vapor bath, much used by the Nez Perces, where she was kept until near fainting. He then gave her a dose of gunpowder dissolved in cold water, and ordered her to be wrapped in buffalo robes and put to sleep under a load of furs and blankets. The remedy succeeded. The next morning she was free from pain, though extremely languid, whereupon the captain prescribed for her a bowl of colt's head broth, and that she should be kept for a time on simple diet. The great chief was unbounded in his expressions of gratitude for the recovery of his daughter. He would fain have detained the captain a long time as his guest, but the time for departure had arrived. When the captain's horse was brought for him to mount, the chief declared that the steed was not worthy of him, and sent for one of his best horses, which he presented in its stead, declaring that it made his heart glad to see his friend so well mounted. He then appointed a young Nez Perce to accompany his guest to the next village, and to carry his talk concerning them, and the two parties separated with mutual expressions of goodwill. The vapor bath of which we have made mention is in frequent use among the Nez Perce tribe, chiefly for cleanliness. Their sweating houses, as they call them, are small and close lodges, and the vapor is produced by water poured slowly upon red-hot stones. On passing the limits of Opushaikut's domains, the travelers left the elevated tablelands and all the wild and romantic scenery which has just been described. They now traversed a gently undulating country of such fertility that it excited the rapturous admiration of two of the captain's followers, a Kentuckian and a native of Ohio. They declared that it surpassed any land that they had ever seen, and often exclaimed what a delight it would be just to run a plow through such a rich and teeming soil, and see it open its bountiful promise before the share. Another halt and sojourn of a night was made at the village of a chief named He-mem-el-pilp, where similar ceremonies were observed and hospitality experienced as at the preceding villages. They now pursued a west-southwest course through a beautiful and fertile region, better wooded than most of the tracts through which they had passed. In their progress they met with several bands of Nez Perces, by whom they were invariably treated with the utmost kindness. Within 7 days after leaving the domain of He-mem-el-pilp, they struck the Columbia River at Fort Walla Walla, where they arrived on the 4th of March, 1834. End of Chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34, Fort Walla Walla, its commander, Indians in its neighborhood, exertions of Mr. Pambrun for their improvement, religion, code of laws, range of the lower Nez Perces, Camish and other routes, Nez Perce horses, preparations for departure, refusal of supplies, departure, a laggard and glutton. Fort Walla Walla is a trading post of the Hudson's Bay Company, situated just above the mouth of the river by the same name, and on the left bank of the Columbia. It is built of driftwood, and calculated merely for defense against any attack of the natives. At the time of Captain Bonneville's arrival, the whole garrison mustered but 6 or 8 men, and the post was under the superintendence of Mr. Pambrun, an agent of the Hudson's Bay Company. The great post and fort of the company, forming the emporium of its trade on the Pacific, is Fort Vancouver, situated on the right bank of the Columbia, about 60 miles from the sea, and just above the mouth of the Willamette. To this point, the company removed its establishment from Astoria in 1821, after its coalition with the Northwest Company. Captain Bonneville and his comrades experienced a polite reception from Mr. Pambrun, the superintendent, for, however hostile the members of the British Company may be to the enterprises of American trappers, they have always manifested great courtesy and hospitality to the traders themselves. Fort Walla Walla is surrounded by the tribe of the same name, as well as by the Skynses and the Nez Perces, who bring to it the furs and peltries collected in their hunting expeditions. The Walla Wallas are a degenerate, worn-out tribe. The Nez Perces are the most numerous and tractable of the 3 tribes just mentioned. Mr. Pambrun informed Captain Bonneville that he had been at some pains to introduce the Christian religion, in the Roman Catholic form, among them, where it had evidently taken root, but had become altered and modified to suit their peculiar habits of thought and motives of action, retaining, however, the principal points of faith and its entire precepts of morality. The same gentleman had given them a code of laws, to which they conformed with scrupulous fidelity. Polygamy, which once prevailed among them to a great extent, was now rarely indulged. All the crimes denounced by the Christian faith met with severe punishment among them. Even theft, so venial a crime among the Indians, had recently been punished with hanging by sentence of a chief. There certainly appears to be a peculiar susceptibility of moral and religious improvement among this tribe, and they would seem to be one of the very, very few that have benefited in morals and manners by an intercourse with white men. The parties which visited them about 20 years previously, in the expedition fitted out by Mr. Astor, complained of their selfishness, their extortion, and their thievish propensities. The very reverse of those qualities prevailed among them during the prolonged sojourns of Captain Bonneville. The lower Nez Perces range upon the Wayliway, Imaha, Yungees, and other of the streams west of the mountains. They hunt the beaver, elk, deer, white bear, and mountain sheep. Besides the flesh of these animals, they use a number of roots for food, some of which would be well worth transplanting and cultivating in the Atlantic states. Among these is the camish, a sweet root about the form and size of an onion, and said to be really delicious. The cowish also, or biscuit root, about the size of a walnut, which they reduce to a very palatable flour, together with the jacup, aisish, quaco, and others, which they cook by steaming them in the ground. In August and September, these Indians keep along the rivers, where they catch and dry great quantities of salmon, which, while they last, are their principal food. In the winter they congregate in villages formed of comfortable huts or lodges covered with mats. They are generally clad in deerskins or woolens and extremely well armed. Above all, they are celebrated for owning great numbers of horses, which they mark and then suffer to range in droves in their most fertile plains. These horses are principally of the pony breed, but remarkably stout and long-winded. They are brought in great numbers to the establishments of the Hudson's Bay Company and sold for a mere trifle. Such is the account given by Captain Bonneville of the Nez Perces, who, if not viewed by him with too partial an eye, are certainly among the gentlest and least barbarous people of these remote wildernesses. They invariably signified to him their earnest wish that an American post might be established among them, and repeatedly declared that they would trade with Americans, in preference to any other people. Captain Bonneville had intended to remain some time in this neighborhood, to form an acquaintance with the natives, and to collect information and establish connections that might be advantageous in the way of trade. The delays, however, which he had experienced on his journey, obliged him to shorten his sojourn, and to set off as soon as possible, so as to reach the rendezvous at the Port Neuf at the appointed time. He had seen enough to convince him that an American trade might be carried on with advantage in this quarter, and he determined soon to return with a stronger party, more completely fitted for the purpose. As he stood in need of some supplies for his journey, he applied to purchase them of Mr. Pambrun, but soon found the difference between being treated as a guest or as a rival trader. The worthy superintendent, who had extended to him all the genial rights of hospitality, now suddenly assumed a withered-up aspect and demeanor, and observed that, however he might feel disposed to serve him personally, he felt bound by his duty to the Hudson's Bay Company to do nothing which should facilitate or encourage the visits of other traders among the Indians in that part of the country. He endeavored to dissuade Captain Bonneville from returning through the Blue Mountains, assuring him it would be extremely difficult and dangerous, if not impracticable, at this season of the year, and advised him to accompany Mr. Pavet, a leader of the Hudson's Bay Company, who was about to depart with a number of men by a more circuitous but safe route to carry supplies to the company's agent resident among the upper Nez Perces. Captain Bonneville, however, piqued at his having refused to furnish him with supplies, and doubting the sincerity of his advice, determined to return by the more direct route through the mountains, though varying his course in some respects from that by which he had come, in consequence of information gathered among the neighboring Indians. Accordingly, on the 6th of March, he and his 3 companions, accompanied by their Nez Perce guides, set out on their return. In the early part of their course they touched again at several of the Nez Perce villages, where they had experienced such kind treatment on their way down. They were always welcomed with cordiality, and everything was done to cheer them on their journey. On leaving the Wayliwe village they were joined by a Nez Perce, whose society was welcomed on account of the general gratitude and goodwill they felt for his tribe. He soon proved a heavy clog upon the little party, being doltish and taciturn, lazy in the extreme, and a huge feeder. His only proof of intellect was in shrewdly avoiding all labor, and availing himself of the toil of others. When on the march, he always lagged behind the rest, leaving to them the task of breaking a way through all difficulties and impediments, and leisurely and lazily jogging along the track which they had beaten through the snow. At the evening encampment, when others were busy gathering fuel, providing for the horses, and cooking the evening repast, this worthy Sancho of the wilderness would take his seat quietly and cozily by the fire, puffing away at his pipe and eyeing, in silence, but with wistful intensity of gaze, the savory morsels roasting for supper. When mealtime arrived, however, then came his season of activity. He no longer hung back and waited for others to take the lead, but distinguished himself by a brilliancy of onset and a sustained vigor and duration of attack that completely shamed the efforts of his competitors, albeit experienced trenchermen of no mean prowess. Never had they witnessed such power of mastication and such marvelous capacity of stomach as in this native and uncultivated gastronome. Having by repeated and prolonged assaults at length completely gorged himself, he would wrap himself up and lie with the torpor of an anaconda, slowly digesting his way on to the next repast. The gormandizing power of this worthy were at first matters of surprise and merriment to the travelers, but they soon became too serious for a joke, threatening devastation to the flesh-pots, and he was regarded askance at his meals as a regular kill-crop, destined to waste the substance of the party. Nothing but a sense of the obligations they were under to his nation induced them to bear with such a guest, but he proceeded speedily to relieve them from the weight of these obligations by eating a receipt in full. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35, The Uninvited Guest, Free and Easy Manners, Salutary Jokes, A Prodigal Son, Exit of the Glutton, A Sudden Change in Fortune, Danger of a Visit to Poor Relations, Plucking of a Prosperous Man, A Vagabond Toilet, A Substitute for the Very Fine Horse, Hard Traveling, The Uninvited Guest and the Patriarchal Colt, A Beggar on Horseback, A Catastrophe, Exit of the Merry Vagabond. As Captain Bonneville and his men were encamped one evening among the hills near Snake River, seated before their fire, enjoying a hearty supper, they were suddenly surprised by the visit of an uninvited guest. He was a ragged, half-naked Indian hunter, armed with bow and arrows, and had the carcass of a fine buck thrown across his shoulder. Advancing with an alert step and free and easy air, he threw the buck on the ground, and without waiting for an invitation, seated himself at their mess, helped himself without ceremony, and chatted to the right and left in the liveliest and most unembarrassed manner. No adroit and veteran dinner hunter of a metropolis could have acquitted himself more knowingly. The travelers were at first completely taken by surprise, and could not but admire the facility with which this ragged cosmopolite made himself at home among them. While they stared, he went on, making the most of the good cheer upon which he had so fortunately alighted, and was soon elbow-deep in pot luck, and greased from the tip of his nose to the back of his ears. As the company recovered from their surprise, they began to feel annoyed at this intrusion. Their uninvited guest, unlike the generality of his tribe, was somewhat dirty as well as ragged, and they had no relish for such a messmate. Heaping up, therefore, an abundant portion of the provant upon a piece of bark, which served for a dish, they invited him to confine himself thereto instead of foraging in the general mess. He complied with the most accommodating spirit imaginable, and went on eating and chatting and laughing and smearing himself until his whole countenance shone with grease and good humor. In the course of his repast, his attention was caught by the figure of the gastronome, who, as usual, was gorging himself in dogged silence. A droll cut of the eye showed either that he knew him of old, or perceived at once his characteristics. He immediately made him the butt of his pleasantries, and cracked off 2 or 3 good hits that caused the sluggish dolt to prick up his ears, and delighted all the company. From this time the uninvited guest was taken into favor. His jokes began to be relished, his careless, free and easy air to be considered singularly amusing, and in the end he was pronounced by the travelers one of the merriest companions and most entertaining vagabonds they had met with in the wilderness. Supper being over, the redoubtable Shiwi-shi-awaiter, for such was the simple name by which he announced himself, declared his intention of keeping company with the party for a day or two, if they had no objection, and by way of backing his self-invitation, presented the carcass of the buck as an earnest of his hunting abilities. By this time he had so completely effaced the unfavorable impression made by his first appearance that he was made welcome to the camp, and the Nez Perce guide undertook to give him lodging for the night. The next morning at break of day he borrowed a gun and was off among the hills. Nor was anything more seen of him until a few minutes after the party had encamped for the evening, when he again made his appearance in his usual frank, careless manner, and threw down the carcass of another noble deer, which he had borne on his back for a considerable distance. This evening he was the life of the party, and his open, communicative disposition, free from all disguise, soon put them in possession of his history. He had been a kind of prodigal son in his native village, living a loose, heedless life, and disregarding the precepts and imperative commands of the chiefs. He had in consequence been expelled from the village, but in no wise disheartened at this banishment, had betaken himself to the society of the border Indians, and had led a careless, haphazard, vagabond life, perfectly consonant to his humors, heedless of the future, so long as he had wherewithal for the present, and fearing no lack of food so long as he had the implements of the chase and a fair hunting ground. Finding him very expert as a hunter, and being pleased with his eccentricities and his strange and merry humor, Captain Bonneville fitted him out handsomely as the Nimrod of the party, who all soon became quite attached to him. One of the earliest and most signal services he performed was to exorcise the insatiate kill-crop that hitherto oppressed the party. In fact, the doltish Nez Perce, who had seemed so perfectly insensible to rough treatment of every kind, by which the travelers had endeavored to elbow him out of their society, could not withstand the good-humored bantering and occasionally sharp wit of Shiwi-shi. He evidently quailed under his jokes, and sat blinking, like an owl in daylight when pestered by the flouts and peckings of mischievous birds. At length his place was found vacant at meal-time. No one knew when he went off and whither he had gone, but he was seen no more, and the vast surplus that remained when the repast was over showed what a mighty gormandizer had departed. Relieved from this incubus, the little party now went on cheerily. Shiwi-shi kept them in fun as well as food. His hunting was always successful. He was ever ready to render any assistance in the camp or on the march, while his jokes, his antics, and the very cut of his countenance, so full of whim and comicality, kept everyone in good humor. In this way they journeyed on until they arrived on the banks of the Imaha, and encamped near to the Nez Perce lodges. Here Shiwi-shi took a sudden notion to visit his people, and show off the state of worldly prosperity to which he had so suddenly attained. He accordingly departed in the morning, arrayed in hunter's style, and well appointed, with everything benefiting his vocation. The buoyancy of his gait, the elasticity of his step, and the hilarity of his countenance showed that he anticipated, with chuckling satisfaction, the surprise he was about to give those who had ejected him from their society in rags. But what a change was there in his whole appearance when he rejoined the party in the evening! He came skulking into camp like a beaten cur, with his tail between his legs. All his finery was gone. He was naked as when he was born, with the exception of a scanty flap that answered the purpose of a fig leaf. His fellow travelers at first did not know him, but supposed it to be some vagrant root-digger sneaking into the camp. But when they recognized in this forlorn object their prime wag, Shiwi-shi, whom they had seen depart in the morning in such high glee and high feather, they could not contain their merriment, but hailed him with loud and repeated peals of laughter. Shiwishi was not of a spirit to be easily cast down. He soon joined in the merriment as heartily as anyone, and seemed to consider his reverse of fortune an excellent joke. Captain Bonneville, however, thought proper to check his good humour, and demanded, with some degree of sternness, the cause of his altered condition. He replied in the most natural and self-complacent style imaginable, that he had been among his cousins, who were very poor. They had been delighted to see him, still more delighted with his good fortune. They had taken him to their arms, admired his equipments. One had begged for this, another for that. In fine, what with the poor devil's inherent heedlessness and the real generosity of his disposition, his needy cousins had succeeded in stripping him of all his clothes and accoutrements, excepting the fig leaf with which he had returned to camp. Seeing his total want of care and forethought, Captain Bonneville determined to let him suffer a little, in hopes that it might prove a salutary lesson, and at any rate to make him no more presents while in the neighbourhood of his needy cousins. He was left, therefore, to shift for himself in his naked condition, which, however, did not seem to give him any concern, or to abate one jot of his good humour. In the course of his lounging about the camp, however, he got possession of a deer-skin, whereupon, cutting a slit in the middle, he thrust his head through it, so that the two ends hung down before and behind, something like a South American poncho, or the tabard of a herald. These ends he tied together under the armpits, and thus arrayed, presented himself once more before the captain with an air of perfect self-satisfaction, as though he thought it impossible for any fault to be found with his toilet. A little further journeying brought the travellers to the petty village of Nez Perce, governed by the worthy and affectionate old patriarch, who had made Captain Bonneville the costly present of the very fine horse. The old man welcomed them once more to his village with his usual cordiality, and his respectable squaw and hopeful son, cherishing grateful recollections of the hatchet and ear-bobs, joined in a chorus of friendly gratulations. As the much-vaunted steed, once the joy and pride of this interesting family, was now nearly knocked up by travelling, and totally inadequate to the mountain scramble that lay ahead, Captain Bonneville restored him to the venerable patriarch with renewed acknowledgments for the invaluable gift. Somewhat to his surprise, he was immediately supplied with a fine 2-years-old colt in his stead, a substitution which he afterward learnt, according to Indian custom in such cases, he might have claimed as a matter of right. We do not find that any after claims were made on account of this colt. This donation may be regarded, therefore, as a signal punctilio of Indian honor, but it will be found that the animal soon proved an unlucky acquisition to the party. While at this village, the Nez Perce guide had held consultations with some of the inhabitants as to the mountain track the party were about to traverse. He now began to wear an anxious aspect, and to indulge in gloomy forebodings. The snow, he had been told, lay to a great depth in the passes of the mountains, and difficulties would increase as he proceeded. He begged Captain Bonneville, therefore, to travel very slowly, so as to keep the horses in strength and spirit for the hard times they would have to encounter. The captain surrendered the regulation of the march entirely to his discretion, and pushed on in the advance, amusing himself with hunting, so as generally to kill a deer or two in the course of the day, and arriving before the rest of the party at the spot designated by the guide for the evening's encampment. In the meantime, the others plodded on at the heels of the guide, accompanied by that merry vagabond Shiwishi. The primitive garb worn by this droll left all his nether man exposed to the biting blasts of the mountains. Still his wit was never frozen, nor his sunshiny temper beclouded, and his innumerable antics and practical jokes, while they quickened the circulation of his own blood, kept his companions in high good humour. So passed the first day after the departure from the patriarchs. The second day commenced in the same manner, the captain in advance, the rest of the party following on slowly. Shiwishi, for the greater part of the time, trudged on foot over the snow, keeping himself warm by hard exercise and all kinds of crazy capers. In the height of his foolery, the patriarchal colt, which, unbroken to the saddle, was suffered to follow on at large, happened to come within his reach. In a moment he was on his back, snapping his fingers and yelping with delight. The colt, unused to such a burden and half wild by nature, fell to prancing and rearing and snorting and plunging and kicking, and at length set off full speed over the most dangerous ground. As the route led generally along the steep and craggy sides of the hills, both horse and horseman were constantly in danger, and more than once had a hair-breadth escape from deadly peril. Nothing, however, would daunt this madcap savage. He stuck to the colt like a plaister, up ridges, down gullies, whooping and yelling with the wildest glee. Never did beggar on horseback display more headlong horsemanship. His companions followed him with their eyes, sometimes laughing, sometimes holding in their breath at his vagaries, until they saw the colt make a sudden plunge or start and pitch his unlucky rider headlong over a precipice. There was a general cry of horror, and all hastened to the spot. They found the poor fellow lying among the rocks below, sadly bruised and mangled. It was almost a miracle that he had escaped with life. Even in this condition, his merry spirit was not entirely quelled, and he summoned up a feeble laugh at the alarm and anxiety of those who came to his relief. He was extricated from his rocky bed, and a messenger dispatched to inform Captain Bonneville of the accident. The latter returned with all speed, and encamped the party at the first convenient spot. Here the wounded man was stretched upon buffalo skins, and the captain, who officiated on all occasions as doctor and surgeon to the party, proceeded to examine his wounds. The principal one was a long and deep gash in the thigh, which reached to the bone. Calling for a needle and thread, the captain now prepared to sew up the wound, admonishing the patient to submit to the operation with becoming fortitude. His gaiety was at an end. He could no longer summon up even a forced smile, and at the first puncture of the needle, flinched so piteously that the captain was obliged to pause and to order him a powerful dose of alcohol. This somewhat rallied up his spirit and warmed his heart. All the time of the operation, however, he kept his eyes riveted on the wound with his teeth set, and a whimsical wincing of the countenance that occasionally gave his nose something of its usual comic curl. When the wound was fairly closed, the captain washed it with rum and administered a second dose of the same to the patient, who was tucked in for the night, and advised to compose himself to sleep. He was restless and uneasy, however, repeatedly expressing his fears that his leg would be so much swollen the next day as to prevent his proceeding with the party, nor could he be quieted until the captain gave a decided opinion favorable to his wishes. Early the next morning a gleam of his merry humor returned on finding that his wounded limb retained its natural proportions. On attempting to use it, however, he found himself unable to stand. He made several efforts to coax himself into a belief that he might still continue forward, but at length shook his head despondingly and said that as he had but one leg, it was all in vain to attempt a passage of the mountain. Everyone grieved to part with so boon a companion, and under such disastrous circumstances. He was once more clothed and equipped, each one making him some parting present. He was then helped on a horse, which Captain Bonneville presented to him, and after many parting expressions of good-will on both sides, he set off on his return to his old haunts, doubtless to be once more plucked by his affectionate but needy cousins. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains and the Far West by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36, The Difficult Mountain, A Smoke and Consultation, The Captain's Speech, An Icy Turnpike, Danger of a False Step, Arrival on Snake River, Return to Port Neuf, Meeting of Comrades. Continuing their journey up the course of the Imaha, the travelers found, as they approached the headwaters, the snow increased in quantity so as to lie 2 feet deep. They were again obliged, therefore, to beat down a path for their horses, sometimes traveling on the icy surface of the stream. At length they reached the place where they intended to scale the mountains, and having broken a pathway to the foot, were agreeably surprised to find that the wind had drifted the snow from off the side, so that they attained the summit with but little difficulty. Here they encamped, with the intention of beating a track through the mountains. A short experiment, however, obliged them to give up the attempt, the snow lying in vast drifts, often higher than the horses' heads. Captain Bonneville now took the 2 Indian guides and set out to reconnoiter the neighborhood. Observing a high peak which overtopped the rest, he climbed it and discovered from the summit a pass about 9 miles long, but so heavily piled with snow that it seemed impracticable. He now lit a pipe, and sitting down with the 2 guides, proceeded to hold a consultation after the Indian mode. For a long while they all smoked vigorously and in silence, pondering over the subject matter before them. At length a discussion commenced, and the opinion in which the 2 guides concurred was that the horses could not possibly cross the snows. They advised, therefore, that the party should proceed on foot, and they should take the horses back to the village, where they would be well taken care of until Captain Bonneville should send for them. They urged this advice with great earnestness, declaring that their chief would be extremely angry and treat them severely should any of the horses of his good friends the white men be lost in crossing under their guidance, and that therefore it was good they should not attempt it. Captain Bonneville sat smoking his pipe and listening to them with Indian silence and gravity. When they had finished, he replied to them in their own style of language. "My friends," said he, "I have seen the pass, and have listened to your words. You have little hearts. When troubles and dangers lie in your way, you turn your backs. That is not the way with my nation. When great obstacles present and threaten to keep them back, their hearts swell and they push forward. They love to conquer difficulties. But enough for the present. Night is coming on. Let us return to our camp." He moved on, and they followed in silence. On reaching the camp, he found the men extremely discouraged. One of their number had been surveying the neighborhood and seriously assured them that the snow was at least 100 feet deep. The captain cheered them up and diffused fresh spirit in them by his example. Still, he was much perplexed how to proceed. About dark there was a slight drizzling rain. An expedient now suggested itself. This was to make 2 light sleds, place the packs on them, and drag them to the other side of the mountain, thus forming a road in the wet snow, which, should it afterward freeze, would be sufficiently hard to bear the horses. This plan was promptly put into execution. The sleds were constructed, the heavy baggage was drawn forward and backward until the road was beaten, when they desisted from their fatiguing labor. The night turned out clear and cold, and by morning their road was encrusted with ice sufficiently strong for their purpose. They now set out on their icy turnpike, and got on well enough, excepting that now and then a horse would sidle out of the track and immediately sink up to the neck. Then came on toil and difficulty, and they would be obliged to haul up the floundering animal with ropes. One, more unlucky than the rest, after repeated falls, had to be abandoned in the snow. Notwithstanding these repeated delays, they succeeded, before the sun had acquired sufficient power to thaw the snow, in getting all the rest of their horses safely to the other side of the mountain. Their difficulties and dangers, however, were not yet at an end. They had now to descend, and the whole surface of the snow was glazed with ice. It was necessary, therefore, to wait until the warmth of the sun should melt the glassy crust of sleet and give them a foothold in the yielding snow. They had a frightful warning of the danger of any movement while the sleet remained. A wild young mare, in her restlessness, strayed to the edge of a declivity. One slip was fatal to her. She lost her balance, careered with headlong velocity down the slippery side of the mountain for more than 2,000 feet, and was dashed to pieces at the bottom. When the travelers afterwards sought the carcass to cut it up for food, they found it torn and mangled in the most horrible manner. It was quite late in the evening before the party descended to the ultimate skirts of the snow. Here they planted large logs below them to prevent their sliding down, and encamped for the night. The next day they succeeded in bringing down their baggage to the encampment. Then, packing all up regularly and loading their horses, they once more set out briskly and cheerfully, and in the course of the following day succeeded in getting to a grassy region. Here the Nez Perce guides declared that all the difficulties of the mountains were at an end, and their course was plain and simple, and needed no further guidance. They asked leave, therefore, to return home. This was readily granted, with many thanks and presents for their faithful services. They took a long farewell smoke with their white friends, after which they mounted their horses and set off, exchanging many farewells and kind wishes. On the following day, Captain Bonneville completed his journey down the mountain and encamped on the borders of Snake River, where he found the grass in great abundance and 8 inches in height. In this neighborhood he saw on the rocky banks of the river several prismoids of basalts, rising to the height of 50 or 60 feet. Nothing particularly worthy of note occurred during several days as the party proceeded up along Snake River and across its tributary streams. After crossing Gun Creek, they met with various signs that white people were in the neighborhood, and Captain Bonneville made earnest exertions to discover whether they were any of his own people, that he might join them. He soon ascertained that they had been starved out of this tract of country, and had betaken themselves to the buffalo region, whither he now shaped his course. In proceeding along Snake River, he found small hordes of Shoshones lingering upon the minor streams, and living upon trout and other fish, which they catch in great numbers at this season in fish traps. The greater part of the tribe, however, had penetrated the mountains to hunt the elk, deer, and asata, or bighorn. On the 12th of May, Captain Bonneville reached the Portneuf River, in the vicinity of which he had left the winter encampment of his company on the preceding Christmas Day. He had then expected to be back by the beginning of March, but circumstances had detained him upward of 2 months beyond the time, and the winter encampment must long ere this have been broken up. Halting on the banks of the Portneuf, he dispatched scouts a few miles above to visit the old camping ground and search for signals of the party, or of their whereabouts, should they actually have abandoned the spot. They returned without being able to ascertain anything. Being now destitute of provisions, the travelers found it necessary to make a short hunting excursion after buffalo. They made caches, therefore, on an island in the river, in which they deposited all their baggage, and then set out on their expedition. They were so fortunate as to kill a couple of fine bulls, and cutting up the carcasses, determined to husband this stock of provisions with the most miserly care, lest they should again be obliged to venture into the open and dangerous hunting grounds. Returning to their island on the 18th of May, they found that the wolves had been at the caches, scratched up the contents, and scattered them in every direction. They now constructed a more secure one, in which they deposited their heaviest articles, and then descended Snake River again and encamped just above the American Falls. Here they proceeded to fortify themselves, intending to remain here and give their horses an opportunity to recruit their strength with good pasturage, until it should be time to set out for the annual rendezvous in Bear River Valley. On the 1st of June, they descried 4 men on the other side of the river, opposite to the camp, and having attracted their attention by a discharge of rifles, ascertained to their joy that they were some of their own people. From these men, Captain Bonneville learned that the whole party which he had left in the preceding month of December were encamped on Blackfoot River, a tributary of Snake River, not very far above the Portneuf. Thither he proceeded with all possible dispatch, and in a little while had the pleasure of finding himself once more surrounded by his people, who greeted his return among them in the heartiest manner, for his long protracted absence had convinced them that he and his 3 companions had been cut off by some hostile tribe. The party had suffered much during his absence. They had been pinched by famine and almost starved, and had been forced to repair to the caches at Salmon River. Here they fell in with the Blackfeet bands and considered themselves fortunate in being able to retreat from the dangerous neighborhood without sustaining any loss. Being thus reunited, a general treat from Captain Bonneville to his men was a matter of course. 2 days, therefore, were given up to such feasting and merriment as their means and situation afforded. What was wanting in good cheer was made up in good will. The free trappers in particular distinguished themselves on the occasion, and the Saturnalia was enjoyed with a hearty holiday spirit that smacked of the game flavor of the wilderness. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37, Departure for the Rendezvous, a war party of Blackfeet, a mock bustle, sham fires at night, warlike precautions, dangers of a night attack, a panic among horses, cautious march, the beer springs, a mock carousal, skirmishing with buffaloes, a buffalo bait, arrival at the rendezvous, meeting of various bands. After the 2 days of festive indulgence, Captain Bonneville broke up the encampment and set out with his motley crew of hired and free trappers, half-breeds, Indians, and squaws, for the main rendezvous in Bear River Valley. Directing his course up the Blackfoot River, he soon reached the hills among which it takes its rise. Here, while on the march, he descried from the brow of a hill a war party of about 60 Blackfeet on the plain immediately below him. His situation was perilous, for the greater part of his people were dispersed in various directions. Still, to betray hesitation or fear would be to discover his actual weakness and to invite attack. He assumed instantly, therefore, a belligerent tone, ordered the squaws to lead the horses to a small grove of ashen trees and unload and tie them, and caused a great bustle to be made by his scanty handful, the leaders riding hither and thither and vociferating with all their might, as if a numerous force was getting under way for an attack. To keep up the deception as to his force, he ordered at night a number of extra fires to be made in his camp, and kept up a vigilant watch. His men were all directed to keep themselves prepared for instant action. In such cases, the experienced trapper sleeps in his clothes, with his rifle beside him, the shot belt and powder flask on the stock, so that in case of alarm he can lay his hand upon the whole of his equipment at once and start up completely armed. Captain Bonneville was also especially careful to secure the horses, and set a vigilant guard upon them, for there lies the great object and principal danger of a night attack. The grand move of the lurking savage is to cause a panic among the horses. In such cases, one horse frightens another until all are alarmed and struggle to break loose. In camps where there are great numbers of Indians with their horses, a night alarm of the kind is tremendous. The running of the horses that have broken loose, the snorting, stamping, and rearing of those which remain fast, the howling of dogs, the yelling of Indians, the scampering of white men and red men with their guns, the overturning of lodges and trampling of fires by the horses, the flashes of the fires, lighting up forms of men and steeds dashing through the gloom, altogether make up one of the wildest scenes of confusion imaginable. In this way, sometimes all the horses of a camp, amounting to several hundred, will be frightened off in a single night. The night passed off without any disturbance, but there was no likelihood that a war party of Blackfeet, once on the track of a camp where there was a chance for spoils, would fail to hover round it. The captain therefore continued to maintain the most vigilant precautions, throwing out scouts in the advance and on every rising ground. In the course of the day he arrived at the plain of white clay, already mentioned, surrounded by the mineral springs, called beer springs, by the trappers. Here the men all halted to have a regale. In a few moments every spring had its jovial knot of hard drinkers, with tin cup in hand, indulging in a mock carouse, quaffing, pledging, toasting, bandying jokes. singing drinking songs and uttering peals of laughter, until it seemed as if their imaginations had given potency to the beverage and cheated them into a fit of intoxication. Indeed, in the excitement of the moment, they were loud and extravagant in their commendations of the mountain tap, elevating it above every beverage produced from hops or malt. It was a singular and fantastic scene, suited to a region where everything is strange and peculiar. These groups of trappers and hunters and Indians, with their wild costumes and wilder countenances, their boisterous gaiety and reckless air, quaffing and making merry around these sparkling fountains, while beside them lay their weapons ready to be snatched up for instant service. Painters are fond of representing banditti at their rude and picturesque carousals, but here were groups still more rude and picturesque, and it needed but a sudden onset of Blackfeet and a quick transition from a fantastic revel to a furious melee to have rendered this picture of a trapper's life complete. The beer frolic, however, passed off without any untoward circumstance, and, unlike most drinking bouts, left neither headache nor heartache behind. Captain Bonneville now directed his course up along Bear River, amusing himself occasionally with hunting the buffalo, with which the country was covered. Sometimes, when he saw a huge bull taking his repose on a prairie, he would steal along a ravine until close upon him, then rouse him from his meditations with a pebble, and take a shot at him as he started up. Such is the quickness with which this animal springs upon his legs that it is not easy to discover the muscular process by which it is effected. The horse rises first upon his forelegs, and the domestic cow upon her hinder limbs, but the buffalo bounds at once from a couchant to an erect position with a celerity that baffles the eye. Though from his bulk and rolling gait he does not appear to run with much swiftness, yet it takes a staunch horse to overtake him when at full speed on level ground, and a buffalo cow is still fleeter in her motion. Among the Indians and half-breeds of the party were several admirable horsemen and bold hunters, who amused themselves with a grotesque kind of buffalo bait. Whenever they found a huge bull on the plains, they prepared for their teasing and barbarous sport. Surrounding him on horseback, they would discharge their arrows at him in quick succession, goading him to make an attack, which, with a dexterous movement of the horse, they would easily avoid. In this way they hovered round him, feathering him with arrows, as he reared and plunged about, until he was bristled all over like a porcupine. When they perceived in him signs of exhaustion, and he could no longer be provoked to make battle, they would dismount from their horses, approach him in the rear, and seizing him by the tail, jerk him from side to side, and drag him backward, until the frantic animal, gathering fresh strength from fury, would break from them and rush, with flashing eyes and a hoarse bellowing, upon any enemy in sight. But in a little while, his transient excitement at an end, would pitch headlong on the ground and expire. The arrows were then plucked forth, and the tongue cut out and preserved as a dainty, and the carcass left a banquet for the wolves. Pursuing his course up Bear River, Captain Bonneville arrived on the 13th of June at the Little Snake Lake, where he encamped for 4 or 5 days, that he might examine its shores and outlets. The latter he found extremely muddy, and so surrounded by swamps and quagmires that he was obliged to construct canoes of rushes with which to explore them. The mouths of all the streams which fall into this lake from the west are marshy and inconsiderable, but on the east side there is a beautiful beach, broken occasionally by high and isolated bluffs, which advance upon the lake and heighten the character of the scenery. The water is very shallow, but abounds with trout and other small fish. Having finished his survey of the lake, Captain Bonneville proceeded on his journey until on the banks of Bear River, some distance higher up, he came upon the party which he had detached a year before to circumambulate the Great Salt Lake and ascertain its extent and the nature of its shores. They had been encamped here about 20 days, and were greatly rejoiced at meeting once more with their comrades, from whom they had so long been separated. The first inquiry of Captain Bonneville was about the result of their journey, and the information they had procured as to the Great Salt Lake, the object of his intense curiosity and ambition. The substance of their report will be found in the following chapter. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. Plan of the Salt Lake Expedition. Great sandy deserts. Sufferings from thirst. Ogden's River. Trails and smoke of lurking savages. Thefts at night. A trapper's revenge. Alarms of a guilty conscience. A murderous victory. Californian mountains. Plains along the Pacific. Arrival at Monterey. Account of the place and neighborhood. Lower California. Its extent. The peninsula. Soil, climate, production. Its settlement by the Jesuits. Their sway over the Indians. Their expulsion. Ruins of a missionary establishment. Sublime scenery. Upper California missions. Their power and policy. Resources of the country. Designs of foreign nations. It was on the 24th of July in the preceding year, 1833, that the brigade of 40 men set out from Green River Valley to explore the Great Salt Lake. They were to make the complete circuit of it, trapping on all the streams which should fall in their way, and to keep journals and make charts, calculated to impart a knowledge of the lake and the surrounding country. All the resources of Captain Bonneville had been tasked to fit out this favorite expedition. The country lying to the southwest of the mountains and ranging down to California was as yet almost unknown. Being out of the buffalo range, it was untraversed by the trapper, who preferred those parts of the wilderness where the roaming herds of that species of animal gave him comparatively an abundant and luxurious life. Still, it was said the deer, the elk, and the bighorn were to be found there, so that, with a little diligence and economy, there was no danger of lacking food. As a precaution, however, the party halted on Bear River and hunted for a few days, until they had laid in a supply of dried buffalo meat and venison. They then passed by the headwaters of the Cassie River, and soon found themselves launched on an immense sandy desert. Southwardly, on their left, they beheld the Great Salt Lake, spread out like a sea, but they found no stream running into it. A desert extended around them and stretched to the southwest as far as the eye could reach, rivaling the deserts of Asia and Africa in sterility. There was neither tree nor herbage, nor spring, nor pool, nor running stream, nothing but parched wastes of sand, where horse and rider were in danger of perishing. Their sufferings at length became so great that they abandoned their intended course and made towards a range of snowy mountains brightening in the north, where they hoped to find water. After a time they came upon a small stream leading directly towards these mountains. Having quenched their burning thirst and refreshed themselves and their weary horses for a time, they kept along this stream, which gradually increased in size, being fed by numerous brooks. After approaching the mountains, it took a sweep toward the southwest, and the travelers still kept along it, trapping beaver as they went, on the flesh of which they subsisted for the present, husbanding their dried meat for future necessities. The stream on which they had thus fallen is called by some Mary River, but is more generally known as Ogden's River, from Mr. Peter Ogden, an enterprising and intrepid leader of the Hudson's Bay Company, who first explored it. The wild and half-desert region through which the travelers were passing is wandered over by hordes of Shoshokoes, or root-diggers, the forlorn branch of the Snake tribe. They are a shy people, prone to keep aloof from the stranger. The travelers frequently met with their trails and saw the smoke of their fires rising in various parts of the vast landscape, so that they knew there were great numbers in the neighborhood, but scarcely ever were any of them to be met with. After a time they began to have vexatious proofs that, if the Shoshokoes were quiet by day, they were busy at night. The camp was dogged by these eavesdroppers. Scarce a morning but various articles were missing, yet nothing could be seen of the marauders. What particularly exasperated the hunters was to have their traps stolen from the streams. One morning, a trapper of a violent and savage character, discovering that his traps had been carried off in the night, took a horrid oath to kill the first Indian he should meet, innocent or guilty. As he was returning with his comrades to camp, he beheld 2 unfortunate diggers seated on the river bank fishing. Advancing upon them, he leveled his rifle, shot one upon the spot, and flung his bleeding body into the stream. The other Indian fled and was suffered to escape. Such is the indifference with which acts of violence are regarded in the wilderness, and such the immunity an armed ruffian enjoys beyond the barriers of the laws, that the only punishment this desperado met with was a rebuke from the leader of the party. The trappers now left the scene of this infamous tragedy and kept on westward, down the course of the river, which wound along with a range of mountains on the right hand and a sandy but somewhat fertile plain on the left. As they proceeded, they beheld columns of smoke rising, as before, in various directions, which their guilty consciences now converted into alarm signals to arouse the country and collect the scattered bands for vengeance. After a time, the natives began to make their appearance, and sometimes in considerable numbers, but always pacific. The trappers, however, suspected them of deep-laid plans to draw them into ambuscades, to crowd into and get possession of their camp, and various other crafty and daring conspiracies, which it is probable never entered into the heads of the poor savages. In fact, they are a simple, timid, inoffensive race, unpracticed in warfare, and scarce provided with any weapons, excepting for the chase. Their lives are passed in the great sand plains and along the adjacent rivers. They subsist sometimes on fish, at other times on roots and the seeds of a plant they call the cat's tail. They are of the same kind of people that Captain Bonneville found upon Snake River, and whom he found so mild and inoffensive. The trappers, however, had persuaded themselves that they were making their way through a hostile country, and that implacable foes hung round their camp or beset their path, watching for an opportunity to surprise them. At length, one day, they came to the banks of a stream emptying into Ogden's River, which they were obliged to ford. Here a great number of Shoshokoes were posted on the opposite bank. Persuaded they were there with hostile intent, they advanced upon them, leveled their rifles, and killed 25 of them upon the spot. The rest fled to a short distance, then halted and turned about, howling and whining like wolves, and uttering the most piteous wailings. The trappers chased them in every direction. The poor wretches made no defense, but fled with terror. Neither does it appear from the accounts of the boasted victors that a weapon had been wielded or a weapon launched by the Indians throughout the affair. We feel perfectly convinced that the poor savages had no hostile intention, but had merely gathered together through motives of curiosity, as others of their tribe had done when Captain Bonneville and his companions passed along Snake River. The trappers continued down Ogden's River until they ascertained that it lost itself in a great swampy lake, to which there was no apparent discharge. They then struck directly westward across the great chain of California mountains intervening between these interior plains and the shores of the Pacific. For 23 days they were entangled among these mountains, the peaks and ridges of which are in many places covered with perpetual snow. Their passes and defiles present the wildest scenery, partaking of the sublime rather than the beautiful, and abounding with frightful precipices. The sufferings of the travelers among these savage mountains were extreme. For a part of the time they were nearly starved. At length they made their way through them and came down upon the plains of New California, a fertile region extending along the coast, with magnificent forests, verdant savannas, and prairies that looked like stately parks. Here they found deer and other game in abundance, and indemnified themselves for past famine. They now turned toward the south, and passing numerous small bands of natives, posted upon various streams, arrived at the Spanish village and post of Monterey. This is a small place, containing about 200 houses, situated in latitude 37 north. It has a capacious bay, with indifferent anchorage. The surrounding country is extremely fertile, especially in the valleys. The soil is richer the further you penetrate into the interior, and the climate is described as a perpetual spring. Indeed, all California, extending along the Pacific Ocean from latitude 1930 north to 42 north, is represented as one of the most fertile and beautiful regions in North America. Lower California, in length about 700 miles, forms a great peninsula which crosses the tropics and terminates in the torrid zone. It is separated from the mainland by the Gulf of California, sometimes called the Vermilion Sea. Into this gulf empties the Colorado of the West, the Skynses, or Green River, as it is also sometimes called. The peninsula is traversed by stern and barren mountains and has many sandy plains, where the only sign of vegetation is the cylindrical cactus growing among the clefts of the rocks. Wherever there is water, however, and vegetable mold, the ardent nature of the climate quickens everything into astonishing fertility. There are valleys luxuriant with the rich and beautiful productions of the tropics. There the sugar-cane and indigo plant attain a perfection unequaled in any other part of North America. There flourish the olive, the fig, the date, the orange, the citron, the pomegranate, and other fruits belonging to the voluptuous climates of the South, with grapes in abundance that yield a generous wine. In the interior are salt plains, silver mines, and scanty veins of gold are said likewise to exist, and pearls of a beautiful water are to be fished upon the coast. The peninsula of California was settled in 1698 by the Jesuits, who certainly, as far as the natives were concerned, have generally proved the most beneficent of colonists. In the present instance, they gained and maintained a footing in the country without the aid of military force, but solely by religious influence. They formed a treaty and entered into the most amicable relations with the natives, then numbering from 25 to 30,000 souls, and gained a hold upon their affections and a control over their minds that effected a complete change in their condition. They built 11 missionary establishments in the various valleys of the peninsula, which formed rallying places for the surrounding savages, where they gathered together as sheep into the fold, and surrendered themselves and their consciences into the hands of these spiritual pastors. Nothing, we are told, could exceed the implicit and affectionate devotion of the Indian converts to the Jesuit fathers, and the Catholic faith was disseminated widely through the wilderness. The growing power and influence of the Jesuits in the New World at length excited the jealousy of the Spanish government, and they were banished from the colonies. The governor, who arrived at California to expel them and to take charge of the country, expected to find a rich and powerful fraternity, with immense treasures hoarded in their missions, and an army of Indians ready to defend them. On the contrary, he beheld a few venerable, silver-haired priests coming humbly forward to meet him, followed by a throng of weeping but submissive natives. The heart of the governor, it is said, was so touched by this unexpected sight that he shed tears. But he had to execute his orders. The Jesuits were accompanied to the place of their embarkation by their simple and affectionate parishioners, who took leave of them with tears and sobs. Many of the latter abandoned their hereditary abodes and wandered off to join their southern brethren, so that but a remnant remained in the peninsula. The Franciscans immediately succeeded the Jesuits, and subsequently the Dominicans, but the latter managed their affairs ill. But 2 of the missionary establishments are at present occupied by priests. The rest are all in ruins, excepting one which remains a monument of the former power and prosperity of the order. This is a noble edifice, once the seat of the chief of the resident Jesuits. It is situated in a beautiful valley about halfway between the Gulf of California and the broad ocean, the peninsula being here about 60 miles wide. The edifice is of hewn stone, 1 story high, 210 feet in front, and about 55 feet deep. The walls are 6 feet thick and 16 feet high, with a vaulted roof of stone about 2.5 feet in thickness. It is now abandoned and desolate. The beautiful valley is without an inhabitant. Not a human being resides within 30 miles of the place. In approaching this deserted mission house from the south, the traveler passes over the mountain of San Juan, supposed to be the highest peak in the Californias. From this lofty eminence, a vast and magnificent prospect unfolds itself. The great Gulf of California, with the dark blue sea beyond, studded with islands, and in another direction the immense lava plain of San Gabriel. The splendor of the climate gives an Italian effect to the immense prospect. The sky is of a deep blue color, and the sunsets are often magnificent beyond description. Such is a slight and imperfect sketch of this remarkable peninsula. Upper California extends from latitude 31, 10 minutes to 42 on the Pacific, and inland to the great chain of snow-capped mountains which divide it from the sand plains of the interior. There are about 21 missions in this province, most of which were established about 50 years since, and are generally under the care of the Franciscans. These exert a protecting sway over about 35,000 Indian converts, who reside on the lands around the mission houses. Each of these houses has 15 miles square of land allotted to it, subdivided into small lots, proportioned to the number of Indian converts attached to the mission. Some are enclosed with high walls, but in general they are open hamlets, composed of rows of huts built of sunburnt bricks, in some instances whitewashed and roofed with tiles. Many of them are far in the interior, beyond the reach of all military protection, and dependent entirely on the goodwill of the natives, which never fails them. They have made considerable progress in teaching the Indians the useful arts. There are native tanners, shoemakers, weavers, blacksmiths, stone-cutters, and other artificers attached to each establishment. Others are taught husbandry and the rearing of cattle and horses, while the females card and spin wool, weave, and perform the other duties allotted to their sex in civilized life. No social intercourse is allowed between the unmarried of the opposite sexes after working hours, and at night they are locked up in separate apartments, and the keys delivered to the priests. The produce of the lands and all the profits arising from sales are entirely at the disposal of the priests. Whatever is not required for the support of the missions goes to augment a fund which is under their control. Hides and tallow constitute the principal riches of the missions, and indeed the main commerce of the country. Grain might be produced to an unlimited extent at the establishments, were there a sufficient market for it. Olives and grapes are also reared at the missions. Horses and horned cattle abound throughout all this region. The former may be purchased at from $3 to $5, but they are of an inferior breed. Mules, which are here of a large size and of valuable qualities, cost from $7 to $10. There are several excellent ports along this coast: San Diego, San Barbara, Monterey, the Bay of San Francisco, and the northern port of Bondago. All afford anchorage for ships of the largest class. The port of San Francisco is too well known to require much notice in this place. The entrance from the sea is 67 fathoms deep, and within whole navies might ride with perfect safety. 2 large rivers, which take their rise in mountains 200 or 300 miles to the east, and run through a country unsurpassed for soil and climate, empty themselves into the harbor. The country around affords admirable timber for shipbuilding. In a word, this favored port combines advantages which not only fit it for a grand naval depot, but almost render it capable of being made the dominant military post of these seas. Such is a feeble outline of the California coast and country, the value of which is more and more attracting the attention of naval powers. The Russians have always a ship of war upon this station, and have already encroached upon the California boundaries by taking possession of the port of Bondago and fortifying it with several guns. Recent surveys have likewise been made, both by the Russians and the English, and we have little doubt that at no very distant day this neglected and until recently almost unknown region will be found to possess sources of wealth sufficient to sustain a powerful and prosperous empire. Its inhabitants themselves are but little aware of its real riches. They have not enterprise sufficient to acquaint themselves with a vast interior that lies almost a terra incognita, nor have they the skill and industry to cultivate properly the fertile tracts along the coast, nor to prosecute that foreign commerce which brings all the resources of a country into profitable action. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains and the Far West by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39, Gay Life at Monterey, Mexican Horsemen, A Bold Dragoon, Use of the Lasso, Vaqueros, Noosing a Bear, Fight between a Bull and a Bear, Departure from Monterey, Indian Horse Stealers, Outrages committed by the travelers, Indignation of Captain Bonneville. The wandering band of trappers was well received at Monterey. The inhabitants were desirous of retaining them among them, and offered extravagant wages to such as were acquainted with any mechanical art. When they went into the country, too, they were kindly treated by the priests at the missions, who are always hospitable to strangers, whatever may be their rank or religion. They had no lack of provisions, being permitted to kill as many as they pleased of the vast herds of cattle that grazed the country, on condition merely of rendering the hides to the owners. They attended bullfights and horse races, forgot all the purposes of their expedition, squandered away freely the property that did not belong to them, and, in a word, reveled in a perfect fool's paradise. What especially delighted them was the equestrian skill of the Californians. The vast number and the cheapness of the horses in this country makes everyone a cavalier. The Mexicans and half-breeds of California spend the greater part of their time in the saddle. They are fearless riders, and their daring feats upon unbroken colts and wild horses astonished our trappers, though accustomed to the bold riders of the prairies. A Mexican horseman has much resemblance, in many points, to the equestrians of old Spain, and especially to the vainglorious caballero of Andalusia. A Mexican dragoon, for instance, is represented as arrayed in a round blue jacket with red cuffs and collar, blue velvet breeches, unbuttoned at the knees to show his white stockings, botinas of deerskin, a round-crowned Andalusian hat, and his hair queued. On the pommel of his saddle he carries balanced a long musket with fox skin around the lock. He is cased in a cuirass of double-fold deerskin, and carries a bull's hide shield. He is forked in a Moorish saddle, high before and behind. His feet are thrust into wooden box stirrups of Moorish fashion, and a tremendous pair of iron spurs, fastened by chains, jingle at his heels. Thus equipped and suitably mounted, he considers himself the glory of California and the terror of the universe. The Californian horsemen seldom ride out without the lasso, that is to say, a long coil of cord with a slip noose, with which they are expert, almost to a miracle. The lasso, now almost entirely confined to Spanish America, is said to be of great antiquity and to have come originally from the East. It was used, we are told, by a pastoral people of Persian descent, of whom 8,000 accompanied the army of Xerxes. By the Spanish Americans it is used for a variety of purposes, and among others for hauling wood. Without dismounting, they cast the noose around a log, and thus drag it to their houses. The vaqueros, or Indian cattle drivers, have also learned the use of the lasso from the Spaniards, and employ it to catch the half-wild cattle by throwing it round their horns. The lasso is also of great use in furnishing the public with a favorite, though barbarous, sport, the combat between a bear and a wild bull. For this purpose 3 or 4 horsemen sally forth to some wood frequented by bears, and depositing the carcass of a bullock, hide themselves in the vicinity. The bears are soon attracted by the bait. As soon as one, fit for their purpose, makes his appearance, they run out, and with the lasso dexterously noose him by either leg. After dragging him at full speed until he is fatigued, they secure him more effectually, and tying him on the carcass of the bullock, draw him in triumph to the scene of action. By this time he is exasperated to such frenzy that they are sometimes obliged to throw cold water on him to moderate his fury. And dangerous would it be for horse and rider, were he, while in this paroxysm, to break his bonds. A wild bull of the fiercest kind, which has been caught and exasperated in the same manner, is now produced, and both animals are turned loose in the arena of a small amphitheatre. The mortal fight begins instantly, and always at first to the disadvantage of Bruin, fatigued as he is by his previous rough riding. Roused at length by the repeated goring of the bull, he seizes his muzzle with his sharp claws, and clinging to this most sensitive part, causes him to bellow with rage and agony. In his heat and fury, the bull lolls out his tongue. This is instantly clutched by the bear. With a desperate effort, he overturns his huge antagonist, and then dispatches him without difficulty. Beside this diversion, the travelers were likewise regaled with bull fights in the genuine style of old Spain, the Californians being considered the best bullfighters in the Mexican dominions. After a considerable sojourn at Monterey, spent in these very edifying but not very profitable amusements, the leader of this vagabond party set out with his comrades on his return journey. Instead of retracing their steps through the mountains, they passed round their southern extremity, and crossing a range of low hills, found themselves in the sandy plains south of Ogden's River, in traversing which they again suffered grievously for want of water. In the course of their journey, they encountered a party of Mexicans in pursuit of a gang of natives who had been stealing horses. The savages of this part of California are represented as extremely poor and armed only with stone-pointed arrows, it being the wise policy of the Spaniards not to furnish them with firearms. As they find it difficult, with their blunt shafts, to kill the wild game of the mountains, they occasionally supply themselves with food by entrapping the Spanish horses. Driving them stealthily into fastnesses and ravines, they slaughter them without difficulty, and dry their flesh for provisions. Some they carry off to trade with distant tribes, and in this way the Spanish horses pass from hand to hand among the Indians until they even find their way across the Rocky Mountains. The Mexicans are continually on the alert to intercept these marauders, but the Indians are apt to outwit them and force them to make long and wild expeditions in pursuit of their stolen horses. 2 of the Mexican party just mentioned joined the band of trappers and proved themselves worthy companions. In the course of their journey through the country frequented by the poor root diggers, there seems to have been an emulation between them which could inflict the greatest outrages upon the natives. The trappers still considered them in the light of dangerous foes, and the Mexicans, very probably, charged them with the sin of horse-stealing. We have no other mode of accounting for the infamous barbarities of which, according to their own story, they were guilty, hunting the poor Indians like wild beasts and killing them without mercy. The Mexicans excelled at this savage sport, chasing their unfortunate victims at full speed, noosing them round the neck with their lassos, and then dragging them to death. Such are the scanty details of this most disgraceful expedition. At least, Such are all that Captain Bonneville had the patience to collect, for he was so deeply grieved by the failure of his plans, and so indignant at the atrocities related to him, that he turned with disgust and horror from the narrators. Had he exerted a little of the Lynch law of the wilderness, and hanged those dexterous horsemen in their own lassos, it would but have been a well-merited and salutary act of retributive justice. The failure of this expedition was a blow to his pride, and a still greater blow to his purse. The Great Salt Lake still remained unexplored. At the same time, the means which had been furnished so liberally to fit out this favorite expedition had all been squandered at Monterey, and the peltries also which had been collected on the way. He would have but scanty returns, therefore, to make this year to his associates in the United States, and there was great danger of their becoming disheartened and abandoning the enterprise. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40, Travelers' Tales, Indian Lurkers, Prognostics of Buckeye, Signs and Portents, The Medicine Wolf, An Alarm, An Ambush, The Captured Provant, Triumph of Buckeye, Arrival of Supplies, Grand Carouse, Arrangements for the Year, Mr. Wyeth and his new levied band. The horror and indignation felt by Captain Bonneville at the excesses of the Californian adventurers were not participated by his men. On the contrary, the events of that expedition were favorite themes in the camp. The heroes of Monterey bore the palm in all the gossipings among the hunters. Their glowing descriptions of Spanish bear baits and bullfights especially were listened to with intense delight. And had another expedition to California been proposed, the difficulty would have been to restrain a general eagerness to volunteer. The captain had not long been at the rendezvous when he perceived, by various signs, that Indians were lurking in the neighborhood. It was evident that the Blackfoot band, which he had seen when on his march, had dogged his party and were intent on mischief. He endeavored to keep his camp on the alert, but it is as difficult to maintain discipline among trappers at a rendezvous as among sailors when in port. Buckeye, the Delaware Indian, was scandalized at this heedlessness of the hunters when an enemy was at hand, and was continually preaching up caution. He was a little prone to play the prophet and to deal in signs and portents, which occasionally excited the merriment of his white comrades. He was a great dreamer, and believed in charms and talismans, or medicines, and could foretell the approach of strangers by the howling or barking of the small prairie wolf. This animal, being driven by the larger wolves from the carcasses left on the hunting grounds by the hunters, follows the trail of the fresh meat carried to the camp. Here the smell of the roast and broiled, mingling with every breeze, keeps them hovering about the neighborhood, scenting every blast, turning up their noses like hungry hounds, and testifying their pinching hunger by long whining howls and impatient barkings. These are interpreted by the superstitious Indians into warnings that strangers are at hand, and one accidental coincidence, like the chance fulfillment of an almanac prediction, is sufficient to cover 1,000 failures. This little, whining, feast-smelling animal is, therefore, called among the Indians the medicine wolf, and such was one of Buckeye's infallible oracles. One morning early, the soothsaying Delaware appeared with a gloomy countenance. His mind was full of dismal presentiments. Whether from mysterious dreams or the intimations of the medicine wolf does not appear. Danger, he said, was lurking in their path, and there would be some fighting before sunset. He was bantered for his prophecy, which was attributed to his having supped too heartily and been visited by bad dreams. In the course of the morning, a party of hunters set out in pursuit of buffaloes, taking with them a mule to bring home the meat they should procure. They had been some few hours absent when they came clattering at full speed into camp, giving the war cry of "Blackfeet! Blackfeet!" Everyone seized his weapon and ran to learn the cause of the alarm. It appears that the hunters, as they were returning leisurely, leading their mule, well laden with prime pieces of buffalo meat, passed close by a small stream overhung with trees, about 2 miles from the camp. Suddenly a party of Blackfeet, who lay in ambush along the thickets, sprang up with a fearful yell and discharged a volley at the hunters. The latter immediately threw themselves flat on their horses, put them to their speed, and never paused to look behind until they found themselves in camp. Fortunately, they had escaped without a wound, but the mule, with all the provant, had fallen into the hands of the enemy. This was a loss, as well as an insult not to be borne. Every man sprang to horse, and with rifle in hand galloped off to punish the Blackfeet and rescue the buffalo beef. They came too late. The marauders were off, and all that they found of their mule was the dents of his hoofs, as he had been conveyed off at a round trot, bearing his savory cargo to the hills, to furnish the scampering savages with a banquet of roast meat at the expense of the white men. The party returned to camp, balked of their revenge, but still more grievously balked of their supper. Buckeye, the Delaware, sat smoking by his fire, perfectly composed. As the hunters related the particulars of the attack, he listened in silence, with unruffled countenance. Then, pointing to the west, "The sun has not yet set," said he. Buckeye did not dream like a fool. All present now recollected the prediction of the Indian at daybreak, and were struck with what appeared to be its fulfillment. They called to mind also a long catalogue of foregone presentiments and predictions, made at various times by the Delaware, and in their superstitious credulity began to consider him a veritable seer, without thinking how natural it was to predict danger, and how likely to have the prediction verified in the present instance, when various signs gave evidence of a lurking foe. The various bands of Captain Bonneville's company had now been assembled for some time at the rendezvous. They had had their fill of feasting and frolicking, and all the species of wild and often uncouth merrymaking which invariably take place on these occasions. Their horses, as well as themselves, had recovered from past famine and fatigue, and were again fit for active service, and an impatience began to manifest itself among the men once more to take the field and set off on some wandering expedition. At this juncture, Mr. Sarey arrived at the rendezvous at the head of a supply party, bringing goods and equipments from the States. This active leader, it will be recollected, had embarked the year previously in skin boats on the Bighorn, freighted with the year's collection of peltries. He had met with misfortune in the course of his voyage, one of his frail barks being upset and part of the furs lost or damaged. The arrival of the supplies gave the regular finish to the annual revel. A grand outbreak of wild debauch ensued among the mountaineers. Drinking, dancing, swaggering, gambling, quarreling, and fighting. Alcohol, which from its portable qualities, containing the greatest quantity of fiery spirit in the smallest compass, is the only liquor carried across the mountains, is the inflammatory beverage at these carousals, and is dealt out to the trappers at $4 a pint. When inflamed by this fiery beverage, they cut all kinds of mad pranks and gambols, and sometimes burn all their clothes in their drunken bravadoes. A camp, recovering from one of these riotous revels, presents a serio-comic spectacle. Black eyes, broken heads, lack-luster visages. Many of the trappers have squandered in one drunken frolic the hard-earned wages of a year. Some have run in debt, and must toil on to pay for past pleasure. All are sated with this deep draught of pleasure, and eager to commence another trapping campaign, for hardship and hard work, spiced with the stimulants of wild adventures, and topped off with an annual frantic carousal, is the lot of the restless trapper. The captain now made his arrangements for the current year. Sari and Walker, with a number of men who had been to California, were to proceed to St. Louis with the packages of furs collected during the past year. Another party, headed by a leader named Montero, was to proceed to the Crow country, trap upon its various streams and among the Black Hills, and thence to proceed to the Arkansas, where he was to go into winter quarters. The captain marked out for himself a widely different course. He intended to make another expedition with 23 men to the lower part of the Columbia River, and to proceed to the valley of the Multnomah. After wintering in those parts and establishing a trade with those tribes, among whom he had sojourned on his first visit, he would return in the spring, cross the Rocky Mountains, and join Montero and his party in the month of July at the rendezvous of the Arkansas, where he expected to receive his annual supplies from the States. If the reader will cast his eye upon a map, he may form an idea of the contempt for distance which a man acquires in this vast wilderness by noticing the extent of country comprised in these projected wanderings. Just as the different parties were about to set out on the 3rd of July on their opposite routes, Captain Bonneville received intelligence that Wyeth, the indefatigable leader of the salmon fishing enterprise, who had parted with him about a year previously on the banks of the Bighorn to descend that wild river in a bull boat, was near at hand with a new levied band of hunters and trappers, and was on his way once more to the banks of the Columbia. As we take much interest in the novel enterprise of this Eastern man, and are pleased with his pushing and persevering spirit, and as his movements are characteristic of life in the wilderness, we will, with the reader's permission, while Captain Bonneville is breaking up his camp and saddling his horses, step back a year in time and a few hundred miles in distance to the bank of the Bighorn and launch ourselves with Wyeth in his bull boat. And though his adventurous voyage will take us many hundreds of miles further down wild and wandering rivers, yet such is the magic power of the pen that we promise to bring the reader safe to Bear River Valley by the time the last horse is saddled. End of Chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. A Voyage in a Bull Boat. It was about the middle of August, 1833, that Mr. Nathaniel J. Wyeth, as the reader may recollect, launched his bull boat at the foot of the rapids of the Bighorn, and departed in advance of the parties of Campbell and Captain Bonneville. His boat was made of 3 buffalo skins, stretched on a light frame, stitched together, and the seams paid with elk tallow and ashes. It was 18 feet long and about 5 feet 6 inches wide, sharp at each end, with a round bottom, and drew about 1.5 feet of water, a depth too great for these upper rivers, which abound with shallows and sandbars. The crew consisted of 2 half-breeds who claimed to be white men, though a mixture of the French Creole and the Shawnee and Potawatomi. They claimed, moreover, to be thorough mountaineers and first-rate hunters, the common boast of these vagabonds of the wilderness. Besides these, there was a Nez Perce lad of 18 years of age, a kind of servant of all work, whose great aim, like all Indian servants, was to do as little work as possible. There was, moreover, a half-breed boy of 13 named Baptiste, son of a Hudson's Bay trader by a Flathead beauty, who was traveling with Wyeth to see the world and complete his education. Add to these Mr. Milton Sublette, who went as passenger, and we have the crew of the little bull boat complete. It certainly was a slight armament with which to run the gauntlet through countries swarming with hostile hordes, and a slight bark to navigate these endless rivers, tossing and pitching down rapids, running on snags and bumping on sandbars. Such, however, are the cockle-shells with which these hardy rovers of the wilderness will attempt the wildest streams, and it is surprising what rough shocks and thumps these boats will endure, and what vicissitudes they will live through. Their duration, however, is but limited. They require frequently to be hauled out of the water and dried to prevent the hides from becoming water-soaked, and they eventually rot and go to pieces. The course of the river was a little to the north of east. It ran about 5 miles an hour over a gravelly bottom. The banks were generally alluvial and thickly grown with cottonwood trees, intermingled occasionally with ash and plum trees. Now and then limestone cliffs and promontories advanced upon the river, making picturesque headlands. Beyond the woody borders rose ranges of naked hills. Milton's sublet was the Pelorus of this adventurous bark, being somewhat experienced in this wild kind of navigation. It required all his attention and skill, however, to pilot her clear of sandbars and snags of sunken trees. There was often, too, a perplexity of choice, where the river branched into various channels among clusters of islands, and occasionally the voyagers found themselves aground and had to turn back. It was necessary also to keep a wary eye upon the land, for they were passing through the heart of the Crow country, and were continually in reach of any ambush that might be lurking on shore. The most formidable foes that they saw, however, were 3 grizzly bears, quietly promenading along the bank, who seemed to gaze at them with surprise as they glided by. Herds of buffalo also were moving about, or lying on the ground, like cattle in a pasture. Excepting such inhabitants as these, a perfect solitude reigned over the land. There was no sign of human habitation. For the Crows, as we have already shown, are a wandering people, a race of hunters and warriors who live in tents and on horseback, and are continually on the move. At night they landed, hauled up their boat to dry, pitched their tent, and made a rousing fire. Then, as it was the first evening of their voyage, they indulged in a regale, relishing their buffalo beef with inspiring alcohol, after which they slept soundly, without dreaming of crows or Blackfeet. Early in the morning they again launched the boat and committed themselves to the stream. In this way they voyaged for 2 days without any material occurrence, excepting a severe thunderstorm, which compelled them to put to shore and wait until it was past. On the 3rd morning they descried some persons at a distance on the river bank. As they were now, by calculation, at no great distance from Fort Cass, a trading post of the American Fur Company, they supposed these might be some of its people. A nearer approach showed them to be Indians. Descrying a woman apart from the rest, they landed and accosted her. She informed them that the main force of the Crow nation, consisting of 5 bands under their several chiefs, were but about 2 or 3 miles below, on their way up along the river. This was unpleasant tidings, but to retreat was impossible, and the river afforded no hiding place. They continued forward, therefore, trusting that, as Fort Cass was so near at hand, the Crows might refrain from any depredations. Floating down about 2 miles further, they came in sight of the first band, scattered along the river bank, all well mounted, some armed with guns, others with bows and arrows, and a few with lances. They made a wildly picturesque appearance, managing their horses with their accustomed dexterity and grace. Nothing can be more spirited than a band of Crow cavaliers. They are a fine race of men, averaging 6 feet in height, lithe and active, with hawk's eyes and Roman noses. The latter feature is common to the Indians on the east side of the Rocky Mountains. Those on the western side have generally straight or flat noses. Wyeth would fain have slipped by this cavalcade unnoticed, but the river at this place was not more than 90 yards across. He was perceived, therefore, and hailed by the vagabond warriors, and, we presume, in no very choice language, for among their other accomplishments the Crows are famed for possessing a Billingsgate vocabulary of unrivaled opulence, and for being by no means sparing of it whenever an occasion offers. Indeed, though Indians are generally very lofty, rhetorical, and figurative in their language at all great talks and high ceremonials, Yet, if trappers and traders may be believed, they are the most unsavory vagabonds in their ordinary colloquies. They make no hesitation to call a spade, and when they once undertake to call hard names, the famous pot and kettle of vituperating memory are not to be compared with them for scurrility of epithet. To escape the infliction of any compliments of this kind, or the launching, peradventure, of more dangerous missiles, Wyeth landed with the best grace in his power and approached the chief of the band. It was Arapuish, the quondam friend of Rose the outlaw, and one whom we have already mentioned as being anxious to promote a friendly intercourse between his tribe and the white men. He was a tall, stout man, of good presence, and received the voyagers very graciously. His people, too, thronged around them and were officiously attentive, after the Crow fashion. One took a great fancy to Baptiste, the Flathead boy, and a still greater fancy to a ring on his finger, which he transposed to his own with surprising dexterity, and then disappeared with a quick step among the crowd. Another was no less pleased with the Nez Perce lad, and nothing would do but he must exchange knives with him, drawing a new knife out of the Nez Perce's scabbard and putting an old one in its place. Another stepped up and replaced this old knife with one still older, and a third helped himself to knife, scabbard, and all. It was with much difficulty that Wyeth and his companions extricated themselves from the clutches of these officious crows before they were entirely plucked. Falling down the river a little further, they came in sight of the second band and sheered to the opposite side with the intention of passing them. The crows were not to be evaded. Some pointed their guns at the boat and threatened to fire. Others, stripped, plunged into the stream and came swimming across. Making a virtue of necessity, Wyeth threw a cord to the first that came within reach, as if he wished to be drawn to the shore. In this way he was overhauled by every band, and by the time he and his people came out of the busy hands of the last, they were eased of most of their superfluities. Nothing, in all probability, but the proximity of the American trading post kept these land pirates from making a good prize of the Bull boat and all its contents. These bands were in full march, equipped for war, and evidently full of mischief. They were, in fact, the very bands that overran the land in the autumn of 1833, partly robbed Fitzpatrick of his horses and effects, hunted and harassed Captain Bonneville and his people, broke up their trapping campaigns, and in a word drove them all out of the Crow country. It has been suspected that they were set on to these pranks by some of the American Fur Company, anxious to defeat the plans of their rivals of the Rocky Mountain Company. For at this time their competition was at its height, and the trade with the Crow country was a great object of rivalry. What makes this the more probable is that the Crows, in their depredation, seemed by no means bloodthirsty, but intent chiefly on robbing the parties of their traps and horses, thereby disabling them from prosecuting their hunting. We should observe that this year the Rocky Mountain Company were pushing their way up the rivers and establishing rival posts near those of the American Company, and that at the very time of which we are speaking, Captain Sublette was ascending the Yellowstone with a keel boat laden with supplies, so that there was every prospect of this eager rivalship being carried to extremes. The last band of Crow warriors had scarcely disappeared in the clouds of dust they had raised when our voyagers arrived at the mouth of the river and glided into the current of the Yellowstone. Turning down this stream, they made for Fort Cass, which is situated on the right bank, about 3 miles below the Bighorn. On the opposite side they beheld a party of 31 savages, which they soon ascertained to be Blackfeet. The width of the river enabled them to keep at a sufficient distance, and they soon landed at Fort Cass. This was a mere fortification against Indians, being a stockade of about 130 feet square, with 2 bastions at the extreme corners. Matulloch, an agent of the American Company, was stationed there with 20 men. 2 boats of 15 tons burden were lying here, but at certain seasons of the year a steamboat can come up to the fort. They had scarcely arrived when the Blackfeet warriors made their appearance on the opposite bank, displaying 2 American flags in token of amity. They plunged into the river, swam across, and were kindly received at the fort. They were some of the very men who had been engaged the year previously in the battle at Pierre's Hole, and a fierce-looking set of fellows they were, tall and hawk-nosed, and very much resembling the crows. They professed to be on an amicable errand to make peace with the crows, and set off in all haste before night to overtake them. Wyeth predicted that they would lose their scalps, for he had heard the crows denounce vengeance on them for having murdered 2 of their warriors who had ventured among them on the faith of a treaty of peace. It is probable, however, that this pacific errand was all a pretense, and that the real object of the Blackfeet braves was to hang about the skirts of the Crow band, steal their horses, and take the scalps of stragglers. At Fort Cass, Mr. Wyeth disposed of some packages of beaver and a quantity of buffalo robes. On the following morning, August 18th, he once more launched his bull boat and proceeded down the Yellowstone, which inclined in an east-northeast direction. The river had alluvial bottoms, fringed with great quantities of the sweet cottonwood, and interrupted occasionally by bluffs of sandstone. The current occasionally brings down fragments of granite and porphyry. In the course of the day they saw something moving on the bank among the trees, which they mistook for game of some kind, and being in want of provisions, pulled toward shore. They discovered just in time a party of Blackfeet lurking in the thickets, and sheered with all speed to the opposite side of the river. After a time they came in sight of a gang of elk. Wyeth was immediately for pursuing them, rifle in hand, but saw evident signs of dissatisfaction in his half-breed hunters, who considered him as trenching upon their province and meddling with things quite above his capacity. For these veterans of the wilderness are exceedingly pragmatical on points of venery and woodcraft, and tenacious of their superiority, looking down with infinite contempt upon all raw beginners. The 2 worthies, therefore, sallied forth themselves, but after a time returned empty-handed. They laid the blame, however, entirely on their guns, 2 miserable old pieces with flint locks, which, with all their picking and hammering, were continually apt to miss fire. These great boasters of the wilderness, however, are very often exceeding bad shots, and fortunate it is for them when they have old flint guns to bear their blame. The next day they passed where a great herd of buffalo was bellowing on a prairie. Again the Castor and Pollux of the wilderness sallied forth, and again their flint guns were at fault and missed fire, and nothing went off but the buffalo. Wyeth now found there was danger of losing his dinner if he depended upon his hunters. He took rifle in hand, therefore, and went forth himself. In the course of an hour he returned, laden with buffalo meat, to the great mortification of the 2 regular hunters, who were annoyed at being eclipsed by a greenhorn. All hands now set to work to prepare the midday repast. A fire was made under an immense cottonwood tree that overshadowed a beautiful piece of meadowland. Rich morsels of buffalo hump were soon roasting before it. In a hearty and prolonged repast, the 2 unsuccessful hunters gradually recovered from their mortification, and threatened to discard their old flint guns as soon as they should reach the settlements, and boasted more than ever of the wonderful shots they had made when they had guns that never missed fire. Having hauled up their boat to dry in the sun previous to making their repast, the voyagers now set it once more afloat and proceeded on their way. They had constructed a sail out of their old tent, which they hoisted whenever the wind was favorable, and thus skimmed along down the stream. Their voyage was pleasant, notwithstanding the perils by sea and land with which they were environed. Whenever they could, they encamped on islands for the greater security. If on the mainland, and in a dangerous neighborhood, they would shift their camp after dark, leaving their fire burning, dropping down the river some distance, and making no fire at their second encampment. Sometimes they would float all night with the current, one keeping watch and steering while the rest slept. In such case they would haul their boat on shore at noon of the following day to dry, for notwithstanding every precaution she was gradually getting water-soaked and rotten. There was something pleasingly solemn and mysterious in thus floating down these wild rivers at night. The purity of the atmosphere in these elevated regions gave additional splendor to the stars, and heightened the magnificence of the firmament. The occasional rush and laving of the waters, the vague sounds from the surrounding wilderness, the dreary howl, or rather whine, of wolves from the plains, the low grunting and bellowing of the buffalo, and the shrill neighing of the elk, struck the ear with an effect unknown in the daytime. The two knowing hunters had scarcely recovered from one mortification when they were fated to experience another. As the boat was gliding swiftly round a low promontory, thinly covered with trees, one of them gave the alarm of Indians. The boat was instantly shoved from shore, and everyone caught up his rifle. "Where are they?" cried Wyeth. There, riding on horseback," cried one of the hunters. "Yes, with white scarves on," cried the other. Wyeth looked in the direction they pointed, but descried nothing but two bald eagles perched on a low dry branch beyond the thickets, and seeming, from the rapid motion of the boat, to be moving swiftly in an opposite direction. The detection of this blunder in the two veterans, who prided themselves on the sureness and quickness of their sight, produced a hearty laugh at their expense, and put an end to their vauntings. The Yellowstone, above the confluence of the Bighorn, is a clear stream. Its waters were now gradually growing turbid and assuming the yellow clay color of the Missouri. The current was about 4 miles an hour, with occasional rapids, some of them dangerous, but the voyagers passed them all without accident. The banks of the river were in many places precipitous with strata of bituminous coal. They now entered a region abounding with buffalo, that ever-journeying animal, which moves in countless droves from point to point of the vast wilderness, traversing plains, pouring through the intricate defiles of mountains, swimming rivers, ever on the move, guided on its boundless migrations by some traditionary knowledge. Like the finny tribes of the ocean, which at certain seasons find their mysterious paths across the deep and revisit the remotest shores. These great migratory herds of buffalo have their hereditary paths and highways, worn deep through the country, and making for the surest passes of the mountains and the most practicable fords of the rivers. When once a great column is in full career, it goes straight forward, regardless of all obstacles, those in front being impelled by the moving mass behind. At such times they will break through a camp, trampling down everything in their course. It was the lot of the voyagers one night to encamp at one of these buffalo landing places, and exactly on the trail. They had not been long asleep when they were awakened by a great bellowing and tramping, and the rush and splash and snorting of animals in the river. They had just time to ascertain that a buffalo army was entering the river on the opposite side and making toward the landing place. With all haste they removed their boat and shifted their camp, by which time the head of the column had reached the shore and came pressing up the bank. It was a singular spectacle, by the uncertain moonlight, to behold this countless throng making their way across the river, blowing and bellowing and splashing. Sometimes they pass in such dense and continuous column as to form a temporary dam across the river, the waters of which rise and rush over their backs, or between their squadrons. The roaring and rushing sound of one of these vast herds crossing a river may sometimes, in a still night, be heard for miles. The voyagers now had game in profusion. They could kill as many buffaloes as they pleased, and occasionally were wanton in their havoc, especially among scattered herds that came swimming near the boat. On one occasion an old buffalo bull approached so near that the half-breeds must fain try to noose him as they would a wild horse. The noose was successfully thrown around his head and secured him by the horns, and they now promised themselves ample sport. The buffalo made prodigious turmoil in the water, bellowing and blowing and floundering, and they all floated down the stream together. At length he found foothold on a sandbar, and taking to his heels, whirled the boat after him like a whale when harpooned, so that the hunters were obliged to cast off their rope, with which strange headgear the venerable bull made off to the prairies. On the 24th of August, the bull boat emerged, with its adventurous crew, into the broad bosom of the mighty Missouri. Here, about 6 miles above the mouth of the Yellowstone, the voyagers landed at Fort Union, the distributing post of the American Fur Company in the western country. It was a stockaded fortress about 220 feet square, pleasantly situated on a high bank. Here they were hospitably entertained by Mr. Mackenzie, the superintendent, and remained with him 3 days, enjoying the unusual luxuries of bread, butter, milk, and cheese. For the fort was well supplied with domestic cattle, though it had no garden. The atmosphere of these elevated regions is said to be too dry for the culture of vegetables. Yet the voyagers, in coming down the Yellowstone, had met with plums, grapes, cherries, and currants, and had observed ash and elm trees. Where these grow, the climate cannot be incompatible with gardening. At Fort Union, Wyeth met with a melancholy memento of one of his men. This was a powder flask, which a clerk had purchased from a Blackfoot warrior. It bore the initials of poor Moore, the unfortunate youth murdered the year previously at Jackson's Hole by the Blackfeet, and whose bones had been subsequently found by Captain Bonneville. This flask had either been passed from hand to hand of the youth, or perhaps had been brought to the fort by the very savage who slew him. As the bull boat was now nearly worn out and altogether unfit for the broader and more turbulent stream of the Missouri, it was given up, and a canoe of cottonwood, about 20 feet long, fabricated by the Blackfeet, was purchased to supply its place. In this Wyeth hoisted his sail, and bidding adieu to the hospitable superintendent of Fort Union, turned his prow to the east and set off down the Missouri. He had not proceeded many hours before in the evening he came to a large keel-boat at anchor. It proved to be the boat of Captain William Sublette, freighted with munitions for carrying on a powerful opposition to the American Fur Company. The voyagers went on board, where they were treated with the hearty hospitality of the wilderness, and passed a social evening, talking over past scenes and adventures, and especially the memorable fight at Pierre's Hole. Here Milton Sublette determined to give up further voyaging in the canoe and remain with his brother. Accordingly, in the morning, the fellow voyagers took kind leave of each other, and Wyeth continued on his course. There was now no one on board of his boat that had ever voyaged on the Missouri. It was, however, all plain sailing down the stream without any chance of missing the way. All day the voyagers pulled gently along and landed in the evening and supped. Then, re-embarking, they suffered the canoe to float down with the current, taking turns to watch and sleep. The night was calm and serene. The elk kept up a continual whinnying or squealing, being the commencement of the season when they are in heat. In the midst of the night the canoe struck on a sandbar, and all hands were roused by the rush and roar of the wild waters which broke around her. They were all obliged to jump overboard and work hard to get her off, which was accomplished with much difficulty. In the course of the following day they saw 3 grizzly bears at different times along the bank. The last one was on a point of land, and was evidently making for the river to swim across. The 2 half-breed hunters were now eager to repeat the maneuver of the noose, promising to entrap Bruin and have rare sport in strangling and drowning him. Their only fear was that he might take fright and return to land before they could get between him and the shore. Holding back, therefore, until he was fairly committed in the center of the stream, they then pulled forward with might and main so as to cut off his retreat and take him in the rear. One of the worthies stationed himself in the bow with the cord and slip noose. The other, with the Nez Perce, managed the paddles. There was nothing further from the thoughts of honest Bruin, however, than to beat a retreat. Just as the canoe was drawing near, he turned suddenly around and made for it, with a horrible snarl and a tremendous show of teeth. The affrighted hunter called to his comrades to paddle off. Scarce had they turned the boat when the bear laid his enormous claws on the gunwale and attempted to get on board. The canoe was nearly overturned, and a deluge of water came pouring over the gunwale. All was clamor, terror, and confusion. Everyone bawled out. The bear roared and snarled. One caught up a gun, but water had rendered it useless. Others handled their paddles more effectually, and beating old Bruin about the head and claws, obliged him to relinquish his hold. They now plied their paddles with might and main. The bear made the best of his way to shore, and so ended the second exploit of the noose. The hunters determined to have no more naval contests with grizzly bears. The voyagers were now out of range of crows and Blackfeet, but they were approaching the country of the Rees or Arikras, a tribe no less dangerous, and who were generally hostile to small parties. In passing through their country, Wyeth laid by all day and drifted quietly down the river at night. In this way he passed on until he supposed himself safely through the region of danger, when he resumed his voyage in the open day. On the 3rd of September he had landed at midday to dine, and while some were making a fire, one of the hunters mounted a high bank to look out for game. He had scarce glanced his eye round when he perceived horses grazing on the opposite side of the river. Crouching down, he slunk back to the camp and reported what he had seen. On further reconnoitering, the voyagers counted 21 lodges, and from the number of horses, computed that there must be nearly 100 Indians encamped there. They now drew their boat, with all speed and caution, into a thicket of water willows, and remained closely concealed all day. As soon as the night closed in, they re-embarked. The moon would rise early, so that they had but about 2 hours of darkness to get past the camp. The night, however, was cloudy, with a blustering wind. Silently and with muffled oars, they glided down the river, keeping close under the shore opposite to the camp, watching its various lodges and fires, and the dark forms passing to and fro between them. Suddenly, on turning a point of land, they found themselves close upon a camp on their own side of the river. It appeared that not more than 1/2 of the band had crossed. They were within a few yards of the shore. They saw distinctly the savages, some standing, some lying around the fire. Horses were grazing around. Some lodges were set up. Others had been sent across the river. The red glare of the fires upon these wild groups and harsh faces, contrasted with the surrounding darkness, had a startling effect, as the voyagers suddenly came upon the scene. The dogs of the camp perceived them and barked, but the Indians fortunately took no heed of their clamor. Wyeth instantly sheered his boat out into the stream, when unluckily it struck upon a sandbar and stuck fast. It was a perilous and trying situation, for he was fixed between the two camps, and within rifle range of both. All hands jumped out into the water and tried to get the boat off, but as no one dared to give the word, they could not pull together, and their labor was in vain. In this way they labored for a long time, until Wyeth thought of giving a signal for a general heave by lifting his hat. The expedient succeeded. They launched their canoe again into deep water, and getting in, had the delight of seeing the campfires of the savages, soon fading in the distance. They continued under way the greater part of the night, until far beyond all danger from this band, when they pulled to shore and encamped. The following day was windy, and they came near upsetting their boat in carrying sail. Toward evening the wind subsided, and a beautiful calm night succeeded. They floated along with the current throughout the night, taking turns to watch and steer. The deep stillness of the night was occasionally interrupted by the neighing of the elk, the hoarse lowing of the buffalo, the hooting of large owls, and the screeching of the small ones, now and then the splash of a beaver, or the gong-like sound of the swan. Part of their journey was extremely tempestuous, with high winds, tremendous thunder, and soaking rain, and they were repeatedly in extreme danger from driftwood and sunken trees. On one occasion, having continued to float at night after the moon was down, they ran under a great snag or sunken tree, with dry branches above the water. These caught the mast, while the boat swung round, broadside to the stream, and began to fill with water. Nothing saved her from total wreck, but cutting away the mast. She then drove down the stream, but left one of the unlucky half-breeds clinging to the snag like a monkey to a pole. It was necessary to run inshore, toil up laboriously along the eddies, and to attain some distance above the snag, when they launched forth again into the stream and floated down with it to his rescue. We forbear to detail all the circumstances and adventures of upward of a month's voyage down the windings and doublings of this vast river, in the course of which they stopped occasionally at a post of one of the rival fur companies, or at a government agency for an Indian tribe. Neither shall we dwell upon the changes of climate and productions, as the voyager swept down from north to south, across several degrees of latitude, arriving at the regions of oaks and sycamores, of mulberry and basswood trees, of paraquets and wild turkeys. This is one of the characteristics of the middle and lower part of the Missouri, but still more so of the Mississippi, whose rapid current traverses a succession of latitudes so as in a few days to float the voyager almost from the frozen regions to the tropics. The voyage of Wyeth shows the regular and unobstructed flow of the rivers on the east side of the Rocky Mountains, in contrast to those of the western side, where rocks and rapids continually menace and obstruct the voyager. We find him in a frail bark of skins, launching himself in a stream at the foot of the Rocky Mountains, and floating down from river to river as they empty themselves into each other, and so he might have kept on upward of 2,000 miles until his little bark should drift into the ocean. At present we shall stop with him at Cantonment Leavenworth, the frontier post of the United States, where he arrived on the 27th of September. Here his first care was to have his Nez Perce Indian and his half-breed boy, Baptiste, vaccinated. As they approached the fort, they were hailed by the sentinel. The sight of a soldier in full array, with what appeared to be a long knife glittering on the end of a musket, struck Baptiste with such a fright that he took to his heels, bawling for mercy at the top of his voice. The Nez Perce would have followed him, had not Wyeth assured him of his safety. When they underwent the operation of the lancet, the doctor's wife and another lady were present, both beautiful women. They were the first white women that they had seen, and they could not keep their eyes off of them. On returning to the boat, they recounted to their companions all that they had observed at the fort, but were especially eloquent about the white squaws, who, they said, were white as snow, and more beautiful than any human being they had ever beheld. We shall not accompany the captain any further in his voyage, but will simply state that he made his way to Boston, where he succeeded in organizing an association under the name of the Columbia River Fishing and Trading Company, for his original objects of a salmon fishery and a trade in furs. A brig, the May Dacres, had been dispatched for the Columbia with supplies, and he was now on his way to the same point, at the head of 60 men whom he had enlisted at St. Louis, some of whom were experienced hunters, and all more habituated to the life of the wilderness than his first band of down-easters. We will now return to Captain Bonneville and his party, whom we left making up their packs and saddling their horses in Bear River Valley. End of Chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. Departure of Captain Bonneville for the Columbia. Advance of Wyeth. Efforts to keep the lead. Hudson's Bay Party. A junketing. A delectable beverage. Honey and alcohol. High carousing. The Canadian bon vivant. A cache. A rapid move. Wyeth and his plans. His traveling companions. Buffalo hunting. More conviviality. An interruption. It was the 3rd of July that Captain Bonneville set out on his second visit to the banks of the Columbia, at the head of 23 men. He traveled leisurely to keep his horses fresh, until on the 10th of July a scout brought word that Wyeth, with his band, was but 50 miles in the rear and pushing forward with all speed. This caused some bustle in the camp, for it was important to get first to the buffalo ground to secure provisions for the journey. As the horses were too heavily laden to travel fast, a cache was digged as promptly as possible to receive all superfluous baggage. Just as it was finished, a spring burst out of the earth at the bottom. Another cache was therefore digged about 2 miles further on, when, as they were about to bury the effects, a line of horsemen with pack horses were seen streaking over the plain and encamped close by. It proved to be a small band in the service of the Hudson's Bay Company, under the command of a veteran Canadian. One of these petty leaders, who with a small party of men and a small supply of goods are employed to follow up a band of Indians from one hunting ground to another and buy up their peltries. Having received numerous civilities from the Hudson's Bay Company, the captain sent an invitation to the officers of the party to an evening regale, and set to work to make jovial preparations. As the night air in these elevated regions is apt to be cold, a blazing fire was soon made that would have done credit to a Christmas dinner instead of a midsummer banquet. The parties met in high good fellowship. There was abundance of such hunters' fare as the neighborhood furnished, and it was all discussed with mountain appetites. They talked over all the events of their late campaigns, but the Canadian veteran had been unlucky in some of his transactions, and his brow began to grow cloudy. Captain Bonneville remarked his rising spleen, and regretted that he had no juice of the grape to keep it down. A man's wit, however, is quick and inventive in the wilderness. A thought suggested itself to the captain, how he might brew a delectable beverage. Among his stores was a keg of honey but half exhausted. This he filled up with alcohol, and stirred the fiery and mellifluous ingredients together. The glorious results may readily be imagined. A happy compound of strength and sweetness, enough to soothe the most ruffled temper and unsettle the most solid understanding. The beverage worked to a charm. The can circulated merrily. The first deep draught washed out every care from the mind of the veteran. The second elevated his spirit to the clouds. He was, in fact, a boon companion, as all veteran Canadian traders are apt to be. He now became glorious, talked over all his exploits, his huntings, his fightings with Indian braves, his loves with Indian beauties, sang snatches of old French ditties and Canadian boat songs, drank deeper and deeper, sang louder and louder, until, having reached a climax of drunken gaiety, he gradually declined, and at length fell fast asleep upon the ground. After a long nap he again raised his head, imbibed another potation of the sweet and strong, flashed up with another slight blaze of French gaiety, and again fell asleep. The morning found him still upon the field of action, but in sad and sorrowful condition, suffering the penalties of past pleasures, and calling to mind the captain's dulcet compound with many a retch and spasm. It seemed as if the honey and alcohol, which had passed so glibly and smoothly over his tongue, were at war within his stomach, and that he had a swarm of bees within his head. In short, so helpless and woebegone was his plight that his party proceeded on their march without him. The captain promised to bring him on in safety in the after part of the day. As soon as this party had moved off, Captain Bonneville's men proceeded to construct and fill their cache, and just as it was completed, the party of Wyeth was descried at a distance. In a moment all was activity to take the road. The horses were prepared and mounted, and being lightened of a great part of their burdens, were able to move with celerity. As to the worthy convive of the preceding evening, he was carefully gathered up from the hunter's couch on which he lay, repentant and supine, and being packed upon one of the horses, was hurried forward with the convoy, groaning and ejaculating at every jolt. In the course of the day, Wyeth, being lightly mounted, rode ahead of his party and overtook Captain Bonneville. Their meeting was friendly and courteous, and they discussed, sociably, their respective fortunes since they separated on the banks of the Big Horn. Wyeth announced his intention of establishing a small trading post at the mouth of the Port Neuf, and leaving a few men there, with a quantity of goods, to trade with the neighboring Indians. He was compelled, in fact, to this measure, in consequence of the refusal of the Rocky Mountain Fur Company to take a supply of goods which he had brought out for them according to contract, and which he had no other mode of disposing of. He further informed Captain Bonneville that the competition between the Rocky Mountain and American Fur Companies, which had led to such nefarious stratagems and deadly feuds, was at an end. they having divided the country between them, allotting boundaries within which each was to trade and hunt, so as not to interfere with the other. In company with Wyeth were traveling 2 men of science, Mr. Nuttall, the botanist, the same who ascended the Missouri at the time of the expedition to Astoria, and Mr. Townsend, an ornithologist. From these gentlemen we may look forward to important information concerning these interesting regions. There were 3 religious missionaries also, bound to the shore of the Columbia to spread the light of the gospel in that far wilderness. After riding for some time together in friendly conversation, Wyeth returned to his party, and Captain Bonneville continued to press forward and to gain ground. At night he sent off the sadly sober and moralizing chief of the Hudson's Bay Company, under a proper escort, to rejoin his people, his route branching off in a different direction. The latter took a cordial leave of his host, hoping on some future occasion to repay his hospitality in kind. In the morning the captain was early on the march, throwing scouts out far ahead to scour hill and dale in search of buffalo. He had confidently expected to find game in abundance on the headwaters of the Portneuf, but on reaching that region not a track was to be seen. At length one of the scouts, who had made a wide sweep away to the headwaters of the Blackfoot River, discovered great herds quietly grazing in the adjacent meadows. He set out on his return to report his discoveries, but night overtaking him, he was kindly and hospitably entertained at the camp of Wyeth. As soon as day dawned he hastened to his own camp with the welcome intelligence, and about 10 o'clock of the same morning Captain Bonneville's party were in the midst of the game. The packs were scarcely off the backs of the mules when the runners, mounted on the fleetest horses, were full tilt after the buffalo. Others of the men were busy erecting scaffolds and other contrivances for jerking or drying meat. Others were lighting great fires for the same purpose. Soon the hunters began to make their appearance, bringing in the choicest morsels of buffalo meat. These were placed upon the scaffolds, and the whole camp presented a scene of singular hurry and activity. At daylight the next morning the runners again took the field with similar success, and after an interval of repose made their 3rd and last chase about 12 o'clock, for by this time Wyeth's party was in sight. The game being now driven into a valley at some distance, Wyeth was obliged to fix his camp there, but he came in the evening to pay Captain Bonneville a visit. He was accompanied by Captain Stewart, the amateur traveler, who had not yet sated his appetite for the adventurous life of the wilderness. With him also was a Mr. Mackay, a half-breed, son of the unfortunate adventurer of the same name, who came out in the first maritime expedition to Astoria, and was blown up in the Tonquin. His son had grown up in the employ of the British fur companies, and was a prime hunter and a daring partisan. He held, moreover, a farm in the valley of the Willamette. The 3 visitors, when they reached Captain Bonneville's camp, were surprised to find no one in it but himself and 3 men, his party being dispersed in all directions to make the most of their present chance for hunting. They remonstrated with him on the imprudence of remaining with so trifling a guard in a region so full of danger. Captain Bonneville vindicated the policy of his conduct. He never hesitated to send out all his hunters when any important object was to be attained, and experience had taught him that he was most secure when his forces were thus distributed over the surrounding country. He then was sure that no enemy could approach from any direction without being discovered by his hunters, who have a quick eye for detecting the slightest signs of the proximity of Indians, and who would instantly convey intelligence to the camp. The captain now set to work with his men to prepare a suitable entertainment for his guests. It was a time of plenty in the camp, of prime hunters' dainties, of buffalo humps and buffalo tongues, and roasted ribs and broiled marrow bones. All these were cooked in hunter's style, served up with a profusion known only on a plentiful hunting ground, and discussed with an appetite that would astonish the puny gourmands of the cities. But above all, and to give a bacchanalian grace to this truly masculine repast, the captain produced his mellifluous keg of home-brewed nectar, which had been so potent over the senses of the veteran of Hudson's Bay. Potations, pottle deep, again went round. Never did beverage excite greater glee or meet with more rapturous commendation. The parties were fast advancing to that happy state which would have ensured ample cause for the next day's repentance, and the bees were already beginning to buzz about their ears when a messenger came spurring to the camp with intelligence that Wyeth's people had got entangled in one of those deep and frightful ravines piled with immense fragments of volcanic rock which gashed the whole country about the headwaters of the Blackfoot River. The revel was instantly at an end. The keg of sweet and potent home-brewed was deserted, and the guests departed with all speed to aid in extricating their companions from the volcanic ravine. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains and the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. A rapid march, a cloud of dust, wild horsemen, hijinks, horse racing and rifle shooting, the game of hand, the fishing season, mode of fishing, tablelands, salmon fishers, the captain's visit to an Indian lodge, the Indian girl, the pocket mirror, supper, troubles of an evil conscience. Up and away is the first thought at daylight of the Indian trader, when arrival is at hand and distance is to be gained. Early in the morning, Captain Bonneville ordered the half-dried meat to be packed upon the horses, and leaving Wyeth and his party to hunt the scattered buffalo, pushed off rapidly to the east to regain the plain of the Port Neuf. His march was rugged and dangerous, through volcanic hills broken into cliffs and precipices, and seamed with tremendous chasms, where the rocks rose like walls. On the second day, however, he encamped once more in the plain, and as it was still early, some of the men strolled out to the neighboring hills. In casting their eyes round the country, they perceived a great cloud of dust rising in the south, and evidently approaching. Hastening back to the camp, they gave the alarm. Preparations were instantly made to receive an enemy, while some of the men, throwing themselves upon the running horses kept for hunting, galloped off to reconnoiter. In a little while they made signals from a distance that all was friendly. By this time the cloud of dust had swept on as if hurried along by a blast, and a band of wild horsemen came dashing at full leap into the camp, yelling and whooping like so many maniacs. Their dresses, their accoutrements, their mode of riding, and their uncouth clamor made them seem a party of savages arrayed for war, but they proved to be principally half-breeds and white men grown savage in the wilderness, who were employed as trappers and hunters in the service of the Hudson's Bay Company. Here was again hijinks in the camp. Captain Bonneville's men hailed these wild scamperers as congenial spirits, or rather as the very game birds of their class. They entertained them with the hospitality of mountaineers, feasting them at every fire. At first there were mutual details of adventures and exploits, and broad joking mingled with peals of laughter. Then came on boasting of the comparative merits of horses and rifles, which soon engrossed every tongue. This naturally led to racing and shooting at a mark. One trial of speed and skill succeeded another. Shouts and acclamations rose from the victorious parties. Fierce altercations succeeded, and a general melee was about to take place, when suddenly the attention of the quarrelers was arrested by a strange kind of Indian chant or chorus that seemed to operate upon them as a charm. Their fury was at an end. A tacit reconciliation succeeded, and the ideas of the whole mongrel crowd, whites, half-breeds, and squaws, were turned in a new direction. They all formed into groups, and taking their places at the several fires, prepared for one of the most exciting amusements of the Nez Perces and the other tribes of the Far West. The choral chant, in fact, which had thus acted as a charm, was a kind of wild accompaniment to the favorite Indian game of hand. This is played by two parties drawn out in opposite platoons before a blazing fire. It is in some respects like the old game of passing the ring or the button and detecting the hand which holds it. In the present game, the object hidden, or the cache, as it is called by the trappers, is a small splint of wood or other diminutive article that may be concealed in the closed hand. This is passed backward and forward among the party in hand, while the party out of hand guess where it is concealed. To heighten the excitement and confuse the guessers, a number of dry poles are laid before each platoon, upon which the members of the party in hand beat furiously with short staves, keeping time to the choral chant already mentioned, which waxes fast and furious as the game proceeds. As large bets are staked upon the game, the excitement is prodigious. Each party in turn bursts out in full chorus, beating and yelling, and working themselves up into such a heat that the perspiration rolls down their naked shoulders, even in the cold of a winter night. The bets are doubled and trebled as the game advances. The mental excitement increases almost to madness, and all the worldly effects of the gamblers are often hazarded upon the position of a straw. These gambling games were kept up throughout the night. Every fire glared upon a group that looked like a crew of maniacs at their frantic orgies, and the scene would have been kept up throughout the succeeding day, had not Captain Bonneville interposed his authority, and at the usual hour issued his marching orders. Proceeding down the course of Snake River, the hunters regularly returned to camp in the evening, laden with wild geese, which were yet scarcely able to fly, and were easily caught in great numbers. It was now the season of the annual fish feast, with which the Indians in these parts celebrate the first appearance of the salmon in this river. These fish are taken in great numbers at the numerous falls of about 4 feet pitch. The Indians flank the shallow water just below and spear them as they attempt to pass. In wide parts of the river also they place a sort of cherished de frise, or fence of poles interwoven with withes, and forming an angle in the middle of the current, where a small opening is left for the salmon to pass. Around this opening the Indians station themselves on small rafts and ply their spears, with great success. The tablelands so common in this region have a sandy soil, inconsiderable in depth, and covered with sage, or more properly speaking, wormwood. Below this is a level stratum of rock, riven occasionally by frightful chasms. The whole plain rises as it approaches the river, and terminates with high and broken cliffs, difficult to pass, and in many places so precipitous that it is impossible for days together to get down to the water's edge, to give drink to the horses. This obliges the traveler occasionally to abandon the vicinity of the river and make a wide sweep into the interior. It was now far in the month of July, and the party suffered extremely from sultry weather and dusty traveling. The flies and gnats, too, were extremely troublesome to the horses, especially when keeping along the edge of the river where it runs between low sandbanks. Whenever the travelers encamped in the afternoon, the horses retired to the gravelly shores and remained there without attempting to feed until the cool of the evening. As to the travelers, they plunged into the clear and cool current to wash away the dust of the road and refresh themselves after the heat of the day. The nights were always cool and pleasant. At one place where they encamped for some time, the river was nearly 500 yards wide and studded with grassy islands, adorned with groves of willow and cottonwood. Here the Indians were assembled in great numbers and had barricaded the channels between the islands to enable them to spear the salmon with greater facility. They were a timid race and seemed unaccustomed to the sight of white men. Entering one of the huts, Captain Bonneville found the inhabitants just proceeding to cook a fine salmon. It is put into a pot filled with cold water and hung over the fire. The moment the water begins to boil, the fish is considered cooked. Taking his seat unceremoniously and lighting his pipe, the captain awaited the cooking of the fish, intending to invite himself to the repast. The owner of the hut seemed to take his intrusion in good part. While conversing with him, the captain felt something move behind him, and turning around and removing a few skins and old buffalo robes, discovered a young girl about 14 years of age crouched beneath, who directed her large black eyes full in his face and continued to gaze in mute surprise and terror. The captain endeavored to dispel her fears, and drawing a bright ribbon from his pocket, attempted repeatedly to tie it round her neck. She jerked back at each attempt, uttering a sound very much like a snarl. Nor could all the blandishments of the captain, albeit a pleasant, good-looking, and somewhat gallant man, succeed in conquering the shyness of the savage little beauty. His attentions were now turned toward the parents, whom he presented with an awl and a little tobacco, and having thus secured their goodwill, continued to smoke his pipe and watch the salmon. While thus seated near the threshold, an urchin of the family approached the door, but catching a sight of the strange guest, ran off screaming with terror, and ensconced himself behind the long straw at the back of the hut, desirous to dispel entirely this timidity, and to open a trade with the simple inhabitants of the hut, who, he did not doubt, had furs somewhere concealed. The captain now drew forth that grand lure in the eyes of a savage, a pocket mirror. The sight of it was irresistible. After examining it for a long time with wonder and admiration, they produced a muskrat skin and offered it in exchange. The captain shook his head, but purchased the skin for a couple of buttons, superfluous trinkets, as the worthy lord of the hovel had neither coat nor breeches on which to place them. The mirror still continued the great object of desire, particularly in the eyes of the old housewife, who produced a pot of parched flour and a string of biscuit roots. These procured her some trifles in return, but could not command the purchase of the mirror. The salmon being now completely cooked, they all joined heartily in supper. A bounteous portion was deposited before the captain by the old woman upon some fresh grass, which served instead of a platter, and never had he tasted a salmon boiled so completely to his fancy. Supper being over, the captain lighted his pipe and passed it to his host, who, inhaling the smoke, puffed it through his nostrils so assiduously that in a little while his head manifested signs of confusion and dizziness. Being satisfied by this time of the kindly and companionable qualities of the captain, he became easy and communicative, and at length hinted something about exchanging beaver skins for horses. The captain at once offered to dispose of his steed, which stood fastened at the door. The bargain was soon concluded, whereupon the Indian, removing a pile of bushes under which his valuables were concealed, drew forth the number of skins agreed upon as the price. Shortly afterward, some of the captain's people coming up, he ordered another horse to be saddled, and mounting it, took his departure from the hut, after distributing a few trifling presents among its simple inhabitants. During all the time of his visit, the little Indian girl had kept her large black eyes fixed upon him, almost without winking, watching every movement with awe and wonder, and as he rode off, remained gazing after him, motionless as a statue. Her father, however, delighted with his new acquaintance, mounted his newly purchased horse, and followed in the train of the captain, to whom he continued to be a faithful and useful adherent during his sojourn in the neighborhood. The cowardly effects of an evil conscience were evidenced in the conduct of one of the captain's men, who had been in the California expedition. During all their intercourse with the harmless people of this place, he had manifested uneasiness and anxiety. While his companions mingled freely and joyously with the natives, he went about with a restless, suspicious look, scrutinizing every painted form and face, and starting often at the sudden approach of some meek and inoffensive savage, who regarded him with reverence as a superior being. Yet this was ordinarily a bold fellow, who never flinched from danger, nor turned pale at the prospect of a battle. At length he requested permission of Captain Bonneville to keep out of the way of these people entirely. Their striking resemblance, he said, to the people of Ogden's River made him continually fear that some among them might have seen him in that expedition, and might seek an opportunity of revenge. Ever after this, while they remained in this neighborhood, he would skulk out of the way and keep aloof when any of the native inhabitants approached. Such, observed Captain Bonneville, is the effect of self-reproach, even upon the roving trapper in the wilderness, who has little else to fear than the stings of his own guilty conscience. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains and the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44, Outfit of a Trapper, Risks to which he is subjected, Partnership of Trappers, Enmity of Indians, Distant Smoke, A Country on Fire, Gun Creek, Grand Ronde, Fine Pastures, Perplexities in a Smoky Country, Conflagration of Forests. It had been the intention of Captain Bonneville, in descending along Snake River, to scatter his trappers upon the smaller streams. In this way a range of country is trapped by small detachments from a main body. The outfit of a trapper is generally a rifle, a pound of powder, and 4 pounds of lead, with a bullet mold, 7 traps, an axe, a hatchet, a knife, and all, a camp kettle, 2 blankets, and where supplies are plenty, 7 pounds of flour. He has generally 2 or 3 horses to carry himself and his baggage and peltries. 2 trappers commonly go together for the purposes of mutual assistance and support. A larger party could not easily escape the eyes of the Indians. It is a service of peril, and even more so at present than formerly, for the Indians, since they have got into the habit of trafficking peltries with the traders, have learned the value of the beaver, and look upon the trappers as poachers who are filching the riches from their streams and interfering with their market. They make no hesitation, therefore, to murder the solitary trapper, and thus destroy a competitor, while they possess themselves of his spoils. It is with regret we add, too, that this hostility has in many cases been instigated by traders, desirous of injuring their rivals, but who have themselves often reaped the fruits of the mischief they have sown. When 2 trappers undertake any considerable stream, their mode of proceeding is to hide their horses in some lonely glen where they can graze unobserved. They then build a small hut, dig out a canoe from a cottonwood tree, and in this poke along shore silently in the evening and set their traps. These they revisit in the same silent way at daybreak. When they take any beaver, they bring it home, skin it, stretch the skins on sticks to dry, and feast upon the flesh. The body, hung up before the fire, turns by its own weight, and is roasted in a superior style. The tail is the trapper's tidbit. It is cut off, put on the end of a stick, and toasted, and is considered even a greater dainty than the tongue or the marrow bone of a buffalo. With all their silence and caution, however, the poor trappers cannot always escape their hawk-eyed enemies. Their trail has been discovered, perhaps, and followed up for many a mile, or their smoke has been seen curling up out of the secret glen, or has been scented by the savages, whose sense of smell is almost as acute as that of sight. Sometimes they are pounced upon when in the act of setting their traps. At other times they are roused from their sleep by the horrid war-whoop, or perhaps have a bullet or an arrow whistling about their ears in the midst of one of their beaver banquets. In this way they are picked off from time to time, and nothing is known of them, until perchance their bones are found bleaching in some lonely ravine, or on the banks of some nameless stream, which from that time is called after them. Many of the small streams beyond the mountains thus perpetuate the names of unfortunate trappers that have been murdered on their banks. A knowledge of these dangers deterred Captain Bonneville, in the present instance, from detaching small parties of trappers as he had intended, for his scouts brought him word that formidable bands of the Bannock Indians were lying on the Boise and Payette rivers at no great distance, so that they would be apt to detect and cut off any stragglers. It behooved him also to keep his party together to guard against any predatory attack upon the main body. He continued on his way, therefore, without dividing his forces, and fortunate it was that he did so, for in a little while he encountered one of the phenomena of the western wilds that would effectually have prevented his scattered people from finding each other again. In a word, it was the season of setting fire to the prairies. As he advanced, he began to perceive great clouds of smoke at a distance, rising by degrees and spreading over the whole face of the country. The atmosphere became dry and surcharged with murky vapor, parching to the skin and irritating to the eyes. When traveling among the hills, they could scarcely discern objects at the distance of a few paces. Indeed, the least exertion of the vision was painful. There was evidently some vast conflagration in the direction toward which they were proceeding. It was as yet at a great distance, and during the day they could only see the smoke rising in larger and denser volumes, and rolling forth in an immense canopy. At night the skies were all glowing with the reflection of unseen fires, hanging in an immense body of lurid light high upon the horizon. Having reached Gun Creek, an important stream coming from the left, Captain Bonneville turned up its course to traverse the mountain and avoid the great bend of Snake River. Being now out of the range of the Bannocks, he sent out his people in all directions to hunt the antelope for present supplies, keeping the dried meats for places where game might be scarce. During 4 days that the party were ascending Gun Creek, the smoke continued to increase so rapidly that it was impossible to distinguish the face of the country and ascertain landmarks. Fortunately, the travelers fell upon an Indian trail, which led them to the headwaters of the Fourche de Glace, or Ice River, sometimes called the Grande Ronde. Here they found all the plains and valleys wrapped in one vast conflagration, which swept over the long grass in billows of flame, shot up every bush and tree, rose in great columns from the groves, and set up clouds of smoke that darkened the atmosphere. To avoid this sea of fire, the travelers had to pursue their course close along the foot of the mountains, but the irritation from the smoke continued to be tormenting. The country about the headwaters of the Grande Ronde spreads out into broad and level prairies, extremely fertile, and watered by mountain springs and rivulets. These prairies are resorted to by small bands of the Skynses to pasture their horses, as well as to banquet upon the salmon which abound in the neighboring waters. They take these fish in great quantities and without the least difficulty, simply taking them out of the water with their hands, as they flounder and struggle in the numerous long shoals of the principal streams. At the time the travelers passed over these prairies, some of the narrow, deep streams by which they were intersected were completely choked with salmon, which they took in great numbers. The wolves and bears frequent these streams at this season to avail themselves of these great fisheries. The travelers continued for many days to experience great difficulties and discomforts from this wide conflagration which seemed to embrace the whole wilderness. The sun was for a great part of the time obscured by the smoke, and the loftiest mountains were hidden from view. Blundering along in this region of mist and uncertainty, they were frequently obliged to make long circuits to avoid obstacles which they could not perceive until close upon them. The Indian trails were their safest guides, for though they sometimes appeared to lead them out of their direct course, they always conducted them to the passes. On the 26th of August they reached the head of the Wei River. Here, in a valley of the mountains through which this headwater makes its way, they found a band of Skynses, who were extremely sociable and appeared to be well disposed, and as they spoke the Nez Perce language, an intercourse was easily kept up with them. In the pastures on the bank of this stream, Captain Bonneville encamped for a time, for the purpose of recruiting the strength of his horses. Scouts were now sent out to explore the surrounding country and search for a convenient pass through the mountains toward the Willamette or Multnomah. After an absence of 20 days, they returned weary and discouraged. They had been harassed and perplexed in rugged mountain defiles, where their progress was continually impeded by rocks and precipices. Often they had been obliged to travel along the edges of frightful ravines, where a false step would have been fatal. In one of these passes a horse fell from the brink of a precipice, and would have been dashed to pieces had he not lodged among the branches of a tree, from which he was extricated with great difficulty. These, however, were not the worst of their difficulties and perils. The great conflagration of the country, which had harassed the main party in its march, was still more awful the further this exploring party proceeded. The flames, which swept rapidly over the light vegetation of the prairies, assumed a fiercer character and took a stronger hold amid the wooded glens and ravines of the mountains. Some of the deep gorges and defiles sent up sheets of flame, and clouds of lurid smoke, and sparks and cinders that in the night made them resemble the craters of volcanoes. The groves and forests, too, which crowned the cliffs, shot up their towering columns of fire, and added to the furnace glow of the mountains. With these stupendous sights were combined the rushing blasts caused by the rarefied air, which roared and howled through the narrow glens, and whirled forth the smoke and flames in impetuous wreaths. Ever and anon, too, was heard the crash of falling trees, sometimes tumbling from crags and precipices with tremendous sounds. In the daytime the mountains were wrapped in smoke so dense and blinding that the explorers, if by chance they separated, could only find each other by shouting. Often, too, they had to grope their way through the yet burning forests, in constant peril from the limbs and trunks of trees, which frequently fell across their path. At length they gave up the attempt to find a pass, as hopeless under actual circumstances, and made their way back to the camp to report their failure. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45, The Skynses, Their Traffic, Hunting, Food, Horses, A Horse Race, Devotional Feeling of the Skynses, Nez Perces and Flatheads, Prayers, Exhortations, A Preacher on Horseback, Effect of Religion on the Manners of the Tribes, A New Light. During the absence of this detachment, a sociable intercourse had been kept up between the main party and the Skynses, who had removed into the neighborhood of the camp. These people dwell about the waters of the Wayleeway and the adjacent country, and trade regularly with the Hudson's Bay Company, generally giving horses in exchange for the articles of which they stand in need. They bring beaver skins also to the trading posts, not procured by trapping, but by a course of internal traffic with the shy and ignorant Shoshokoes and Tuelikans, who keep in distant and unfrequented parts of the country, and will not venture near the trading houses. The Skynses hunt the deer and elk occasionally, and depend for a part of the year on fishing. Their main subsistence, however, is upon roots, especially the camosh. This bulbous root is said to be of a delicious flavor and highly nutritious. The women dig it up in great quantities, steam it, and deposit it in caches for winter provisions. It grows spontaneously and absolutely covers the plains. This tribe was comfortably clad and equipped. They had a few rifles among them, and were extremely desirous of bartering for those of Captain Bonneville's men, offering a couple of good running horses for a light rifle. Their first-rate horses, however, were not to be procured from them on any terms. They almost invariably use ponies, but of a breed infinitely superior to any in the United States. They are fond of trying their speed and bottom, and of betting upon them. As Captain Bonneville was desirous of judging of the comparative merit of their horses, he purchased one of their racers and had a trial of speed between that, an American, and a Shoshone, which were supposed to be well matched. The race course was for the distance of 1.5 miles out and back. For the first half-mile the American took the lead by a few hands, but losing his wind, soon fell far behind, leaving the Shoshone and Skinsy to contend together. For 1.5 miles they went head and head, but at the turn the Skinsy took the lead and won the race with great ease, scarce drawing a quick breath when all was over. The Skynses, like the Nez Perces and the Flatheads, have a strong devotional feeling, which has been successfully cultivated by some of the resident personages of the Hudson's Bay Company. Sunday is invariably kept sacred among these tribes. They will not raise their camp on that day, unless in extreme cases of danger or hunger. Neither will they hunt, nor fish, nor trade, nor perform any kind of labor on that day. A part of it is passed in prayer and religious ceremonies. Some chief, who is generally at the same time what is called a medicine man, assembles the community. After invoking blessings from the deity, he addresses the assemblage, exhorting them to good conduct, to be diligent in providing for their families, to abstain from lying and stealing, to avoid quarreling or cheating in their play, and to be just and hospitable to all strangers who may be among them. Prayers and exhortations are also made early in the morning on weekdays. Sometimes all this is done by the chief from horseback, moving slowly about the camp with his hat on and uttering his exhortations with a loud voice. On all occasions the bystanders listen with profound attention, and at the end of every sentence respond one word in unison, apparently equivalent to an Amen. While these prayers and exhortations are going on, every employment in the camp is suspended. If an Indian is riding by the place, he dismounts, holds his horse, and attends with reverence until all is done. When the chief has finished his prayer or exhortation, he says, "I have done," upon which there is a general exclamation in unison. With these religious services, probably derived from the white men, the tribes above mentioned mingle some of their old Indian ceremonials, such as dancing to the cadence of a song or ballad, which is generally done in a large lodge provided for the purpose. Besides Sundays, they likewise observe the cardinal holidays of the Roman Catholic Church. Whoever has introduced these simple forms of religions among these poor savages has evidently understood their characters and capacities, and effected a great melioration of their manners. Of this we speak not merely from the testimony of Captain Bonneville, but likewise from that of Mr. Wyeth, who passed some months in a traveling camp of the Flatheads. "During the time I have been with them," says he, "I have never known an instance of theft among them. The least thing, even to a bead or pin, is brought to you if found, and often things that have been thrown away. Neither have I known any quarreling nor lying. This absence of all quarreling the more surprised me when I came to see the various occasions that would have given rise to it among the whites. The crowding together of from 12 to 1800 horses, which have to be driven into camp at night, to be picketed, to be packed in the morning, the gathering of fuel in places where it is extremely scanty. All this, however, is done without confusion or disturbance. They have a mild, playful, laughing disposition, and this is portrayed in their countenances. They are polite and unobtrusive. When one speaks, the rest pay strict attention. When he is done, another assents by yes, or dissents by no, and then states his reasons, which are listened to with equal attention. Even the children are more peaceable than any other children. I have never heard an angry word among them, nor any quarreling, although there were at least 500 of them together and continually at play. With all this quietness of spirit, they are brave when put to the test, and are an overmatch for an equal number of Blackfeet. The foregoing observations, though gathered from Mr. Wyeth as relative to the Flatheads, apply in the main to the Skynses also. Captain Bonneville, during his sojourn with the latter, took constant occasion, in conversing with their principal men, to encourage them in the cultivation of moral and religious habits, drawing a comparison between their peaceable and comfortable course of life with that of other tribes, and attributing it to their superior sense of morality and religion. He frequently attended their religious services with his people, always enjoining on the latter the most reverential deportment, and he observed that the poor Indians were always pleased to have the white men present. The disposition of these tribes is evidently favorable to a considerable degree of civilization. A few farmers settled among them might lead them, Captain Bonneville thinks, to till the earth and cultivate grain. The country of the Skynses and Nez Perces is admirably adapted for the raising of cattle. a Christian missionary or two, and some trifling assistance from government to protect them from the predatory and warlike tribes, might lay the foundation of a Christian people in the midst of the great western wilderness, who would wear the Americans near their hearts. We must not omit to observe, however, in qualification of the sanctity of this Sabbath in the wilderness, that these tribes, who are all ardently addicted to gambling and horse racing, make Sunday a peculiar day for recreations of the kind, not deeming them in any wise out of season. After prayers and pious ceremonies are over, there is scarce an hour in the day, says Captain Bonneville, that you do not see several horses racing at full speed, and in every corner of the camp are groups of gamblers ready to stake everything upon the all-absorbing game of hand. The Indians, says Wyeth, appeared to enjoy their amusements with more zest than the whites. They are great gamblers, and in proportion to their means, play bolder and bet higher than white men. The cultivation of the religious feeling above noted among the savages has been at times a convenient policy with some of the more knowing traders, who have derived great credit and influence among them by being considered medicine men, that is, men gifted with mysterious knowledge. This feeling is also at times played upon by religious charlatans, who are to be found in savage as well as civilized life. One of these was noted by Wyeth during his sojourn among the Flatheads. "A new great man," says he, "is rising in the camp, who aims at power and sway. He covers his designs under the ample cloak of religion, inculcating some new doctrines and ceremonials among those who are more simple than himself. He has already made proselytes of 1/5 of the camp, beginning by working on the women, the children, and the weak-minded. His followers are all dancing on the plain to their own vocal music. The more knowing ones of the tribe look on and laugh, thinking it all too foolish to do harm. But they will soon find that women, children, and fools form a large majority of every community, and they will have eventually to follow the new light or be considered among the profane. As soon as a preacher or pseudo-prophet of the kind gets followers enough, he either takes command of the tribe or branches off and sets up an independent chief and medicine man." End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46, Scarcity in the Camp, Refusal of Supplies by the Hudson's Bay Company, Conduct of the Indians, A Hungry Retreat, John Day's River, The Blue Mountains, Salmon Fishing on Snake River, Messengers from the Crow Country, Bear River Valley, Immense Migration of Buffalo, Danger of Buffalo Hunting, A Wounded Indian, Utah Indians, A Surround of Antelopes. Provisions were now growing scanty in the camp, and Captain Bonneville found it necessary to seek a new neighborhood. Taking leave, therefore, of his friends, the Skynses, he set off to the westward, and crossing a low range of mountains, encamped on the headwaters of the Atolias. Being now within 30 miles of Fort Walla Walla, the trading post of the Hudson's Bay Company, he sent a small detachment of men thither to purchase corn for the subsistence of his party. The men were well received at the fort, but all supplies for their camp were peremptorily refused. Tempting offers were made them, however, if they would leave their present employ and enter into the service of the company, but they were not to be seduced. When Captain Bonneville saw his messengers return empty-handed, he ordered an instant move, for there was imminent danger of famine. He pushed forward down the course of the Atolias, which runs diagonal to the Columbia and falls into it about 50 miles below the Walla Walla. His route lay through a beautiful undulating country covered with horses belonging to the Skynses, who sent them there for pasturage. On reaching the Columbia, Captain Bonneville hoped to open a trade with the natives for fish and other provisions, but to his surprise they kept aloof and even hid themselves on his approach. He soon discovered that they were under the influence of the Hudson's Bay Company, who had forbidden them to trade or hold any communion with him. He proceeded along the Columbia, but it was everywhere the same. Not an article of provisions was to be obtained from the natives, and he was at length obliged to kill a couple of his horses to sustain his famishing people. He now came to a halt and consulted what was to be done. The broad and beautiful Columbia lay before them, smooth and unruffled as a mirror. A little more journeying would take them to its lower region, to the noble valley of the Willamette, their projected winter quarters. To advance under present circumstances would be to court starvation. The resources of the country were locked against them by the influence of a jealous and powerful monopoly. If they reached the Willamette, they could scarcely hope to obtain sufficient supplies for the winter. If they lingered any longer in the country, the snows would gather upon the mountains and cut off their retreat. By hastening their return, they would be able to reach the Blue Mountains just in time to find the elk, the deer, and the bighorn, and after they had supplied themselves with provisions, they might push through the mountains before they were entirely blocked by snow. Influenced by these considerations, Captain Bonneville reluctantly turned his back a second time on the Columbia and set off for the Blue Mountains. He took his course up John Day's River, so called for one of the hunters in the original Astorian enterprise. As famine was at his heels, he traveled fast and reached the mountains by the 1st of October. He entered by the opening made by John Day's River. It was a rugged and difficult defile, but he and his men had become accustomed to hard scrambles of the kind. Fortunately, the September rains had extinguished the fires which recently spread over these regions, and the mountains, no longer wrapped in smoke, now revealed all their grandeur and sublimity to the eye. They were disappointed in their expectation of finding abundant game in the mountains. Large bands of the natives had passed through, returning from their fishing expeditions, and had driven all the game before them. It was only now and then that the hunters could bring in sufficient to keep the party from starvation. To add to their distress, they mistook their route and wandered for 10 days among high and bald hills of clay. At length, after much perplexity, they made their way to the banks of Snake River, following the course of which they were sure to reach their place of destination. It was the 20th of October when they found themselves once more upon this noted stream. The Shoshokoes, whom they had met with in such scanty numbers on their journey down the river, now absolutely thronged its banks to profit by the abundance of salmon and lay up a stock for winter provisions. Scaffolds were everywhere erected, and immense quantities of fish drying upon them. At this season of the year, however, the salmon are extremely poor, and the travelers needed their keen sauce of hunger to give them a relish. In some places the shores were completely covered with a stratum of dead salmon, exhausted in ascending the river, or destroyed at the falls, the fetid odor of which tainted the air. It was not until the travelers reached the headwaters of the Port Neuf that they really found themselves in a region of abundance. Here the buffaloes were in immense herds, and here they remained for 3 days, slaying and cooking and feasting, and indemnifying themselves by an enormous carnival for a long and hungry Lent. Their horses, too, found good pasturage, and enjoyed a little rest after a severe spell of hard traveling. During this period 2 horsemen arrived at the camp, who proved to be messengers sent express for supplies from Montero's party, which had been sent to beat up the Crow country and the Black Hills, and to winter on the Arkansas. They reported that all was well with the party, but they had not been able to accomplish the whole of their mission, and were still in the Crow country, where they should remain until joined by Captain Bonneville in the spring. The captain retained the messengers with him until the 17th of November, when, having reached the caches on Bear River and procured thence the required supplies, he sent them back to their party, appointing a rendezvous toward the last of June following on the forks of Wind River Valley in the Crow country. He now remained several days encamped near the caches, and having discovered a small band of Shoshones in his neighborhood, purchased from them lodges, furs, and other articles of winter comfort, and arranged with them to encamp together during the winter. The place designed by the captain for the wintering ground was on the upper part of Bear River, some distance off. He delayed approaching it as long as possible, in order to avoid driving off the buffaloes, which would be needed for winter provisions. He accordingly moved forward but slowly, merely as the want of game and grass obliged him to shift his position. The weather had already become extremely cold, and the snow lay to a considerable depth. To enable the horses to carry as much dried meat as possible, he caused a cache to be made in which all the baggage that could be spared was deposited. This done, the party continued to move slowly toward their winter quarters. They were not doomed, however, to suffer from scarcity during the present winter. The people upon Snake River, having chased off the buffaloes before the snow had become deep, immense herds now came trooping over the mountains, forming dark masses on their sides, from which their deep-mouthed bellowings sounded like the low peals and mutterings from a gathering thundercloud. In effect, the cloud broke, and down came the torrent, thundering into the valley. It is utterly impossible, according to Captain Bonneville, to convey an idea of the effect produced by the sight of such countless throngs of animals, of such bulk and spirit, all rushing forward as if swept on by a whirlwind. The long privation which the travelers had suffered gave uncommon ardor to their present hunting. One of the Indians attached to the party, finding himself on horseback in the midst of the buffaloes, without either rifle or bow and arrows, dashed after a fine cow that was passing close by him, and plunged his knife into her side with such lucky aim as to bring her to the ground. It was a daring deed, but hunger had made him almost desperate. The buffaloes are sometimes tenacious of life and must be wounded in particular parts. A ball striking the shagged frontlet of a bull produces no other effect than a toss of the head and greater exasperation. On the contrary, a ball striking the forehead of a cow is fatal. Several instances occurred during this great hunting bout of bulls fighting furiously after having received mortal wounds. Wyeth also was witness to an instance of the kind while encamped with Indians. During a grand hunt of the buffaloes, one of the Indians pressed a bull so closely that the animal turned suddenly on him. His horse stopped short, or started back, and threw him. Before he could rise, the bull rushed furiously upon him and gored him in the chest, so that his breath came out at the aperture. He was conveyed back to the camp, and his wound was dressed. Giving himself up for slain, he called round him his friends and made his will by word of mouth. It was something like a death chant, and at the end of every sentence those around responded in concord. He appeared no ways intimidated by the approach of death. "I think," adds Wyeth, "the Indians die better than the white men, perhaps from having less fear about the future." The buffaloes may be approached very near if the hunter keeps to the leeward, but they are quick of scent and will take the alarm and move off from a party of hunters to the windward, even when 2 miles distant. The vast herds which had poured down into the Bear River Valley were now snow-bound and remained in the neighborhood of the camp throughout the winter. This furnished the trappers and their Indian friends a perpetual carnival, so that to slay and eat seemed to be the main occupations of the day. It is astonishing what loads of meat it requires to cope with the appetite of a hunting camp. The ravens and wolves soon came in for their share of the good cheer. These constant attendants of the hunter gathered in vast numbers as the winter advanced. They might be completely out of sight, but at the report of a gun, flights of ravens would immediately be seen hovering in the air. No one knew whence they came, while the sharp visages of the wolves would peep down from the brow of every hill, waiting for the hunter's departure to pounce upon the carcass. Besides the buffaloes, there were other neighbors snow-bound in the valley, whose presence did not promise to be so advantageous. This was a band of Utah Indians who were encamped higher up on the river. They were a poor tribe that, in a scale of the various tribes inhabiting these regions, would rank between the Shoshones and the Shoshokoes, or root diggers, though more bold and warlike than the latter. They have but few rifles among them and are generally armed with bows and arrows. As this band and the Shoshones were at deadly feud on account of old grievances, and as neither party stood in awe of the other, it was feared some bloody scenes might ensue. Captain Bonneville, therefore, undertook the office of pacificator, and sent to the Utah chiefs, inviting them to a friendly smoke in order to bring about a reconciliation. His invitation was proudly declined, whereupon he went to them in person, and succeeded in effecting a suspension of hostilities until the chiefs of the two tribes could meet in council. The braves of the two rival camps sullenly acquiesced in the arrangement. They would take their seats upon the hilltops and watch their quondam enemies hunting the buffalo in the plain below, and evidently repined that their hands were tied up from a skirmish. The worthy captain, however, succeeded in carrying through his benevolent mediation. The chiefs met, the amicable pipe was smoked, the hatchet buried, and peace formally proclaimed. After this, both camps united and mingled in social intercourse. Private quarrels, however, would occasionally occur in hunting about the division of the game, and blows would sometimes be exchanged over the carcass of a buffalo. But the chiefs wisely took no notice of these individual brawls. One day the scouts, who had been ranging the hills, brought news of several large herds of antelopes in a small valley at no great distance. This produced a sensation among the Indians, for both tribes were in ragged condition and sadly in want of those shirts made of the skin of the antelope. It was determined to have a surround, as the mode of hunting that animal is called. Everything now assumed an air of mystic solemnity and importance. The chiefs prepared their medicines or charms, each according to his own method, or fancied inspiration, generally with the compound of certain simples. Others consulted the entrails of animals which they had sacrificed, and thence drew favorable auguries. After much grave smoking and deliberating, it was at length proclaimed that all who were able to lift a club, man, woman, or child, should muster for the surround. When all had congregated, they moved in rude procession to the nearest point of the valley in question, and there halted. Another course of smoking and deliberating, of which the Indians are so fond, took place among the chiefs. Directions were then issued for the horsemen to make a circuit of about 7 miles, so as to encompass the herd. When this was done, the whole mounted force dashed off simultaneously at full speed, shouting and yelling at the top of their voices. In a short space of time the antelopes, started from their hiding places, came bounding from all points into the valley. The riders, now gradually contracting their circle, brought them nearer and nearer to the spot where the senior chief, surrounded by the elders, male and female, were seated in supervision of the chase. The antelopes, nearly exhausted with fatigue and fright, and bewildered by perpetual whooping, made no effort to break through the ring of the hunters, but ran round in small circles until man, woman, and child beat them down with bludgeons. Such is the nature of that species of antelope hunting, technically called a surround. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 47, A Festive Winter. Conversion of the Shoshones. Visit of 2 free trappers. Gaiety in the camp. A touch of the tender passion. The reclaimed squaw. An Indian fine lady. An elopement. A pursuit. Market value of a bad wife. Game continued to abound throughout the winter, and the camp was overstocked with provisions. Beef and venison, humps and haunches, buffalo tongues and marrow bones were constantly cooking at every fire, and the whole atmosphere was redolent with the savory fumes of roast meat. It was indeed a continual feast of fat things, and though there might be a lack of wine upon the lees, yet we have shown that a substitute was occasionally to be found in honey and alcohol. Both the Shoshones and the Utahs conducted themselves with great propriety. It is true, they now and then filched a few trifles from their good friends, the Big Hearts, when their backs were turned. But then they always treated them to their faces with the utmost deference and respect, and good-humoredly vied with the trappers in all kinds of feats of activity and mirthful sports. The two tribes maintained toward each other also a friendliness of aspect, which gave Captain Bonneville reason to hope that all past animosity was effectually buried. The two rival bands, however, had not long been mingled in this social manner before their ancient jealousy began to break out in a new form. The senior chief of the Shoshones was a thinking man and a man of observation. He had been among the Nez Perces, listened to their new code of morality and religion received from the white men, and attended their devotional exercises. He had observed the effect of all this in elevating the tribe in the estimation of the white men, and determined by the same means to gain for his own tribe a superiority over their ignorant rivals, the Utahs. He accordingly assembled his people and promulgated among them the mongrel doctrines and form of worship of the Nez Perces, recommending the same to their adoption. The Shoshones were struck with the novelty, at least, of the measure, and entered into it with spirit. They began to observe Sundays and holidays, and to have their devotional dances and chants and other ceremonials, about which the ignorant Utahs knew nothing. While they exerted their usual competition in shooting and horse racing and the renowned game of hand. Matters were going on thus pleasantly and prosperously in this motley community of white and red men, when one morning 2 stark free trappers, arrayed in the height of savage finery and mounted on steeds as fine and as fiery as themselves, and all jingling with hawks' bells, came galloping with whoop and halloo into the camp. They were fresh from the winter encampment of the American Fur Company in the Green River Valley, and had come to pay their old comrades of Captain Bonneville's company a visit. An idea may be formed from the scenes we have already given of the conviviality in the wilderness, of the manner in which these game birds were received by those of their feather in the camp. What feasting, what reveling, what boasting, what bragging, what ranting and roaring and racing and gambling and squabbling and fighting ensued among these boon companions. Captain Bonneville, it is true, maintained always a certain degree of law and order in his camp, and checked each fierce excess, but the trappers, in their seasons of idleness and relaxation, require a degree of license and indulgence to repay them for the long privations and almost incredible hardships of their periods of active service. In the midst of all this feasting and frolicking, a freak of the tender passion intervened, and wrought a complete change in the scene. Among the Indian beauties in the camp of the Utahs and Shoshones, the free trappers discovered 2 who had whilom figured as their squaws. These connections frequently take place for a season and sometimes continue for years, if not perpetually, but are apt to be broken when the free trapper starts off, suddenly, on some distant and rough expedition. In the present instance, these wild blades were anxious to regain their bells, nor were the latter loath once more to come under their protection. The free trapper combines, in the eye of an Indian girl, all that is dashing and heroic in a warrior of her own race, whose gait and garb and bravery he emulates, with all that is gallant and glorious in the white man. And when the indulgence with which he treats her, the finery in which he decks her out, the state in which she moves, the sway she enjoys over both his purse and person, instead of being the drudge and slave of an Indian husband, obliged to carry his pack and build his lodge and make his fire and bear his cross humors and dry blows. No, there's no comparison in the eyes of an aspiring belle of the wilderness between a free trapper and an Indian brave. With respect to one of the parties, the matter was easily arranged. The beauty in question was a pert little Utah wench that had been taken prisoner in some war excursion by a Shoshone. She was readily ransomed for a few articles of trifling value, and forthwith figured about the camp in fine array, with rings on her fingers and bells on her toes, and a tossed-up, coquettish air that made her the envy, admiration, and abhorrence of all the leathern-dressed, hard-working squaws of her acquaintance. As to the other beauty, it was quite a different matter. She had become the wife of a Shoshone brave. It is true he had another wife, of older date than the one in question, who, therefore, took command in his household and treated his new spouse as a slave. But the latter was the wife of his last fancy, his latest caprice, and was precious in his eyes. All attempt to bargain with him, therefore, was useless. The very proposition was repulsed with anger and disdain. The spirit of the trapper was roused. His pride was piqued, as well as his passion. He endeavored to prevail upon his quondam mistress to elope with him. His horses were fleet, the winter nights were long and dark. Before daylight they would be beyond the reach of pursuit, and once at the encampment in Green River Valley, they might set the whole band of Shoshones at defiance. The Indian girl listened and longed. Her heart yearned after the ease and splendor of condition of a trapper's bride, and throbbed to be free from the capricious control of the premier squaw. But she dreaded the failure of the plan and the fury of a Shoshone husband. They parted, the Indian girl in tears, and the madcap trapper more than ever with his thwarted passion. Their interviews had probably been detected, and the jealousy of the Shoshone brave aroused. A clamor of angry voices was heard in his lodge, with the sound of blows, and of female weeping and lamenting. At night, as the trapper lay tossing on his pallet, a soft voice whispered at the door of his lodge. His mistress stood trembling before him. She was ready to follow whithersoever he should lead. In an instant he was up and out. He had 2 prime horses, sure and swift of foot, and of great wind. With stealthy quiet they were brought up and saddled, and in a few moments he and his prize were careering over the snow, with which the whole country was covered. In the eagerness of escape they had made no provision for their journey. Days must elapse before they could reach their haven of safety, and mountains and prairies be traversed, wrapped in all the desolation of winter. For the present, however, they thought of nothing but flight, urging their horses forward over the dreary wastes, and fancying, in the howling of every blast, they heard the yell of the pursuer. At early dawn the Shoshone became aware of his loss. Mounting his swiftest horse, he set off in hot pursuit. He soon found the trail of the fugitives, and spurred on in hopes of overtaking them. The winds, however, which swept the valley, had drifted the light snow into the prints made by the horses' hoofs. In a little while he lost all trace of them, and was completely thrown out of the chase. He knew, however, the situation of the camp toward which they were bound, and a direct course through the mountains by which he might arrive there sooner than the fugitives. Through the most rugged defiles, therefore, he urged his course by day and night, scarce pausing until he reached the camp. It was some time before the fugitives made their appearance. 6 days had they traversed the wintry wilds. They came, haggard with hunger and fatigue, and their horses faltering under them. The first object that met their eyes on entering the camp was the Shoshone brave. He rushed, knife in hand, to plunge it in the heart that had proved false to him. The trapper threw himself before the cowering form of his mistress, and, exhausted as he was, prepared for a deadly struggle. The Shoshone paused. His habitual awe of the white man checked his arm. The trapper's friends crowded to the spot and arrested him. A parley ensued. A kind of crim-con adjudication took place, such as frequently occurs in civilized life. A couple of horses were declared to be a fair compensation for the loss of a woman who had previously lost her heart. With this, the Shoshone brave was fain to pacify his passion. He returned to Captain Bonneville's camp, somewhat crestfallen, it is true, but parried the officious condolements of his friends by observing that 2 good horses were very good pay for 1 bad wife. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains and the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 48, Breaking Up of Winter Quarters, Move to Green River, A Trapper and His Rifle, An Arrival in Camp, A Free Trapper and His Squaw in Distress, Story of a Blackfoot Belle. The winter was now breaking up, the snows were melted from the hills and from the lower parts of the mountains, and the time for decamping had arrived. Captain Bonneville dispatched a party to the caches, who brought away all the effects concealed there, and on the 1st of April, 1835, the camp was broken up, and everyone on the move. The white men and their allies, the Utahs and Shoshones, parted with many regrets and sincere expressions of goodwill, for their intercourse throughout the winter had been of the most friendly kind. Captain Bonneville and his party passed by Ham's Fork and reached the Colorado, or Green River, without accident, on the banks of which they remained during the residue of the spring. During this time they were conscious that a band of hostile Indians were hovering about their vicinity, watching for an opportunity to slay or steal. But the vigilant precautions of Captain Bonneville baffled all their maneuvers. In such dangerous times, the experienced mountaineer is never without his rifle, even in camp. On going from lodge to lodge to visit his comrades, he takes it with him. On seating himself in a lodge, he lays it beside him, ready to be snatched up. When he goes out, he takes it up as regularly as a citizen would his walking staff. His rifle is his constant friend and protector. On the 10th of June, the party was a little to the east of the Wind River Mountains, where they halted for a time in excellent pasturage to give their horses a chance to recruit their strength for a long journey, for it was Captain Bonneville's intention to shape his course to the settlements. Having already been detained by the complication of his duties and by various losses and impediments, far beyond the time specified in his leave of absence. While the party was thus reposing in the neighborhood of the Wind River Mountains, a solitary free trapper rode one day into the camp and accosted Captain Bonneville. He belonged, he said, to a party of 30 hunters who had just passed through the neighborhood, but whom he had abandoned in consequence of their ill treatment of a brother trapper, whom they had cast off from their party and left with his bag and baggage, and an Indian wife into the bargain, in the midst of a desolate prairie. The horseman gave a piteous account of the situation of this helpless pair, and solicited the loan of horses to bring them and their effects to the camp. The captain was not a man to refuse assistance to anyone in distress, especially when there was a woman in the case. Horses were immediately dispatched, with an escort, to aid the unfortunate couple. The next day they made their appearance with all their effects. The man, a stalwart mountaineer, with a peculiarly game look; the woman, a young Blackfoot beauty, arrayed in the trappings and trinketry of a free trapper's bride. Finding the woman to be quick-witted and communicative, Captain Bonneville entered into conversation with her, and obtained from her many particulars concerning the habits and customs of her tribe, especially their wars and huntings. They pride themselves upon being the best legs of the mountains, and hunt the buffalo on foot. This is done in springtime, when the frosts have thawed and the ground is soft. The heavy buffaloes then sink over their hoofs at every step, and are easily overtaken by the Blackfeet, whose fleet steps press lightly on the surface. It is said, however, that the buffaloes on the Pacific side of the Rocky Mountains are fleeter and more active than on the Atlantic side. Those upon the plains of the Columbia can scarcely be overtaken by a horse that would outstrip the same animal in the neighborhood of the Platte, the usual hunting ground of the Blackfeet. In the course of further conversation, Captain Bonneville drew from the Indian woman her whole story, which gave a picture of savage life, and of the drudgery and hardships to which an Indian wife is subject. "I was the wife," said she, "of a Blackfoot warrior, and I served him faithfully. Who was so well served as he? Whose lodge was so well provided, or kept so clean? I brought wood in the morning, and placed water always at hand. I watched for his coming, and he found his meat cooked and ready. If he rose to go forth, there was nothing to delay him. I searched the thought that was in his heart to save him the trouble of speaking. When I went abroad on errands for him, the chiefs and warriors smiled upon me, and the young braves spoke soft things in secret. But my feet were in the straight path, and my eyes could see nothing but him. When he went out to hunt or to war, who aided to equip him but I? When he returned, I met him at the door. I took his gun, and he entered without further thought. While he sat and smoked, I unloaded his horses, tied them to the stakes, brought in their loads, and was quickly at his feet. If his moccasins were wet, I took them off and put on others which were dry and warm. I dressed all the skins he had taken in the chase. He could never say to me, "Why is it not done?" He hunted the deer, the antelope, and the buffalo, and he watched for the enemy. Everything else was done by me. When our people moved their camp, he mounted his horse and rode away, free as though he had fallen from the skies. He had nothing to do with the labor of the camp. It was I that packed the horses and led them on the journey. When we halted in the evening, and he sat with the other braves and smoked, it was I that pitched his lodge, and when he came to eat and sleep, his supper and his bed were ready. I served him faithfully, and what was my reward? A cloud was always on his brow, and sharp lightning on his tongue. I was his dog, and not his wife. Who was it that scarred and bruised me? It was he. My brother saw how I was treated. His heart was big for me. He begged me to leave my tyrant and fly. Where could I go? If retaken, who would protect me? My brother was not a chief. He could not save me from blows and wounds, perhaps death. At length I was persuaded. I followed my brother from the village. He pointed a way to the Nez Perces, and bade me go and live in peace among them. We parted. On the third day I saw the lodges of the Nez Perces before me. I paused for a moment, and had no heart to go on. But my horse neighed, and I took it as a good sign, and suffered him to gallop forward. In a little while I was in the midst of the lodges. As I sat silent on my horse, the people gathered round me, and inquired whence I came. I told my story. A chief, now, wrapped his blanket close around him, and bade me dismount. I obeyed. He took my horse to lead him away. My heart grew small within me. I felt, on parting with my horse, as if my last friend was gone. I had no words, and my eyes were dry. As he led off my horse, a young brave stepped forward. "Are you a chief of the people?" cried he. "Do we listen to you in council and follow you in battle? Behold, a stranger flies to our camp from the dogs of Blackfeet and asks protection. Let shame cover your face. The stranger is a woman and alone. If she were a warrior, or had a warrior at her side, your heart would not be big enough to take her horse. But he is yours. By right of war you may claim him. But look!" His bow was drawn and the arrow ready. "You never shall cross his back." The arrow pierced the heart of the horse, and he fell dead. An old woman said she would be my mother. She led me to her lodge. My heart was thawed by her kindness, and my eyes burst forth with tears, like the frozen fountains in springtime. She never changed, but as the days passed away was still a mother to me. The people were loud in praise of the young brave, and the chief was ashamed. I lived in peace. A party of trappers came to the village, and one of them took me for his wife. This is he. I am very happy. He treats me with kindness, and I have taught him the language of my people. As we were traveling this way, some of the Blackfeet warriors beset us and carried off the horses of the party. We followed, and my husband held a parley with them. The guns were laid down, and the pipe was lighted, but some of the white men attempted to seize the horses by force, and then a battle began. The snow was deep. The white men sank into it at every step, but the red men, with their snowshoes, passed over the surface like birds, and drove off many of the horses in sight of their owners. With those that remained, we resumed our journey. At length, words took place between the leader of the party and my husband. He took away our horses, which had escaped in the battle, and turned us from his camp. My husband had one good friend among the trappers. That is he," pointing to the man who had asked assistance for them. "He is a good man. His heart is big. When he came in from hunting and found that we had been driven away, he gave up all his wages and followed us, that he might speak good words for us to the white captain." End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains and the Far West, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 49, Rendezvous at Wind River, Campaign of Montero and his brigade in the Crow Country, Wars between the Crows and Blackfeet, Death of Arapuish, Blackfeet lurkers, Sagacity of the horse, Dependence of the hunter on his horse, Return to the settlements. On the 22nd of June, Captain Bonneville raised his camp and moved to the forks of Wind River, the appointed place of rendezvous. In a few days he was joined there by the brigade of Montero, which had been sent in the preceding year to beat up the Crow country and afterward proceed to the Arkansas. Montero had followed the early part of his instructions. After trapping upon some of the upper streams, he proceeded to Powder River. Here he fell in with the Crow villages or bands, who treated him with unusual kindness, and prevailed upon him to take up his winter quarters among them. The Crows at that time were struggling almost for existence with their old enemies, the Blackfeet, who in the past year had picked off the flower of their warriors in various engagements, and among the rest Arapuish, the friend of the white men. That sagacious and magnanimous chief had beheld with grief the ravages which war was making in his tribe, and that it was declining in force, and must eventually be destroyed, unless some signal blow could be struck to retrieve its fortunes. In a pitched battle of the two tribes, he made a speech to his warriors, urging them to set everything at hazard in one furious charge. Which done, he led the way into the thickest of the foe. He was soon separated from his men, and fell, covered with wounds. But his self-devotion was not in vain. The Blackfeet were defeated, and from that time the Crows plucked up fresh heart and were frequently successful. Montero had not been long encamped among them when he discovered that the Blackfeet were hovering about the neighborhood. One day the hunters came galloping into the camp and proclaimed that a band of the enemy was at hand. The Crows flew to arms, leaped on their horses, and dashed out in squadrons in pursuit. They overtook the retreating enemy in the midst of a plain. A desperate fight ensued. The Crows had the advantage of numbers and of fighting on horseback. The greater part of the Blackfeet were slain. The remnant took shelter in a close thicket of willows, where the horse could not enter, whence they plied their bows vigorously. The Crows drew off out of bowshot and endeavored by taunts and bravadoes to draw the warriors out of their retreat. A few of the best mounted among them rode apart from the rest. One of their number then advanced alone, with that martial air and equestrian grace for which the tribe is noted. When within an arrow's flight of the thicket, he loosened his rein, urged his horse to full speed, threw his body on the opposite side, so as to hang by one leg and present no mark to the foe. In this way he swept along in front of the thicket, launching his arrows from under the neck of his steed. Then, regaining his seat in the saddle, he wheeled round and returned whooping and scoffing to his companions, who received him with yells of applause. Another and another horseman repeated this exploit, but the Blackfeet were not to be taunted out of their safe shelter. The victors feared to drive desperate men to extremities, so they forbore to attempt the thicket. Toward night they gave over the attack and returned all glorious with the scalps of the slain. Then came the usual feasts and triumphs. the scalp dance of warriors round the ghastly trophies, and all the other fierce revelry of barbarous warfare. When the braves had finished with the scalps, they were, as usual, given up to the women and children, and made the objects of new parades and dances. They were then treasured up as invaluable trophies and decorations by the braves who had won them. It is worthy of note that the scalp of a white man, either through policy or fear, is treated with more charity than that of an Indian. The warrior who won it is entitled to his triumph if he demands it. In such case, the war party alone dance around the scalp. It is then taken down, and the shagged frontlet of a buffalo substituted in its place, and abandoned to the triumph and insults of the million. To avoid being involved in these guerrillas, as well as to escape from the extremely social intercourse of the Crows, which began to be oppressive, Montero moved to the distance of several miles from their camps, and there formed a winter cantonment of huts. He now maintained a vigilant watch at night. Their horses, which were turned loose to graze during the day, under heedful eyes, were brought in at night and shut up in strong pens built of large logs of cottonwood. The snows, during a portion of the winter, were so deep that the poor animals could find but little sustenance. Here and there a tuft of grass would peer above the snow, but they were in general driven to browse the twigs and tender branches of the trees. When they were turned out in the morning, the first moments of freedom from the confinement of the pen were spent in frisking and gambolling. This done, they went soberly and sadly to work to glean their scanty subsistence for the day. In the meantime, the men stripped the bark of the cottonwood tree for the evening fodder. As the poor horses would return toward night with sluggish and dispirited air, the moment they saw their owners approaching them with blankets filled with cottonwood bark, their whole demeanor underwent a change. A universal neighing and capering took place. They would rush forward, smell to the blankets, paw the earth, snort, whinny, and prance around with head and tail erect until the blankets were opened and the welcome provender spread before them. These evidences of intelligence and gladness were frequently recounted by the trappers as proving the sagacity of the animal. These veteran rovers of the mountains look upon their horses as in some respects gifted with almost human intellect. An old and experienced trapper, when mounting guard upon the camp in dark nights and times of peril, gives heedful attention to all the sounds and signs of the horses. No enemy enters nor approaches the camp without attracting their notice, and their movements not only give a vague alarm, but it is said will even indicate to the knowing trapper the very quarter whence the danger threatens. In the daytime, too, while a hunter is engaged on the prairie, cutting up the deer or buffalo he has slain, he depends upon his faithful horse as a sentinel. The sagacious animal sees and smells all round him, and by his starting and whinnying gives notice of the approach of strangers. There seems to be a dumb communion and fellowship, a sort of fraternal sympathy between the hunter and his horse. They mutually rely upon each other for company and protection, and nothing is more difficult, it is said, than to surprise an experienced hunter on the prairie, while his old and favorite steed is at his side. Montero had not long removed his camp from the vicinity of the Crows and fixed himself in his new quarters, when the Blackfeet marauders discovered his cantonment and began to haunt the vicinity. He kept up a vigilant watch, however, and foiled every attempt of the enemy, who at length seemed to have given up in despair and abandoned the neighborhood. The trappers relaxed their vigilance, therefore, and one night, after a day of severe labor, no guards were posted, and the whole camp was soon asleep. Toward midnight, however, the lightest sleepers were roused by the trampling of hoofs, and giving the alarm, the whole party were immediately on their legs and hastened to the pens. The bars were down, but no enemy was to be seen or heard, and the horses being all found hard by, it was supposed the bars had been left down through negligence. All were once more asleep, when in about an hour there was a second alarm, and it was discovered that several horses were missing. The rest were mounted, and so spirited a pursuit took place that 18 of the number carried off were regained, and but 3 remained in possession of the enemy. Traps for wolves had been set about the camp the preceding day. In the morning it was discovered that a Blackfoot was entrapped by one of them, but had succeeded in dragging it off. His trail was followed for a long distance, which he must have limped alone. At length he appeared to have fallen in with some of his comrades, who had relieved him from his painful encumbrance. These were the leading incidents of Montero's campaign in the Crow country. The united parties now celebrated the 4th of July in rough hunter's style, with hearty conviviality, after which Captain Bonneville made his final arrangements. Leaving Montero with a brigade of trappers to open another campaign, he put himself at the head of the residue of his men and set off on his return to civilized life. We shall not detail his journey along the course of the Nebraska, and so from point to point of the wilderness, until he and his band reached the frontier settlements on the 22nd of August. Here, according to his own account, his cavalcade might have been taken for a procession of tatterdemalion savages, for the men were ragged almost to nakedness, and had contracted a wildness of aspect during 3 years of wandering in the wilderness. A few hours in a populous town, however, produced a magical metamorphosis. Hats of the most ample brim and longest nap, coats with buttons that shone like mirrors, and pantaloons of the most ample plenitude took place of the well-worn trappers' equipments, and the happy wearers might be seen strolling about in all directions, scattering their silver like sailors just from a cruise. The worthy captain, however, seems by no means to have shared the excitement of his men on finding himself once more in the thronged resorts of civilized life, but on the contrary to have looked back to the wilderness with regret. Though the prospect, says he, of once more tasting the blessings of peaceful society and passing days and nights under the calm guardianship of the laws was not without its attractions, yet to those of us whose whole lives had been spent in the stirring excitement and perpetual watchfulness of adventures in the wilderness, the change was far from promising an increase of that contentment and inward satisfaction most conducive to happiness. He who, like myself, has roved almost from boyhood among the children of the forest, and over the unfurrowed plains and rugged heights of the western wastes, will not be startled to learn that, notwithstanding all the fascinations of the world on this civilized side of the mountains, I would fain make my bow to the splendors and gaieties of the metropolis, and plunge again amidst the hardships and perils of the wilderness. We have only to add that the affairs of the captain have been satisfactorily arranged with the War Department, and that he is actually in service at Fort Gibson on our western frontier, where we hope he may meet with further opportunities of indulging his peculiar tastes, and of collecting graphic and characteristic details of the great western wilds and their motley inhabitants. We here close our picturings of the Rocky Mountains and their wild inhabitants, and of the wild life that prevails there, which we have been anxious to fix on record, because we are aware that this singular state of things is full of mutation, and must soon undergo great changes, if not entirely pass away. The fur trade itself, which has given life to all this portraiture, is essentially evanescent. Rival parties of trappers soon exhaust the streams, especially when competition renders them heedless and wasteful of the beaver. The fur-bearing animals extinct, a complete change will come over the scene. The gay, free trapper and his steed, decked out in wild array, and tinkling bells and trinketry. The savage war chief, plumed and painted and ever on the prowl. The trader's cavalcade, winding through defiles or over naked plains, with the stealthy war party lurking on its trail. The buffalo chase, the hunting camp, the mad carouse in the midst of danger, the night attack, the stampede, the scamper, the fierce skirmish among rocks and cliffs. All this romance of savage life, which yet exists among the mountains, will then exist but in frontier story, and seem like the fictions of chivalry or fairy tale. Some new system of things, or rather some new modification, will succeed among the roving people of this vast wilderness, but just as opposite, perhaps, to the inhabitants of civilization. The great Chippewayan chain of mountains and the sandy and volcanic plains which extend on either side are represented as incapable of cultivation. The pasturage which prevails there during a certain portion of the year soon withers under the aridity of the atmosphere and leaves nothing but dreary wastes. An immense belt of rocky mountains and volcanic plains, several hundred miles in width, must ever remain an irreclaimable wilderness, intervening between the abodes of civilization, and affording a last refuge to the Indian. Here roving tribes of hunters, living in tents or lodges, and following the migrations of the game, may lead a life of savage independence, where there is nothing to tempt the cupidity of the white man. The amalgamation of various tribes, and of white men of every nation, will in time produce hybrid races, like the mountain Tartars of the Caucasus. Possessed as they are of immense droves of horses, should they continue their present predatory and warlike habits, they may in time become a scourge to the civilized frontiers on either side of the mountains, as they are at present a terror to the traveler and trader. The facts disclosed in the present work clearly manifest the policy of establishing military posts and a mounted force to protect our traders in their journeys across the great western wilds, and of pushing the outposts into the very heart of the singular wilderness we have laid open, so as to maintain some degree of sway over the country, and to put an end to the kind of blackmail levied on all occasions by the savage chivalry of the mountains. End of chapter 49. Appendix of The Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix. Nathaniel J. Wyeth in the Trade of the Far West. We have brought Captain Bonneville to the end of his western campaigning. Yet we cannot close this work without subjoining some particulars concerning the fortunes of his contemporary, Mr. Wyeth, anecdotes of whose enterprise have occasionally been interwoven in the parti-colored web of our narrative. Wyeth effected his intention of establishing a trading post on the Port Neuf, which he named Fort Hall. Here for the first time the American flag was unfurled to the breeze that sweeps the great naked wastes of the central wilderness. Leaving 12 men here with a stock of goods to trade with the neighboring tribes, he prosecuted his journey to the Columbia, where he established another post called Fort Williams on Wapatoo Island at the mouth of the Willamette. This was to be the head factory of his company, whence they were to carry on their fishing and trapping operations, and their trade with the interior, and where they were to receive and dispatch their annual ship. The plan of Mr. Wyeth appears to have been well concerted. He had observed that the Rocky Mountain Fur Company, the bands of free trappers, as well as the Indians west of the mountains, depended for their supplies upon goods brought from St. Louis, which, in consequence of the expenses and risks of a long land carriage, were furnished them at an immense advance on first cost. He had an idea that they might be much more cheaply supplied from the Pacific side. Horses would cost much less on the borders of the Columbia than at St. Louis. The transportation by land was much shorter, and through a country much more safe from the hostility of savage tribes, which, on the route from and to St. Louis, annually cost the lives of many men. On this idea he grounded his plan. He combined the salmon fishery with the fur trade. A fortified trading post was to be established on the Columbia to carry on a trade with the natives for salmon and peltries, and to fish and trap on their own account. Once a year, a ship was to come from the United States to bring out goods for the interior trade, and to take home the salmon and furs which had been collected. Part of the goods thus brought out were to be dispatched to the mountains to supply the trapping companies and the Indian tribes, in exchange for their furs, which were to be brought down to the Columbia to be sent home in the next annual ship, and thus an annual round was to be kept up. The profits on the salmon, it was expected, would cover all the expenses of the ship, so that the goods brought out and the furs carried home would cost nothing as to freight. His enterprise was prosecuted with a spirit, intelligence, and perseverance that merited success. All the details that we have met with prove him to be no ordinary man. He appears to have the mind to conceive and the energy to execute extensive and striking plans. He had once more reared the American flag in the lost domains of Astoria, and had he been enabled to maintain the footing he had so gallantly effected, he might have regained for his country the opulent trade of the Columbia, of which our statesmen have negligently suffered us to be dispossessed. It is needless to go into a detail of the variety of accidents and cross purposes which caused the failure of his scheme. They were such as all undertakings of the kind, involving combined operations by sea and land, are liable to. What he most wanted was sufficient capital to enable him to endure incipient obstacles and losses, and to hold on until success had time to spring up from the midst of disastrous experiments. It is with extreme regret we learn that he has recently been compelled to dispose of his establishment at Wapatoo Island to the Hudson's Bay Company, who, it is but justice to say, have, according to his own account, treated him throughout the whole of his enterprise with great fairness, friendship, and liberality. That company, therefore, still maintains an unrivaled sway over the whole country washed by the Columbia and its tributaries. It has, in fact, as far as its chartered powers permit, followed out the splendid scheme contemplated by Mr. Astor when he founded his establishment at the mouth of the Columbia. From their emporium of Vancouver, companies are sent forth in every direction to supply the interior posts, to trade with the natives, and to trap upon the various streams. These thread the rivers, traverse the plains, penetrate to the heart of the mountains, extend their enterprises northward to the Russian possessions, and southward to the confines of California. Their yearly supplies are received by sea at Vancouver, and thence their furs and peltries are shipped to London. They likewise maintain a considerable commerce in wheat and lumber with the Pacific Islands, and to the north with the Russian settlements. Though the company, by treaty, have a right to a participation only in the trade of these regions, and are in fact but tenants on sufferance, yet have they quietly availed themselves of the original oversight and subsequent supineness of the American government to establish a monopoly of the trade of the river and its dependencies, and are adroitly proceeding to fortify themselves in their usurpation by securing all the strong points of the country. Fort George, originally Astoria, which was abandoned on the removal of the main factory to Vancouver, was renewed in 1830 and is now kept up as a fortified post and trading house. All the places accessible to shipping have been taken possession of, and posts recently established at them by the company. The great capital of this association, their long-established system, their hereditary influence over the Indian tribes, their internal organization, which makes everything go on with the regularity of a machine, and the low wages of their people, who are mostly Canadians, give them great advantages over the American traders, nor is it likely the latter will ever be able to maintain any footing in the land until the question of territorial right is adjusted between the two countries. The sooner that takes place, the better. It is a question too serious to national pride if not to national interests, to be slurred over, and every year is adding to the difficulties which environ it. The fur trade, which is now the main object of enterprise west of the Rocky Mountains, forms but a part of the real resources of the country. Beside the salmon fishery of the Columbia, which is capable of being rendered a considerable source of profit, the great valleys of the lower country, below the elevated volcanic plateau, are calculated to give sustenance to countless flocks and herds, and to sustain a great population of grazers and agriculturists. Such, for instance, is the beautiful valley of the Willamette, from which the establishment at Vancouver draws most of its supplies. Here the company holds mills and farms, and has provided for some of its superannuated officers and servants. This valley, above the falls, is about 50 miles wide and extends a great distance to the south. The climate is mild, being sheltered by lateral ranges of mountains, while the soil, for richness, has been equal to the best of the Missouri lands. The valley of the river Deschutes is also admirably calculated for a great grazing country. All the best horses used by the company for the mountains are raised there. The valley is of such happy temperature that grass grows there throughout the year, and cattle may be left out to pasture during the winter. These valleys must form the grand points of commencement of the future settlement of the country, but there must be many such, enfolded in the embraces of these lower ranges of mountains, which, though at present they lie waste and uninhabited, and to the eye of the trader and trapper present but barren wastes, would, in the hands of skillful agriculturists and husbandmen, soon assume a different aspect and teem with waving crops, to be covered with flocks and herds. The resources of the country, too, while in the hands of a company restricted in its trade, can be but partially called forth. But in the hands of Americans, enjoying a direct trade with the East Indies, would be brought into quickening activity, and might soon realize the dream of Mr. Astor in giving rise to a flourishing commercial empire. Wreck of a Japanese junk on the northwest coast. The following extract of a letter which we received lately from Mr. Wyeth may be interesting, as throwing some light upon the question as to the manner in which America has been peopled. Are you aware of the fact that in the winter of 1833 a Japanese junk was wrecked on the northwest coast, in the neighborhood of Queen Charlotte's Island, and that all but 2 of the crew, then much reduced by starvation and disease, during a long drift across the Pacific, were killed by the natives? The 2 fell into the hands of the Hudson's Bay Company and were sent to England. I saw them on my arrival at Vancouver in 1834. End quote. Instructions to Captain Bonneville from the Major General commanding the Army of the United States. Copy. Headquarters of the Army, Washington, 29th July, 1831. Sir, the leave of absence which you have asked for the purpose of enabling you to carry into execution your designs of exploring the country to the Rocky Mountains and beyond, with a view of ascertaining the nature and character of the various tribes of Indians inhabiting those regions, the trade which might be profitably carried on with them, the quality of the soil, the productions, the minerals, the natural history, the climate, the geography and topography, as well as geology of the various parts of the country within the limits of the territories belonging to the United States, between our frontier and the Pacific, has been duly considered and submitted to the War Department for approval and has been sanctioned. You are therefore authorized to be absent from the Army until October 1833. It is understood that the government is to be at no expense in reference to your proposed expedition, it having originated with yourself, and all that you required was the permission from the proper authority to undertake the enterprise. You will naturally, in providing yourself for the expedition, provide suitable instruments, and especially the best maps of the interior to be found. It is desirable, besides what is enumerated as the object of the enterprise, that you note particularly the number of warriors that may belong to each tribe or nation that you may meet with, their alliances with other tribes, and their relative position as to the state of peace or war, and whether their friendly or warlike dispositions towards each other are recent or of long standing. You will gratify us by describing the manner of their making war, of the mode of subsisting themselves during a state of war and a state of peace, their arms and the effect of them, whether they act on foot or on horseback, detailing the discipline and maneuvers of the war parties, the power of their horses, size and general description. In short, any information which you may conceive would be useful to the government. You will avail yourself of every opportunity of informing us of your position and progress, and at the expiration of your leave of absence will join your proper station. I have the honor to be, sir, your O.T.S.T., signed, Alexander Macomb, Major General, Com. To Captain B.L.E. Bonneville, 7th Regiment Infantry, New York. End of Appendix. End of the Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, in the Rocky Mountains in the Far West by Washington Irving. Read by Carol Pelster.